Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders and their lack of sound economic understanding and compassion for human rights is no longer our only fate. Decentralized finance is on the rise, and it's coming stronger and stronger by the day to help people reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Make sure you're on the right side of history. The clock is ticking. I hope you're ready to reimagine finance after the year 2020.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and I'm glad today to be joined by Patrick Collins, software engineer and developer advocate at Chainlink Labs. Patrick, thanks so much for joining us.
Yona, thank you so much for having me. Really excited to be here.
Now, first of all, for those who don't know you, you want to give us a little background about kind of who you are and how you got into blockchain?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So I actually, I worked at a hedge fund for a couple of years. And so I was in the fintech space, right? I was in the fintech space, and data obviously is really, really important in fintech because, you know, you need data to run your models. You need data to pretty much do anything, especially at like a quant firm where I was. I ended up moving to a data vendor, and we sold data, and I ended up getting a call from not anybody from Chainlink, but from some people who were building off of Chainlink, and they were asking, hey, you know, we'd love to, you know, host your data on chain. You know, here's what we can do. We're using this technology called Chainlink. And so Chainlink was actually my introduction to the blockchain, which is interesting. I'd written like a couple of like trading bots before, but nothing other than like, okay, they're another asset, right? That was in my mind, blockchain was just another asset. So these guys call me, and in my mind, I'm like, okay, cool. Like these guys are asking, these guys are telling me they'll give us free money if we say, sure, we'll sign up. So I was like, okay, this is probably a scam. They're blockchain related. And I ended up doing a ton of research and digging around. And the more I looked into it, and I started learning about like smart contracts and how blockchain technology is this next evolution, I started getting more and more excited. And that's basically how I got into it. And then I started writing my own smart contracts, and I was like, started realizing, holy, wow, this is really like this next phase. And I ended up getting connected with the Chainlink team, learning about oracles, and I was blown away by how fantastic the plan was and how fantastic the technology was and the implications it actually can have. So that's how I got into it, and I've basically been like, okay, like this is awesome. I'm so excited, and I've been like that ever since. And to me, it's cool because like in fintech, there's a lot of really cool stuff that you can do, but I feel like with blockchain, it's almost like fintech, but like times 1,000. Like you can do all the fintech stuff, but also way more. So that's been really exciting for me. That's basically how I got into it.
And before we hop into blockchain and oracles, what does it mean to be a developer advocate? Are you fighting for better lunch plans for developers? What does that exactly mean?
Yes, we all need better lunch plans. That's exactly what I'm fighting for. No, so developer advocate, basically my role is to help engineers be successful in any way that I can. So, so my role is basically anybody who comes to the Chainlink community, I help them get spun up. So, and we're actually having a hackathon right now, drchain.link, if anybody wants to check it out, depending on when this gets released. We're having a Chainlink hackathon now, and you'll see me in there. People are asking questions. So I'm very technical. Hey, how do I do this? And I help them be successful, whether it's, helping with questions. I make a lot of content on our YouTube. I write blogs. Sometimes I do like a little bit of build a project and kind of show that out. So it's kind of all over the place. My role is to do whatever I can to help engineers be successful. So that's what it means by developer advocacy.
Very cool. Well, now I know. Learned something new today. But something else I'm sure now that we're gonna hop into oracles now, I'm definitely gonna learn something new. Oracles eventually, essentially, and I'll let you expound upon this, of course, because you definitely know more here. But blockchain is a great solution to an issue of how do we create a system or deal with a network where there's two parties or many parties that we want to ensure a trustless system between them, where we make sure that any data that's on the blockchain, everyone can agree there has to be consensus. But there's an issue to blockchain where historically it's had a problem making sure that the inputs into the blockchain, data that's coming from outside the blockchain, they want to integrate into the blockchain. And that's where oracles come in. So you want to explain a little bit about how Chainlink works?
Yeah, and just to even go a little bit deeper on what you're getting at here, you're getting at what we refer to as the smart contract problem or the connectivity problem. Smart contracts, like we said, they're these fantastic tool. It's this fantastic solution where we can have these trustless agreements. But the issue is that blockchains are deterministic systems, right? So we can't have a blockchain as part of its consensus, as part of this verification process, make an API call, right? Because if one node makes an API call and then, sends the transaction to all the other nodes, another node makes that API call, even an instant later, it's not going to be able to validate it, right? Or even worse, if you spun up your own new node, you would go to validate all the transactions up to that point. You're never going to get everything to be the same because any API could be, broken, deteriorated, not updated, whatever, right? So you can't have APIs as part of the consensus protocol in a blockchain because of determinism. Now, this is a huge limiting factor because we want and we need this external data to do any of the interesting stuff, right? You can't have like an insurance smart contract, for example. This is one of my favorite examples, actually. You can't have an insurance smart contract without getting data about the real world, whether it's, farmers or crop insurance, for example, hey, pay me out insurance if the weather's terrible. Well, you're going to need weather data in order to execute based off of that. So this is kind of like the roundabout way of answering your question here is oracles are anything that connects these deterministic blockchains to the real world. So oracles really are solving this connectivity issue and getting the reliable data on chain so that we can do these more interesting agreements, right? Because that's what smart contracts are. They're this next evolution of agreements. They're the superior form, this digital agreement. So oracles allow you to bring data on chain.
And there are a number of oracles in the ecosystem. What makes Chainlink different than all the others?
Yeah, so Chainlink, there's a lot of things. So Chainlink is, number one, it's this modular framework for building decentralized Oracle networks, right? And so that's really, really important. That's going to be a key piece, right? Because if you can have a centralized Oracle, but the issue is now your smart contract relies on this piece, right? It relies on this piece of centrality here, right? So the purpose of smart contracts is to have, trustless, decentralized agreements. Now, if you have a decentralized agreement, but it still relies on somebody, now it's kind of not any better than just having a regular agreement, right? Because we still are depending on, if that person or entity is going to be honest with us, right? And that's the issue we see with regular contracts, right? Like, for example, let's do the crop insurance one. Again, the insurance provider is almost incentivized to kind of find the loophole, right? To find the, because otherwise they have to pay out. So, we're not saying that, we're not saying all insurance people are bad. There's tons of them, and the majority of them, from what we've seen, are really good. But the issue is still they're incentivized to not pay out, right? Whereas versus a smart contract, there's no incentive because the smart contract just does whatever we're told, right? So Chainlink is this framework for building these decentralized oracles where you can get this reliable decentralized data, and so that's one of the biggest pieces. Another huge piece is that Chainlink right now is already securing billions of dollars in DeFi. So if you go over to DeFi Pulse, you check out a whole bunch of those projects that are going on. A lot of them are using Chainlink, you know, like Aave, Synthetics, Yearn.finance. And the reason is because it's this powerful decentralized network of data. And a lot of them are using it to get pricing data, for example, like what's the price of Ethereum in USD, what's the price of Bitcoin, and getting all this off-chain data and using it to secure these billions of dollars. So there's a lot of reasons why Chainlink is this fantastic Oracle system. And then actually I didn't go into how it works. I realized that you did ask that, and I didn't really go into it. Would you like me to go into that too, or?
Yeah, you could give a basic overview for someone who's not, the most tech savvy.
Yeah.
Just give us the essential idea.
Yeah, and then that'll actually even shed more light on why Chainlink is so fantastic. So the way that it works, again, because blockchains are deterministic, the way that works is you have to put data on chain through an external transaction of some kind, right? So that's essentially what Chainlink does. So a smart contract will basically make a request by emitting some type of log that'll say, hey, I'm looking for data from Chainlink X, or excuse me, from node X, and I'm looking for data Y. And the nodes are actually watching these chains, depending on how they're set up. They can watch multiple chains, and I'll get into that in a second too. It'll watch the chains, it'll look for these events, and when it sees one, it goes, okay, cool, let me go get that data for you, and it does it off chain, grabs the data, and then it posts it back on in an external transaction, right? So it makes a transaction with this data, and then it posts it on chain. Now that's, again, how we can keep consensus, because now we have it in a transaction as opposed to, being part of the consensus. Now, the next phase of that is when these smart contracts make these requests, they make it to a decentralized network of independent node operators. And this is another piece that's fantastic about Chainlink, is that you can choose your network and you can see the reputation of nodes. Like, okay, the node X responded with this type of data. Node X gives a really good answer, node Y, and you can choose your network depending on the relationship. So it's even more modular in that regard. So your smart contract makes these requests to several nodes, the nodes respond and post it on chain. And there's two other pieces there from just that explanation that kind of go into why Chainlink is this fantastic Oracle system. You have, not only does Chainlink allow for this secure, reliable, decentralized data, but it also builds this almost brand new ecosystem surrounded on data delivery. So Chainlink nodes are delivering data to the blockchain, and it almost creates this new ecosystem of, okay, cool, there's all these nodes, which ones are the best, and who do we want to choose from? And it really gives the power to the engineers, and it really gives the power to the Chainlink node operators to be the best that they can. And it's this fantastic technology, kind of similar to, I think of Chainlink a lot like similar to Python in that regard, because anybody can use it, anybody can spin up a node, anybody can get involved. There's really no centrality to it. It's, hey, here's the technology, have fun, have a blast, right? And you should probably cut me off at some point, because otherwise I'll just keep going.
Well, so I do have a question on one point you made, where you kind of said that the people could choose their own. Go ahead.
So before you ask that question, I just wanted to jump one more thing in before it's this one, and then I promise that you can cut me off. So the other thing is one of Chainlink's biggest strengths is that it's blockchain agnostic. So Chainlink is for getting data onto any blockchain, and a lot of the engineers who are building the core features have done a lot of work to make sure that pretty much everything about Chainlink is customizable for any blockchain, which is really exciting. So be it Ethereum, Avalanche, Polkadot, Tezos, it's blockchain agnostic, which is a huge, powerful feature of Chainlink. So I will pause now. Otherwise, I'll keep going. But yes, please.
No, you're feeding me really wonderful information, and I'm sure our viewers appreciate it. But I do have a question on one of the points you made, where you said that an entity could choose their own independent node operators. Do both parties have to agree on those operators? And if not, what's stopping someone from choosing the node operators that they feel will, in general, provide more the information that helps them more than the other side?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So I mean, when building a smart contract, like yes, like before the second party agrees, like they're going to look at it, they're going to look it over as well. So yes, there's also this kind of goes into another feature of Chainlink, which is why it's good that you cut me off. Otherwise, I could keep rattling off. In this concept called price feeds. So these are these decentralized, almost pre-boxed network, right? If you don't want to have to, figure out what your network is, and you just say, hey, let's just use the pre-boxed network, and we'll pull from the price feeds. And that's also, the price feeds are also really, really good and really robust because it's just a view function on chain. These are actually the price feeds are the tool that a lot of these top projects are currently using in DeFi. So if you don't want to come up with your own network, you can absolutely just use price feeds. But to answer your original question, yes, both parties would want to look at the nodes and be like, okay, like is there something here that's weird, that's fishy, that's going on? So when you're designing the node, the smart contract, yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that there are tons of big projects that are utilizing Chainlink oracles right now. Which project would you say uses Chainlink oracles the most? Where's the majority is it transactions? Is it data requests? I don't know what the word would be. Where's that coming from?
Yeah, I think data requests would probably be the correct answer. I actually have no idea who uses it the most. I would be very curious to find out.
The beauty is that it's open. It is a blockchain, so that information is out there and available. Yeah. Anyone can look it up. All you viewers at home, if you're interested, go look it up. The beauty of the blockchain. And
then let me know, because I'd be curious to see like who's using the most.
Okay. Well, maybe this is also information you can find, but maybe if you know this, besides the known DeFi projects that are clearly creating this major use case for it, what other types of projects would use oracles?
Yeah, so literally any type of smart contract that wants to use external data, right? Any type of smart contract that wants a decentralized contract to do something, that's who's going to use it. And even those who want a centralized one. So I'm doing a demo next week with Kaleido. They build up their own their framework to build their own private blockchains. And they're also using Chainlink because, the same reason, they know they know that they're a private blockchain, but they know that the Chainlink infrastructure is so solid that, that they're using it for centralized Oracle. So if you want a centralized Oracle, you can absolutely do it. I kind of focus more on the decentralized part, but any project. I mentioned insurance. Gaming is one. Gaming is actually huge, and we're seeing more and more adoption there. Chainlink also has a tool for that, for gaming. It's called the Chainlink VRF, Chainlink Verifiably Random Functions, which allow people to get provably random numbers in their smart contracts, in their dApps, which is this kind of like insane, like magic to me almost. Like, how do you get a random number but prove that it's random? To me, that's like, what? But
couldn't you get the same random number just by coding a random number generator into a smart contract, and everyone could look at the code and make sure it truly is random? So
this is a good question, actually. So in a deterministic system, and this is even true with like regular coding languages, random numbers are really only pseudo-random, right? Because they have to get the number from something, especially with a deterministic system like blockchain. Usually the way that people previously have been getting random numbers is just, using the block hash, right? Get a random number from that, which is good, but
the hash itself is truly random.
So it's another pseudo-random. And the reason for this is when a miner creates the block, right, and creates a block hash, they can choose whether or not they want to publish it, right? So when they create a block, let's say a miner is in a lottery, right, for like $1 million. If they're the one that figures out the answer to, figures the block hash out first, and they realize if they publish it, they're going to lose, they just don't publish it. And so this creates this super unfair lottery now. Now you have like this this smart contract that's based off this random number, and it seems very small, but it just it's now no longer fair.
Wow.
So the Chainlink VRF allows you to actually have provably verifiable random numbers, which is fantastic, for any gaming application, or any lottery, or we've seen like random ticketing numbers, or NFTs. There's a ton of places in there. So so insurance, gaming, tokenized assets, DeFi. Again, the list kind of goes on and on, but it's any smart contract that wants to get reliable off-chain data.
That's a really fascinating issue and solution that I never even heard about, this idea. And I'm assuming most people who aren't coders or don't really understand the nature of deterministic systems, this problem would never even come to their head. So kudos to you guys for recognizing the problem and coming up with a solution. That's awesome. And so here, like you mentioned, there's so many options for what it can do and who could use it. But my question is not necessarily on Chainlink, but oracles in general. What are its limits? Could we essentially input any data from the external world? I mean, what if the data is not quantifiable? Instead of it being today's weather is 56 degrees, but what if the answer is yellow or sad? Or something that is harder to actually put into a data form. Is that a limit that oracles could overcome?
Yeah, so this question is almost just for Web 2. This is like a Web 2 problem too, right? How do we get this unquantifiable data? That's something the answer to that in Web 2 and off the blockchain is going to be the same with oracles, right? If you can't quantify it, it's going to be hard to put it in a smart contract because smart contracts are these quantifiable, these deterministic systems. So if the question is like, hey, can oracles like put in, I don't even know what I'm trying to say here. Can oracles put in this qualitative as opposed to quantitative data? I mean, the answer is going to be the same as, I'm just going to go back to fintech for an example here. When you're building a fintech model or for algorithmic trading, can you add this qualitative data? Well, normally what you do is you find a way to turn that qualitative data into quantitative data, right? So for example, like, let's say like, oh, I think I want to build a trading model on whether or not Apple is a good stock. Well, maybe I'll use analyst estimates and I'll aggregate them, and based off the sentiment, I'll give them like a sentiment score. So you can convert those qualitative numbers to quantitative, and then you can use those to power the smart contracts, right? Because in the smart contracts, you're going to want to put, hey, if sentiment is 4, do X. If sentiment is 5, do Y. If sentiment is 6, do So the answer is going to be the same between oracles and in Web 2.
And I think that you're kind of the a unique person in this sphere to give insight into this question. Often in blockchain and crypto, we look for solutions to get away from the traditional system, to provide new solutions and new products that are unavailable or that we just don't like the way it's being done in the traditional system. But before you came into blockchain, you were a quant trader, algo trader. Is there anything from the blockchain and from oracles and price feeds, decentralized price feeds, is there anything that traditional algorithmic trader, quant funds that they would want to use from this technology?
Yeah, and just so that we're clear, I wasn't a trader myself. I was on the infrastructure side. I was an investment analyst and software engineer. So just so that's straight there too. But yes, the answer is yes. And actually, as part of the hackathon, we're starting to get more and more questions saying, hey, these price feeds, these decentralized feeds on chain, they seem like they're a really reliable data source that I would really like to use for my models. How do I get the historical data there? And because blockchain, it is the way that it is, you can see every transaction, every state change that it's ever made. So you can actually query the blockchain and find, all this data. So, so to answer your question, yes, and that's going to be another long list of answers there. That the easy one is right now that these Chainlink price feeds, going back, find the historical data, but just any data in general, right? If you're a quant trader, if you're an algo trader, and you're looking to build a model, you can use the blockchain to query and find, okay, like maybe you want to build a model on how many times, you know, Apple is written in a smart contract. Now, it's probably going to be very low right now, but maybe something in the future. But something that might be very high right now is maybe you want to build a model based off the, you know, the volume of I'm going to use Uni token, the volume of Uni token, which came out recently. You can query all that on chain. You can find that on chain. So, and any other data that gets ported on chain too, you can query, you can find. So data is this incredibly, incredibly important piece for any model, for any algorithmic trader. And it's going to be like one of these big central pieces. I mean, the researchers spend so much time finding good data, finding quality data, cleaning it, you know, mapping it and doing all this stuff before they can even, you know, start doing the interesting things, right? They have to spend so much time. So having it already available in this immutable state, you know, it's not going to get broken, you know, it's not going anywhere, is this really, really powerful piece for that world. So absolutely is the answer there. And we're starting to see more and more traffic, people saying, hey, how do I get the historic prices of these Chainlink price feeds now? So yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and still this technology is so new and so young, and there's so much tremendous innovation happening here. So my question is, how does new data enter the chain network? Is it from the node side or the query side? And I'll explain what I mean. Let's say a protocol or blockchain wants to query for data. And it's data that isn't yet ever been queried before. You know, for no one's ever asked, I don't know, the temperature in Tel Aviv. I'm just giving an example. When they query that, does the network, the nodes then see, ooh, we never actually set this up, now we will go make a new integration for this? Or does the network, you know, always looking for new data they think would be queried, and they set up that API, they set up that link, and then next time it's queried, they have the answer to that?
You know, it's funny you asked this, actually. I asked the same question 2 years ago at a Boston FinTech convention, but the question was for data vendors to model. So it's interesting because the question is pretty much the same. Who decides what data is going to go on the blockchain? And it's kind of this like chicken or the egg type thing. It can really go both ways, right? You know, you can have these customer-led systems, right, where it's somebody shows up, hey, I really need Tel Aviv weather data, right? And then, you know, nodes will spin it up and then say, okay, cool, here we have this data. But we've also seen it in the data vendor world as well, you know, off the blockchain, where a data vendor will find some piece of data, they'll package it, and they'll say, hey, we have this new data. Here's some of the insights that you can take from it, right? And then it's on to the customer to decide whether or not they want it. So I think that's a fantastic question, like who kind of decides what's data, and I think it's really goes either way. It can be the data vendor, and in this case, the Chainlink nodes who decide, hey, we have this integration with, you know, data Y. It's available now. We would love to see people use it. Or it can come from the customers. I think that's a really interesting question. I think it's going to come from both places.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's cool. That does. I do like that it has the flexibility or the versatility. Yeah. I think that is obviously the better solution if it could come from both sides instead of limiting it. A recent announcement of Matic integrating Chainlink, you know, and it seems like there's always every day new integrations. Are there other layer 2 solutions that are also planning on soon integrating Chainlink as well?
Yeah, and I know there's been a lot of those too. Actually, I haven't been working so much with on the layer 2 side, so my knowledge there might be a little bit rusty. But one that I think is really interesting is Arbitrum, which I think I haven't played with it, so I'm not exactly sure. But doing a lot of this off-chain computation with Arbitrum is really, really exciting. I'm trying to think of other like layer 2s. I wish I had my list in front of me.
Well, you're mostly dealing with the layer 1.
I'm mostly dealing with like the layer 1 stuff. Yeah. Let me see.
So then I can you know, definitely ask about that. You know, is the team researching or even already implementing a layer 1 scaling solution like ZK Snarks?
So we actually are. So you're talking about like loop ring stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess I don't understand. What do you mean? What's the question? Like,
no, like like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can tell me, like, Chainlink's ability to scale. I mean, we see this with various blockchains where, you know, they become so successful, so popular. Look at Ethereum, you know, with the gas fees. It was such a good, or delivered, you know, to exactly the needs of the dApps and that was built upon it, that it kind of couldn't scale. It became congested. Is that a fear with Chainlink? How scalable is Chainlink, and what kind of solutions do you guys use in order to enable that scalability?
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, I understand the question now. And then on the layer 2 stuff, yeah, like I said, it's just because I haven't been working with them so much, but there's definitely a list out there. You want to check out like Chainlink resources, or go anywhere on Twitter. There's somebody will point you in the right direction to show you like a list. And it's definitely a massive list. And I'm a little bit sheepish that I can't just like rattle off 50 right now. But yeah, definitely go check that out. But as far as scaling goes, right? Again, like Chainlink is this modular system, right? So whereas Ethereum, you get a ton of transactions, you get a lot of congestion. It's going to slow down the network, and it's going to cause these super high gas fees that we're seeing right now, right? With Chainlink, the more people want data, the more people want oracles. It's unlimitedly scalable, right? Because then you just get new Chainlink nodes that show up, new independent node operators. You can have larger networks, right? You can have, you can query data through multiple oracles, and you can have this insanely large framework of customizability, right? So as Chainlink grows, and as Chainlink goes, you know, more blockchain agnostic, I mean, most of the use right now is on Ethereum. We're starting to see some other projects looking to pick them up on other blockchains as well. But yeah, I mean, the answer there is that you spin up more nodes, you have these larger networks, and so the core Chainlink team has kind of already thought about this and just made it so that the framework is this really simple, cool. More people are using, great. We'll spin up some more, or not even will, just whoever wants to, we'll spin up some more nodes. If there's demand, if people want data, people are going to come in and spin up a node.
And you know, and it does seem like it does, like every day there is a new Chainlink integration with a different platform or protocol. On the developer side, and you know, you are a developer advocate, and so I assume you know this here. But on the developer side, how easy is it to integrate Chainlink to a new different protocol, or to a new project?
To a new project, or to a new blockchain, or both?
Let's say a new blockchain protocol. Yeah.
New blockchain. Okay, so it's actually, the steps are pretty easy. Well, I think they're pretty easy, but I'm also very, very familiar. Yeah, the steps are pretty easy, because really the Chainlink framework has been designed, again, to be, you know, blockchain agnostic. So you really need three things, right? You need an external initiator, and an initiator is what's going to tell the Chainlink nodes to start getting data, right? So for example, for Ethereum, one of the easiest initiators is what's called a run log initiator. And if I'm going too technical, feel free to jump in.
No, that's fine.
It's called a run log initiator. And this is that scanning for events on the blockchain, right? So basically you just, you know, you repurpose that initiator into what's called an external initiator for another blockchain, for whatever, you know, and to read its events, or whatever the equivalent of events are, or if it doesn't have events, you know, however else like other pieces read off of it. And you define that. You say, okay, cool, this event is going to trigger this node to start. All the other pieces of the node stay exactly the same. You know, it does its thing, it gets the data, it adapts it, and does whatever. And then the way it writes it back to chain in an external transaction is going to be defined in what's called an external adapter. And this is going to be, you know, how do I make the transaction back on chain? So the adapter on Ethereum is just called the ETH transaction adapter, right? Because that's what it does. It just needs to make an Ethereum transaction with that data. But for whatever other blockchain, you just have that external adapter for that blockchain. For example, like Polkadot, like Tezos, like Binance Smart Chain. There's some of these have already been written. So if you don't want to build these, you can just go check it out. But if you're looking to integrate with the new chain, you can just get those two done to build it out. And then the third piece that you're going to need is a token bridge to keep the economic of the system incentivized. You know, the node operators need Link, in order to operate and to be secure. So those are the three pieces that you need: token bridge, external adapter, external initiator, and we've done a number of videos and blogs, and it's all in the docs for kind of getting these spun up and building these. So if you're looking to integrate with the new blockchain, definitely head on over there. And if you need help, jump into the Discord, jump into the Telegram, Twitter, like whatever. Community is super active, so feel free to ask questions. So that's basically how.
And that is, we see that time and again, in the crypto sphere, how the importance of a good community, because that's essentially what drives the development as well as the use. Now, you did mention the Link token, and the token has done tremendously well. I mean, it got up to the 4th largest market cap. I don't know where it sits right now, but essentially, what does the Link token do in the Chainlink network?
Yeah, so the Link token, the main piece that the Link token does is it secures the network, right? So node operators, they're getting paid for their services, right? So I like to think of it as Oracle gas, right? When you make a transaction, you're paying a little bit of Ethereum gas. I'm using Ethereum as the example here, yeah. But on whatever blockchain, there's going to be some type of gas equivalent, right? It's going to be the same thing for oracles. They need to be incentivized to make these transactions reliably, to get this data reliably, right? So that's what the Link token is doing. It secures the Chainlink network from market volatility of some other asset, right? Unrelated to the network. And that's what the Link token is for. In addition, there's some technical reasons, at the protocol level, actually. And again, I'm going to kind of sync it to Ethereum just because that's where a lot of the action is here. The typical ERC20 doesn't allow for the transfer and execution of a smart contract in a single transaction, whereas the ERC 677, which is what the Chainlink token is, it's an ERC 677, which is a backwards compatible ERC20, for those of you who are familiar with those. Yeah, the ERC 677 has this transfer and call method where when a request is made, the payload of that request is actually sent along with the token transfer. And this is going to be like the payment to the node operators. And this will be so the node operators know that they're going to be paid for this request and respond immediately, knowing that they're going to actually be paid for their work. And that's a really important and key piece for them to keep responding honestly, because that's going to keep their incentives in check, right? When you're a node that's responding dishonestly, guess what? The blockchain doesn't forget. Blockchain's going to remember because it's immutable. So when you respond poorly, it's going to sit there. And again, just what we were talking about, anybody can choose their node, anybody can choose their network. So if you have a smart contract and you're specifying Oracle X, you can look at Oracle X's entire history. Hey, I noticed that with Oracle X, they only respond 50% of the time. We're not going to use them because there's a good chance it's going to be a waste of our time. So the Link token, it's required at the protocol level. It's also even more important to kind of secure the network of these node operators. And it's, again, because the Chainlink ecosystem is multi-chain, it's Chainlink agnostic. There needs to be some type of utility to have them all be on the same page with. So that's what the Link token is for. And I even went into like a little bit of the reputation and the economics, which is a really important piece too, because that's what's incentivizing these nodes to get spun up, and that's what's incentivizing them to stay in check too.
And you mentioned this kind of reputation where the network algorithmically starts filtering out, or not filtering out, but kind of ranking. This is a more trustworthy. This person's more right. This person's more active. Do you think? And right now, it is being used for a tremendously use case, which is this Oracle system for quantitative information. But can you see this also being modified to create a qualitative system? And what do I mean by that? Can you see a future where, I don't know, kind of a decentralized jury for court cases where everyone kind of gives their decision on a court case, and the system kind of learns who usually is right, who usually is wrong, and kind of ranks them, and that's what I mean. Like a system where it isn't necessarily numbers. It's not, they're not querying for data that everyone agrees on. They're querying for data that everyone has a different opinion, but we want the majority opinion. We want consensus here. And so whether that be for elections or kind of court cases, even going so far as like integrating into a social network, a social media network where, let's say, you know, I'm a girl or I'm a guy and I'm going to have my first date tonight and I have 3 different outfits. Okay. And I try on each outfit and I query the network, hey, which outfit looks the best? Okay. And now everyone in the network is going to vote on which outfit's the best. And the majority is going to win. And over time, the people with the better fashion sense, let's say, would be ranked higher. Do you foresee, could that be done? Kind of this type of system that I'm describing?
Yeah. So there's a couple pieces here, and you almost like you were hinting at almost like the concept of what's called like governance tokens, if you're familiar with those. The answer to that is basically yes, right? And that's actually not even powerful, some of those for like voting, for example, some of those you don't need an oracle for, right? So to do like a vote on, hey, does, you know, I'm going to use like a governance token, for example. Hey, should we add this new piece of data to my DeFi protocol? Right, you can just have, you know, that be like a yes or no and just run with that. But to do some of these interesting queries, these off-chain queries, I mean, absolutely. Like it's this super customizable framework where anything you can imagine that can be done off-chain can now be done on-chain, right? So if you're looking to get the sentiment of which one of my 3 dresses is best, right? And if you want to put it to a vote, like you can absolutely put it to a vote, and maybe actually the Oracle just makes it easier for you to do that vote, then absolutely, because maybe you want to use the Oracle to work with people who aren't in the crypto space. You can absolutely do that. That's something that Oracles can definitely help out with. That's something that Chainlink can definitely help out with. But doing something, I'm almost kind of hearing like you're hinting at like sentiment analysis, right? And that's something that Oracles can do too. Like there's a lot of models out there, like trading models, algorithm models that will scrape like some news sources and figure out, okay, are these articles saying good or bad things about Apple? And again, to do these executions on smart contracts, to do these executions on these models too, you do still need to break down that qualitative data into some type of number, into something that these smart contracts, these algorithms can understand. But yes, it's still the qualitative data though, right? So you scrape these articles and you say, okay, like this on a scale of 0 to 10 of positivity, this article is like a 6 for Apple hype, right? And then you do that for 100 articles. Now you have like a good estimate of what people are thinking about Apple, or we'll use the dresses, for example. Maybe you have your smart contracts query off-chain data, and this is actually a really interesting thought. This is an interesting use case. Start querying the real world. It's almost like a reverse image search. Okay, where has this dress been other places, and what are people saying about it, right? And then you could, and then you could have the smart contract
decide for you what to wear.
Decide for you what to wear, right? So you can do. I mean, you can do that off-chain. Doing it on-chain, I would be really inclined to know why you'd want a smart contract to decide what to wear. But maybe you want a decentralized opinion on. I mean, this is kind of like a little fictiony here, but it's kind of like a fun exercise. But you absolutely can have systems like that.
So I already came up with a better, let's say, problem that this might solve. The idea we're talking about right now, there is a big issue with fake news online. And people historically, people would get their news from the newspapers, and newspapers had a code of ethics where they wouldn't publish anything unless they had at least 2 verifiable sources and things of that nature. And today, with social media, anyone could push out any source of information. So can you see that system we're describing with fake news, where a smart contract either labels, because right now what's happening? Trump tweets something, and I don't want to get political, but let's say a political figure tweets something, and then Twitter has to decide, is this modified? Is this not? Is this fake news? Is not? But if we take out the human factor, and essentially we have a smart contract that will label something real news or fake news based off this consensus amongst nodes.
Yeah, I'm actually glad that you brought up, because yeah, that's actually a really, really powerful use case that smart contracts and combined with oracles can solve, right? So you can get a decentralized history of the world, which is something that's like kind of unfathomable, right? Right now, for example, with Twitter, you know, if somebody tweets something, Twitter decides if it's right or wrong. You have this centralized entity that, you know, their PR team or their Twitter review team or whoever their team is says, we want this on our platform or we don't want this on our platform. In a smart contract, when it comes to Twitter or social medias or news, instead of having a single sole entity say, yes, this is news, or no, this is news, you now have a decentralized aggregate, and you can infrastructurally say, okay, here's what is news and here's what isn't news. And now it's not somebody deciding, now it's this infrastructural decentralized choice of, okay, this is correct or this isn't correct. And that's insanely powerful, because now we can have like almost what's called like, there's this big term called trustlessness in smart contracts. You have a trustless smart contract, and the reason it's trustless is not because it's dishonest, not because you can't trust it, but because it's not trusting any single entity. You don't have to trust anybody. You don't have to trust anybody to do the right thing, because you get enough data points, you get enough decentrality, and you're going to have a really solid idea of what is actually going on. So the news, for example, right? And I'm actually really glad you brought around to this. That is a great point, Yona. You have these decentralized oracles query, you know, as many news sources as they can, and then they'll report on chain what the news actually is from this decentralized aggregate. And what's so powerful is that it's not going to be this, hey, you know, the Times said this, or CNN said this, or you know, Fox News said this. And you don't have to be like, oh man, I can't stand Fox News, they're so this, or I can't stand CNN, they're so this, because these are also centralized entities. And instead of, you no longer have to worry about that, like what's their political affiliation, what's their XYZ. So yes, that's actually an insanely powerful thought. I would love it if we got there much faster. So this is actually a call out and a challenge to any engineers watching right now. These are possible with these systems. Yeah. These events, these decentralized smart contracts that allow for these aggregates to come about are possible with smart contracts. They're possible with oracles. If you're sick of having these issues where you can't trust, you know, your news, you can't trust your social media, become a blockchain engineer. Encourage somebody else to become a blockchain engineer. Get involved, because exactly what you're saying. This is the type of future that smart contracts enable, and through oracles as well. So that's actually a super powerful, really, really important concept. I'm really glad that you brought that up.
Well, so then for technology, what are your thoughts, you know, on these new in DeFi and these new Uniswap, you know, copies with slight changes like SushiSwap? Are you excited? I mean, obviously it starts off like these meme things, but are you excited about the actual after effects where now people are realizing, whoa, I could take these powerful technologies and tweak them, add value to them, and really explode, you know, whether that will stay or not. But does this new kind of turning point, I would say, in DeFi excite you or scare you?
I mean, both, in a really good way. I mean, mostly exciting. I mean, whenever you do something new, and you're normally I analogate, is that the right word? I compare it to like, you know, jumping, you know, doing like I would used to go like cliff jumping. I would jump off a cliff into like a pond of water, right? It's both a little terrifying when you're up there, right? But it's also incredibly, incredibly exciting, right? You're always going to have this dichotomy of both of these. It's going to be exciting and also terrifying. I mean, honestly, I'm mainly excited, right? And the fact that all these are popping up show how quickly projects can really get spun up and how quickly projects can build something really cool. And I know we were talking about, you know, reimagining kind of the world of social media and news, but there's also these easier things to reimagine. You know, DeFi being one of the excuse me, sorry about that. DeFi being one of the easier ones, right? Which is almost like, wait, what? Why is DeFi one of the easier ones? Yeah, there's all these tweaks that you can do, and yeah, SushiSwap, Uniswap, the Uni token. There's all these new things coming out, and this is almost like just kind of entrepreneurship in general, right? Your idea doesn't have to be, you know, we'll get people in our chat saying, oh, like I want to build this. Somebody already made it, you know, already found out. Well, guess what? There's Google, there's Bing, there's 100 search engines, you know, there's Amazon, there's 100 different e-commerce stores. You know, your idea really only has to be 10% different, if that, right? To help push, and that maybe that 10% is all it needed to go from, you know, good to extraordinary. You know, that's how little it needs to be in order for it to make a huge impact, right? SushiSwap, for example, was maybe it had a governance token. It was maybe 10% different, and it saw a ton of volume go to it. Now Uniswap has come back with the Uni token, which has been fantastic, and you know, a lot of the traffic kind of shifted back, but that's kind of going into like the drama a little bit. But yeah, your idea only has to be you know, really 10% different to build something really cool. And you know, we're moving so fast, and engineers are moving so fast, and projects are moving so fast, ideas are moving so fast. We'll see a project be a hackathon project at one point, and then literally like a year later, they're a full scale, you know, business. They have real money locked into them. Things are moving really quickly, and it's a really exciting time to jump in and spin something up and make an impact and do something new.
Well, Patrick, I usually like to end off our interviews with asking the person I'm interviewing, you know, what would they say to all the students out there who are interested in blockchain? But I think your last answer just answered that perfectly. So, Patrick, I really appreciate you taking the time and giving your incredible thoughts. I got excited about some of the things we spoke about, and I'm sure our viewers will as well. So I appreciate you taking the time. And for all our viewers for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
We have some breaking news. As central banks and government agencies all over the globe assert monopoly over world currencies, taking the liberty to print unprecedented amounts of money, many have flocked to the experimental space of decentralized finance, or what the cryptocurrency degenerates call DeFi. But the question still stands: what the fi is in DeFi? Luckily, Reimagine 2020 is helping us think through this question, live as we speak. Tune in to Reimagine 2020 to learn more. Back to you.
my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. DeFi. DeFi is an abbreviation of the phrase decentralized finance. It generally refers to the digital assets and financial smart contracts, protocols, and decentralized applications, or DApps, built on a blockchain that allows for permissionless access to lending and borrowing tools, among other things, from the traditional world of finance. One noteworthy difference is that DeFi allows one to earn significantly higher interest on their savings than that offered by traditional banking services.
Hi everyone, welcome to Reimagine 2020. I'm one of your hosts, Arthur, and today I have with me Clayton from UMA, or Universal Market Access, I guess, relatively under the radar, but at the same time, definitely in a lot of people's radars, project focused on the kind of cross between of oracles and synthetic assets. So super interested to learn more about this protocol. Welcome, Clayton.
Hey, Arthur, thanks for having me on. Yeah, excited to be here and to share more about UMA.
So why don't we just get started? How would you describe UMA, and what's the vision and where are you guys at with it today?
Sure. So UMA is kind of two things at once, but people mostly are familiar with UMA as a synthetic assets platform and protocol. But at the same time, there's also this unique property, which is the priceless oracle. And what that allows us to do is to run these synthetic assets with collateralized positions without actually needing on-chain prices. The only time a price needs to come on-chain is if there's ever a dispute. So if somebody tries to withdraw too much collateral, somebody can liquidate that position, and then if that was a bad liquidation, somebody could dispute it. Only at that point would the UMA token holders have to kind of go back and look at what the prices were and then put a price on chain. So it's really these two pieces. It's the financial contracts that support the synthetic assets, and then it's the priceless oracle. So that's kind of like just a very, very basic overview, right? What's cool about the synthetic assets is like they're actually just one type of direction UMA could go. And so I think as an organization, like the team just sort of decided that synthetic assets would be almost like the proof of concept for this priceless oracle. But these financial contracts are actually even more flexible than that, and so they could be used to build other products even than synthetic assets in the future, as well as just the priceless oracle, which doesn't require these on-chain prices. Could be used by a number of other crypto projects and DeFi projects in the future, somewhat depending on their design. It's not the perfect solution for everybody. Some projects really need that continuous price feed. But there's other projects where it really isn't going to be an issue, where it would only be if there's a dispute. And that, I think given the gas fees we've seen lately, that's kind of a nice benefit, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's interesting because in Uma's case, it's like you said, it's two different things combined, but as a user in this case, you don't necessarily have to use both, right?
Right. Yeah. And so, yeah, there's a few different ways you could come to Uma kind of as a user. One is just if you're interested in using the synthetic assets, and so maybe they're already being traded on chain. So like there was right now, all of our synthetic assets are expiring. So some of them are live for a period, and then they may or may not be renewed. So like previously we had synthetic comp token, for example. So a user could just interact with that on Uniswap and not worry at all about, how we resolve prices, for example. But you could also sponsor and mint this synthetic comp if you wanted to short it. So that would be, and then you would sell it in order to short it. But then there's also just like developers or BD kind of relationships you could have with the protocol where you're actually building on these contracts and customizing them to suit what you're after. So yeah, there's a lot of different angles that you could go with that.
And
yeah.
I'd like, where are you guys at today, essentially, with this sort of with the vision and the building blocks?
Sure. So Uma has been on mainnet for like about 6 months. So it's actually pretty young in that regard. There's been a lot of research that went into it beforehand. It's very quite well thought out. And so like right now, I think the first 3 months were really about like testing that the contracts worked, testing that the DVM, which is the data verification mechanism, which is that priceless oracle, testing that it worked. So for instance, I ran basically like a fake liquidation and then, or like a fake dispute to then put this up to a vote just to make sure that like people can submit the price and they'll agree on a price and the price is actually what we would expect it to be, et cetera. So there was like that testing period. The next period after that, which has started with liquidity mining, was like, will it hold water? So like, I think we had about $20 million at one point worth of WETH in there, or WETH maybe. Everyone seems to pronounce it differently, but so we had like $20 million in there, right? So that's sort of like an implicit bug bounty, right? And nobody was, there was no issues. There have been a handful of liquidations, and there was one dispute which was resolved fine. So yeah, it's been really cool in that regard. Just a lot of kind of testing these things out. Now the products themselves, the product that, for instance, had the $20 million of WETH in it, that's called a yield dollar. And the way that design works is you're able to mint synthetic dollars by locking up your ETH. It's quite similar to MakerDAO. So in the sense that you lock up your ETH and then you can mint these dollar coins, except they aren't really intended to trade at a dollar. They're actually in a normal market without liquidity mining, they would trade for a little bit under $1. And then as the expiry date approaches, they would converge to $1. And so what that effectively means is it's like a funding rate for leveraging long. If you were to mint these yield dollars, buy more ETH, you could do that a few times, leverage up. The difference between the trading price and $1 would be the effective funding rate. So that's a financial product that allows for fixed rate lending and borrowing, which is useful. It also is different from like Compound or the other lending sites because it doesn't use algorithmic pricing based on the utilization rate. It's just like a live market rate. So it's just whatever the market's paying for these yield dollars, whatever people who have dollars are willing to, that's the other side of that trade, sorry. If you have stable coins and you wanted to buy these yield dollars at a discount and hold them, you're earning that yield. So that market rate is just determined organically. However, right now, we're doing liquidity mining on top of those yield dollars. So what that means is you can provide these yield dollars on Balancer with USDC, and you will receive UMA tokens each week. And what that has caused is actually the price of the yield dollar trades over $1 right now. And what that effectively means is you can actually be paid to leverage long on ETH, sometimes like north of 100%, like APR, meaning.
Wow.
So if you're long ETH, so that would be the MakerDAO equivalent of a negative stability fee. So you're literally just getting paid to leverage long. So those are kind of the products that we have out at the moment.
Nice. And I guess you mentioned that you've also had one dispute that has happened and settled. Because I mean, I've full disclosure, I've also I have spent a little bit of time, definitely not enough time in the UMA community, and it's definitely you have like a sense of, you know, everyone is, you know, kind of like a lot of work is being put into sort of like, you know, how exactly that, you know, everyone is like super motivated, and there's just so much sort of like effort being put into like, you know, figuring these sort of like processes out, and what, like you said, like, you know, what are the best ways to you know, to construct these proposals and how to vote on them and so on. It's a very cool vibe.
That's cool.
And but I guess and I also know that the like the kind of the grand goal or vision of UMA, what it stands for is universal market access, right? And I guess I understand the like the goal is to also bring sort of like non-crypto financial assets to the sort of to the crypto markets, or simply just via UMA. Where
Sure.
are you guys at with sort of is this the vision that is still sort of that you're like progressing on, or?
I think so, yeah. You know, the ability to add like kind of like high profile US stocks, for example, is like a bit complicated, and it's unrealistic that we would expect that UMA governance, like token holders, would probably approve that right now, just because the protocol's, you know, like just sort of young, and like it's over time. Once we've distributed all these community tokens, for example, we're distributing 35 million tokens over the next several years, or kind of indefinitely. Like as that sort of gets a little bit more spread out, and it becomes a protocol with a distributed governance more, then I think we could start to see that happen more. As far as it goes though, like, so for example, we just announced a collaboration with Perlin, and they're based in Singapore or Australia, I think half and half, maybe even. And they're going to be working on some commodities. So what they did is they first got their token approved as a collateral type with UMA, and they are going to be working on I think oil, and they talked about carbon credits. So there's a certain amount of going in the direction of commodities that they're working on. So yeah, I actually don't think it's that far away to start to see like non-crypto assets trading with UMA. Just kind of depends on the category and, you know, who's going to be paying attention, I think, to some degree. Yeah. And
I guess like collaboration is definitely the sort of the key, or the, you know, the way to success in DeFi, especially. And I think another project that you guys have been collaborating with is Ren via Ren BTC, right? How did that work?
Sure. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, actually, because after I explained about the yield dollar, I was kicking myself for not mentioning that as well. So Ren and UMA work together to create this yield dollar that's based on Ren BTC. And that works exactly the same as the ETH-backed yield dollar, to where you can mint these yield dollars, which are called UUSD tokens. And what that effectively did was offered a way for people to permissionlessly lever Bitcoin, which doesn't exist currently, or didn't exist before then. So you can purchase this Ren BTC, or even mint it permissionlessly. You can start with native Bitcoin and end up with Ren BTC, and then lever long through UMA's protocol and end up, you know, with completely permissionlessly. You don't have to go on any of these centralized trading platforms. So that was a new thing, right? And we're also, Ren and Uma are both offering liquidity mining rewards on that particular pool. So if you mint these yield dollars and you provide them as liquidity, you earn these rewards. Subsequently, that yield dollar is trading for a premium, and you can also be paid to lever long on Bitcoin, just as you could with Ethereum. Yeah, and it's been great working with the Ren team. No, yeah, if you're bullish on these things, and we know from the size of the market that there are people who do that. I think ultimately, I think there's kind of a good play for anyone who like has a CDP or is using FTX and watching this. Like, I don't think that our market is. I just don't think like enough people know about it yet. So I think there's actually kind of a fat benefit right now to if you're levering somewhere else and you move over to UMA, you're going to suddenly be being paid for the privilege of increased exposure. So yeah, I think it is a good deal.
I think you're spot on actually with what you say, that not enough people know about it. So someone said as well recently that that this, it might seem to to you or to us that this, like, for example, 100% APY is completely unrealistic, and how is this possible? But it's actually, it is in a form, it's information asymmetry that, like, that we are actually so deep in this, down this like rabbit hole, that really like just it's not actually, like, almost no one knows about this, like, relatively.
Sure.
But speaking of
yeah,
what I've
absolutely.
also
Yep.
you guys have definitely you've come a long way, and obviously a lot more to go. What have the biggest sort of like hurdles been so far?
So the priceless Oracle design creates some very interesting hurdles, mostly from a UI perspective. People show up and they don't necessarily understand. For example, in order to mint token synthetics, you have to actually meet the global collateralization ratio. So what that means is you end up having to over collateralize quite a lot more than you might like. And then only after you mint that position, you can withdraw back down towards the required level. So that creates like an interesting, kind of UI experience. And then there's also like, we need to maintain a certain minimum position size. And the reason that that's true is because the way that the system is maintained is we have bots that are economically incentivized to like basically go after you if you try to withdraw too much. The only reason a bot would be incentivized is if your position is big enough, right? If you have $2 on there, the bot's not going to pay gas fees to liquidate you, right? So anyway, I won't go into too many more weeds on this overall detail, which is just that, yeah, the priceless design means that there's a bit of learning that people need to do to use the system. What other obstacles would I say? I mean,
sorry, do you mind if I just jump in? Who is the like, I guess the intended sort of like the end user of UMA? Who would be the one like sort of like minting these assets? Is it like, as you mentioned, that there's like a UI issue, and as some like kind of that there's a lot of work to be done around like educating the customer? Is it actually a retail focused product, or is it more like a is the vision more it's like an institutional, or some that's sort of like cross between which we I think mostly have in the DeFi space, like very technical but still individuals trading?
Sure. No, that's a really great question. And I think there's like, on the one hand, I would say that UMA is still kind of finding its product market fit. However, there is a very strong direction that we're going, which is like UMA is a protocol, and we want to build developer relationships, and we want to build business development relationships, and have people building on the protocol, and they handle the interfaces and the customers and even the product market fit. So that's kind of what we're seeing with Perlin. There's a number of other projects that have reached out to us to build kind of different products specifically for a niche that they're targeting. Are
you able to share about any of these niches?
There's one in particular that wanted me to remain quiet. There was trying to think of what the other one was. Okay, so Potion, for example, was building an options service that allows you to insure your Bitcoin, or insure your insure your assets by sort of like what they call it is like mixing a potion. You mix a potion to like protect your assets over a certain period of time, for example. And what's cool about that is it takes options and it makes it pretty easy to understand, because you can just look at it and say, oh, I want to make sure that I don't lose value in my ETH over the next 30 days, So you could you could just sort of whip that up, and it's just like it's a very well packaged product, I think, in that regard, because you don't need to really wrap your head around options too much. So that's like kind of one example of how they've taken it and made it like a little more dumbed down. But could you really call that retail? Like, I guess it's like crypto trader retail, but it's not like mom and pop retail. So at the end of the day, it's like, you know, who exactly is buying certain types of assets? And, you know, obviously crypto assets are like the easiest to kind of go after right now. I do hope that we start like widening outside of that. The other one that's working with us a lot is Jarvis, and they're working on like fiat currency pairs to provide access there. So yeah, I do hope that it goes more in that direction in the long run. Just personally, yeah, it sort of kind of depends on, you know, as we continue to build relationships, it sort of depends on like what people are interested in building. To be honest, we're going to be doing a hackathon with East Global here next month. So hopefully we see some cool like just some new thoughts, new ideas come out of there. You know, I'm definitely excited for something that might surprise me. Would be cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it seems like, you know, you guys have put so much work into building a very, you know, a novel and great toolkit and like, you know, a framework as well as infrastructure for, you know, for now, as you mentioned, essentially, you know, developers to sort of kind of find their sort of like, you know, great use cases for it.
Yeah.
I wanted to touch like another side. So, so I guess one of the sort of like differences with the UMA assets today is that they all have maturity. Has this also been something that's like a kind of like a hurdle for adoption, or is there? Do you guys have a vision to sort of like to get to, you know, I guess get around that, or?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So what you're referring to is the fact that every synthetic expires, right? You're talking about the expiry thing. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, so like just for context, currently like when we did the comp token, for example, that lasted, it might have been 3 weeks or 5 weeks, I forget exactly. But the way that these synthetic assets even work is they need to expire at the price of the underlying asset in order to like ever be sort of trustworthy as being worth that underlying asset. The way around that is to build a perpetual synthetic asset, and that involves a bit of like legwork. Hart and Balancer, I forget the other fellow's name at Balancer, but they did a presentation about how you could actually do this through Balancer, where you would have these pools of like a token that expires at the end of this month and one that expires at the end of next month, and it slowly rebalances from the older one to the newer one. And the experience for the user is just a perpetual synthetic asset. This rebalancing is happening in the background. So that's just like one quick example of how you might do that. We are currently working hard on a perp mechanism because it's critical. I mean, it's like, you know, we can sort of do these liquidity mining like we are with these expiring tokens, et cetera. But to get real users in the long run traction, like I think expiring tokens have a pretty limited, you know, like, nutritional value. That's not what I mean to say, but you know what I mean. People aren't really into that. Sure. You can't set it.
I mean, you have to start somewhere as well, right? Because I think like on the other, I think like on the it's, and you know, I guess it's the approach of like keep shipping, right? Because the other, there's like too many examples of, and I think especially like in crypto where, you know, projects have started off on these incredibly ambitious goals to, you know, to build the you know, this absolutely game-changing thing, and then, you know, the goalpost keeps moving further and further, and it just sort of so instead, like, you know, this sort of like staggered approach tends to just have such a better result. Coming back to like, so you guys are still, it's an Ethereum based protocol. It is a priceless oracle, as you mentioned. So and I know that you've sort of by design, UMA has been built to kind of minimize on-chain actions. But is the current sort of, you know, the growing issue in Ethereum around just gas prices and the congestion that happen every now and then, does this impact UMA as well?
Sure, it absolutely does. sorry if you guys are picking up on that background noise there. It absolutely impacts UMA in a couple ways. So like, there's just the people that want to mint the tokens, for example, but then there's also governance. So the governance issue, it has been like quite loud in the community. So when you vote, you get rewards for voting, but if you're a small token holder, your rewards are not good enough to outweigh the cost of voting. And so what you create is kind of people are sort of upset. There's people who are active in the community who can't actually participate in governance profitably. Like they have to do it charitably, which is not really an optimal setup, right? So actually just yesterday, I think it was, I announced the gas rebate program that we're doing, and the way that's going to work for governance specifically is anyone who participates in a vote, whether they vote sort of correctly or incorrectly, they will receive UMA tokens equal to the amount of gas ETH that they spent. So it would sort of be equivalent to buying UMA at that moment with your gas fees. So that's one sort of thing we're doing right now, just to kind of soothe that. And I actually think it's a really good program because it's consistent with our token distribution plan. I think it rewards the right people that are interested in participating. I think it's wins all around. The other piece of it is just like in the long run, like for instance, something I would love to see built at the hackathon would be something where people are incentivized to create like a layer 2 EMP contract that could, sorry, EMP refers to these synthetic expiring tokens, right? So if you could create a layer 2 one of those that would actually settle on to the layer 1 when it's needed, but you could actually do all of the minting and the trading on layer 2, there would be a way to do that. So there's probably some layer 2 ways to solve this. So that's actually something we're hoping like someone might take a stab at the upcoming hackathon.
Right. And yeah, I mean, I guess it's a problem for basically anyone building on Ethereum, right? But UMA, and this might be a dumb question, but UMA is in that sense, it's not really applicable in a cross-chain manner, or it's today the assets are Ethereum focused and sort of only Ethereum, right? I mean, I guess if you leave Ren BTC out.
Sure. So like the answer is yes, and then of course UMA could point its price ID at any asset outside of Ethereum as well. But as far as like if you want to gain access to those synthetic assets, it's only on Ethereum presently. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And one other thing I forgot to mention about the gas fees actually is somebody just wrote a governance proposal to create synthetic gas tokens, basically some way to hedge or to speculate on gas prices, right? So that's something that's kind of in the pipeline actually as well. So that's not how we're addressing gas prices exactly. It's just a way to hedge basically if you wanted to do so, or speculate on gas prices.
I mean, that would be, I mean, if it is, feasible or like possible to launch essentially sort of, because they have a maturity as well, right? So like essentially like fixed maturity, gas futures, then that would be a very interesting product. Because I think like there are some examples in Ethereum, but definitely the adoption of like Chi tokens and so on could be more.
And they work
another thing. So you guys have also, you've put a lot of effort into sort of into building out your community and sort of and as well as kind of getting people to learn the ropes of this sort of like building out the governance and so on. Like what are the main like learning points been from that?
Sure. It's been an amazing journey, honestly. Like when I joined UMA, I launched, we were on Slack previously and I moved it over to Discord. And in the beginning, like there was just these really loyal people who were very interested, like just asking all these questions about how it works, how the different kind of like threats that they perceived or how things could go wrong. So just like it was really great nerdy conversations. And that was kind of like phase 1. And what was really cool is, so we launched liquidity mining and we had somewhat predictably a big rush of people coming in. We also saw like UMA's token get used on Sushi Swap. And so like the token price started going up because of that. And we had a lot of people coming in and asking questions. And what was really cool about the whole experience is those people that formed our core community right in the beginning, they like stuck around and answered people's questions, and they've sort of formed this this almost like academic little institution around UMA and how it works. So I'm like supremely grateful for those people doing that. And then we just see people showing up. They're just interested. You know, people are just interested in how it works. It's a fascinating design. No one else is doing this priceless Oracle design. Yeah, people just like it. You know, I think they see the potential in it. And then also like everyone on my team, like everyone on the team is just like really bright. Like it seems like they've been really selected for that particular trait. So like most of these things are really thought through quite well, and that people like to have conversations about them. It's just really cool. Like I'm really, really honored to be on this team for that reason. It's just people that really like to think hard about how these problems can be solved.
That's great. And I also know that you you do actually you're involved, or do you actually or you run another DeFi community as well on Facebook. Do you mind sharing a little bit more about DeFi Nation, which I'm also a proud member of?
Nice. Yeah, DeFi Nation started must have been over a year ago by now, and that's been a cool journey because like in the beginning I was doing these demo videos like how to put your DAI on DYDX and earn 13% APY, which was like groundbreakingly high and exciting and cool, right? And so it started out there, and we had this like very nerdy community who would talk about like how can you tokenize a real world asset, and then we talked about like, well, do you need a legal entity to enforce a contract? How do you make ownership clear, etc. So we had these really like underlying philosophical conversations and political conversations about how you could actually sort of bring decentralized finance, most of the things that finance do, and startup fundraising and permissionless lending, some really great conversations. And then, of course, the group now has just been exploding because of the popularity of DeFi. We're seeing a lot of change. And so it's something that I'm like conscious of, the changing tone in the group. Because like, people are talking about farming these somewhat, vegetable themed assets, for example. And so it's like, it's changed a little bit. I embrace it. I think it's all interesting, just as someone running the group, I just try to be judicious around like just making sure that nobody's like scamming other people. Basically, that's really the main thing. But yeah, it's changed a lot. It's been interesting to watch since DeFi has kind of come into the crypto spotlight a lot more.
And what is your kind of I guess like just zooming out, what is your sort of like general opinion of this direction, I guess, what you've seen as that, what you mentioned, the sort of change in maybe not sentiment, but sort of the mood and the focus of the group as well, and of the market, and where the industry is going?
Sure. I just think it's really interesting, man. Like watching the incentives behind like SushiSwap, and not so much the specific thing around Uniswap, but like just the incentives. And then like Pickle Finance, for example, which I'm full disclosure, I'm a pickle holder at the moment. Like just watching the incentives around that, and then people analyzing the risk, and basically understanding that what that is a new way to distribute equity, and also bootstrap liquidity, and also just like gamify everything. Like it's just mind-blowingly interesting. And like, it's a bit degenerate, and it's a bit like risky. And it's also one of these things where, your friend talks about how they made X number of dollars doing this. So you just sort of jump in blindly. And maybe it's your first time installing MetaMask, and like, it's like, there's so many steps you have to take before you get from there to like understanding exactly what you're doing. So like, it's risky, but it's exciting. It's not like I started out wanting to like bank the unbanked, or to put, digital currency into the hands of people that were suffering under bad governments with really high inflation rates, for example. Like, so that's where I started out in DeFi, and I still hold that vision. That's not kind of what the narrative is at the moment. And like the term DeFi has turned into a new word. It's not really short for decentralized finance anymore. It's just its own thing. Describe all of this stuff.
Some sayings of, DeFi, definance yourself.
Yeah. So I'm along for the ride. It's been interesting. It's fascinating. I also trust that like once the excitement dies out, then we'll go back to work. I mean, I'm staying to work either way. It's just like the conversations. I love the bear market conversations. I love to go to bear market conferences. It's where the nerdy people are. They want to talk about the interesting things. It's all good. We're gonna have some cool learnings from this market for sure. And the
100%. Well, I mean, hopefully the music hasn't stopped yet, right?
Oh no, yeah, but definitely not.
But in your opinion, like, I mean, we discussed this sort of like the gas price sort of drama, or the problems that it poses, and obviously there's more and more sort of it does create an opportunity for new like competing change, as well as there's a number of level 2 solutions that are that have come out, each with their kind of pluses and minuses. Today, I'd say virtually 99% of DeFi is on Ethereum. If you had to kind of guess, what would that percentage be a year from now?
Very interesting question. So what percentage of DeFi would not be on Ethereum a year from now? I guess what comes to mind is probably like 80% still on Ethereum, but I think that there will be some interesting things happening. And I've sort of seen people trying to edge into it a little bit. Yeah. Gosh, though, it's pretty hard to bootstrap that stuff. I don't know. I'm saying 80%, but I would actually lean even towards higher, that ETH will maintain its position. Yeah.
Good answer. I mean, I think I agree with you. Like, they're most likely, obviously, we'll knock on wood, there will be, tremendous growth. The question is sort of like, which side does grow faster, and given the sort of, uncertainty or some issues around sort of like the scalability of ETH, I guess it's just, it does leave a sort of a base uncovered.
Sure.
I know you're sort of you're super busy, and this has been a very insightful conversation. Just a couple of sort of before I let you go, just a couple sort of quick questions, and just to know, what does UMA need help with the most from its community and so on today?
Sure, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. So, like, I really want more developers, people that want to build on UMA, want to understand the protocol. And we're actually working on certain ways to try to incentivize developers right now. And we're doing the hackathon. So that's probably like the most basic answer. Another thing that there's actually opportunity right now is through liquidation. We're providing like several $1,000s a week of basically just these fat liquidations that we're plopping right on the chain, and people can liquidate them and take the profit. So like, we're basically intentionally creating under collateralized positions, and when you do that, you get to take all of the collateral. And so that's the other thing, is like we want a healthy bot network watching over and making sure to protect these positions. So yeah, I would just say developers and bots would be the main thing. The other thing would just be like serious business development partners, people that are interested in building something that has like an end user in mind. Like maybe they have customers or they have an end user in mind, and they want help offering the financial product and infrastructure underneath it. Those would be the kind of people that we're looking for.
Awesome. I mean,
yeah.
Based on where I guess the pace and intensity that the industry is moving, I'm sure you guys will get where you're hoping for.
Yeah, and let me add one more thing there, which is just like personally, I'm looking for more people that are excited to communicate these ideas to other people. So that means like I'm actually looking for more support in the community and in the messaging and the education around it. So like if somebody here is watching, like feels inclined towards that, just like reach out to me, because I'm definitely looking for excited people, bright people who want to support, who want to be part of it, basically.
Awesome. Two kind of quick rapid fire, I guess, questions that we're doing at the end of for a compilation at the end. Do you think ETH 2.0 staking will come out this year? Yes or no?
This calendar year, no.
If you had to describe DeFi in one word.
Nascent.
Good answer. Actually, everyone has a very different answer to this one.
Yeah.
Some say freedom, some say apolitical, and a lot of options. Which is great. Like, you know, that the same thing can mean so many different things to people that are so passionate about it. Anyways, thank you so much, Clayton, for your time. This has been a very interesting conversation about UMA. And what would your suggestion be to someone who wants to learn more about UMA? Where can they get started?
Well, hopping in the Discord is always a great place to start. There's a resources channel in there. That's also a good place to start. But just come have a chat. You know, it's a friendly community. Happy to answer questions and just hang out.
Awesome. Thank you so much once again, Clayton, for your time.
Thanks, Arthur. It was a pleasure. Take care.
We have some breaking news. This just in. Yield farmers in the cryptocurrency DeFi space have taken things to a new level. Not only have such farmers offered the new world financial system interest rates that are comparably better than traditional banking, their offerings of food have promised to solve world hunger. Sushi, yams, pizza, and yes, even hot dogs have become the new world currencies that give us hope for a brighter tomorrow. More tasty updates to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hackhauser, and I'm glad to be joined by Itai Elizor, COO and partner at Market Across. Itai, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, first, tell our audience a little bit about yourself and how you got into blockchain.
Sure. So I'm a partner at a marketing agency. Well, we're actually two marketing agencies under the same roof. One is called Inbound Junction. It's still active and historically into the B2B SaaS space. I'm a marketer for about more than 10 years in the B2B and SaaS space, which is very big in Israel. We're a Tel Aviv-based agency. And about, I would say, 4 or 5 years ago, we were getting pretty big in the fintech space, and some of our bigger and better partners in Israel talked to us about the growing space. And two of my partners are very early investors in Bitcoin, lost a lot of money in Mt. Gox. And we just kind of opened a sister agency called Market Across and started working with projects. We were very active in the ICO boom in 2017, and we've kind of, I think, matured with industry. And today we are a kind of full stack marketing agency working with a lot of big names.
Mm-hmm. And so, how does marketing for blockchain and crypto. How does that differ? Because like you said, you're kind of doing both sides. You have under one roof. What's the core differences for marketing?
That's a great question. That's a great question. So I would say at least the first generation of projects that I was part of, let's say 2017. So I always say that I think blockchain has been over PR'd and under marketed because there weren't actual products. It was more of mission statements and ideas, and most of these base protocols, again, you don't have a big CTA on the website of sign up or purchase or whatever. So very, very different from classical, I would say, B2B marketing, which has literally a conversion point, as in you put something in your Google Analytics and you're saying, all right, I'm optimizing towards a funnel or something like that. So I would think that is the most core difference between product marketing and more, I would say, branding and marketing and maybe even assisting fundraising style marketing. So that's, I think, the core difference. And I think the other one would be today about there's just so much maturity so very fast. So when you go to the other part, which are products, there'll be a wallet, an exchange or whatever, you have environments where there's 50 or 60 companies who came up in 2-3 years, and it's so hard for them to differentiate. And especially for a marketer to try to convey that message. So yeah, I think that's how I'd see it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and you do hit upon an interesting point where this is so new, and it kind of there are some leaders in some spots in this sphere, but still, is that a big issue? This problem of differentiation, where as a marketer you have to single out, you're trying to take your client and say this is why they're different, but is the customer base even knowledgeable enough about the technology that you could differentiate easily here?
That's a great question. So let's differentiate between, I would say, base protocols and technology, and then products like exchanges or wallets. Mm-hmm. So when people who come to us, again, mostly developers, a lot of the CEOs or developers in the blockchain space are very, very techy, maybe don't come from a business or marketing background. They'll come to us and say, oh, my network goes to 11, and kind of its speed or whatever. And me as a marketer, I'm going to say, all right, but what's on the block? How many transactions are you actually processing? So, and that's a big gap between when a lot of people want to sell the tech and its capabilities, and when you want to say, all right, but me as a marketer or a PR person, at least today, people much more want to see about adoption. So that's I think on the tech level where you need to go and say, all right, you're not going to talk about triple sharding, whatever, because that's not really the main thing. And how do you bring that towards usable business use case? And when it comes to product marketing, and it's also a bit together, I think it's kind of like shilling is great outside, but when we sit inside and we do the strategy, we have to look each other in the eye and be like, all right, there's a lot of exchanges. What's different about this one? Other than, our goal is to create the easiest platform. Okay, it's great, but right now in the other space, what are you giving people? What's different? And how do you play on that really exact difference? It could be the non-KYC concept. It could be the fiat pairings. It could be a really good mobile interface. But we're in that place already. We're already in a place where people are discussing that, not just saying we're going to build the nicest exchange. So I think we're an industry that's moving in the marketing space from want, will, and can to like are, is, and doing. So that's for me like my biggest mission with my clients is to really notch it down from the potential to what's actually happening.
And can you give us a little insight into kind of, then and now? Let's look back 2017 or even the early days compared to now.
Early days, what, 2015?
Exactly. It's so young, but like, are your clients, are they trying and focusing on kind of getting a bigger piece of the pie of getting more of the early adopters and crypto natives to their platforms, to the protocols, or are we at the point where they're trying to get outsiders and literally go to just people on the street and trying to grab them into this whole new space?
So let's say on the PR end, which is a lot of what we do. Most publications now are very crypto skeptic. So first of all, they saw the whole ICO boom and all these people, is blockchain going to change the travel industry? Spoiler alert, it didn't. So that's one thing. And also the other thing is that most of these publications, even if they do have someone who talks about it, their technical knowledge is really, really, really thin. So that creates a situation where I understand that also in other spaces, if you want to take your message outside of the crypto space, from my personal opinion, it has to have something outside of crypto. So a wallet to exchange integration or all that kind of stuff is inside crypto. Now, I'm not saying, so when Binance bought CoinMarketCap for $400 million, all right, that's something you can take outside the industry. But usually when I talk to my clients on the PR end, if it's crypto to crypto, I usually try and, again, keep it a bit into crypto because that's just where it lives. And whenever you can take things that have applications outside of it, then of course you want to take it outside. But you'll see that on the enterprise level, it's on the big companies. Most of the big companies I know, or interesting companies I'm working with right now that aren't after crypto audiences, as in they don't have a token or they're not a wallet, they just use blockchain for something, then for them, blockchain is like saying we're on a cloud. They don't even talk about that. That might be in like the how they do it kind of thing. But you really see that a lot of companies working in the telco space. We have a company working in the naval space with kind of like different registries and supply chain. If they don't have a token and they're not going for that space, most likely if my dad or mom would go to the website, they wouldn't know blockchain is even involved.
Mm-hmm. And so is that a goal kind of for you and for the industry to kind of differentiate, to the masses that blockchain is different than crypto, that blockchain, it powers crypto, but not necessarily is crypto?
Yes, I think crypto is a use case of blockchain. It's definitely just one of them. And I think that that's I think that you need to differentiate Bitcoin and altcoins. Mm-hmm. Like even Bitcoin and Ether, you need to differentiate Bitcoin and everything else. And then you have to differentiate blockchain to crypto. Yes, I think that that's a very, very fair assessment you should do. And tokenized and not tokenized company. It's really, really different. When you have a company that doesn't have a 24/7 listed asset out there, everything on the marketing space just becomes different. Now, again, some token-based companies are much more obsessed about their tokens than others. Some are really, they don't just say it. I have clients who literally I have weekly calls with, and the notion of what do we do with the token has never come up, but it's still there. Can't say something.
And so would you think it's fair to say that out of all these different elements, which has the worst branding problem right now? Which kind of, I mean, I know the ICO kind of left a bad taste in people's mouths, but has Bitcoin kind of grown out of that and now it's only altcoins that still are dealing with that, or to the average consumer, they're all the same thing and it's kind of, this is criminal money?
So I don't think people think it's criminal money anyway. For me, what I loved about the promise of dApps, which I still believe in it, is that we're going to create these microeconomies and it's going to disrupt technology and it's going to take out the man. And I think it's really, really cool. I still believe in those little, barber coins that I'll exchange towards a pizza coin or that kind of stuff. So I like that, but that died. And I think that people are very skeptic about that part. I think right now, if there's interest, it's about financial tools. So with whole yield farming and swapping and whatever, it's cool, but they're like, all right, so they're playing in high risk financial tool environment. And I think that's, again, talking about DeFi, which is what we're doing right now. DeFi is important and interesting, but it's no longer, are we doing a new Uber or, file sharing or decentralized DDoS or Cloudflare, which for me as a product marketer at the beginning, that was like amazingly, really, really cool. So I think that today, for me, the notion, or outside of crypto, if I ask my dad or whatever, it's more like, all right, you guys are just playing in like the weirdest kind of economical semi-betting space. I don't think it's drug money. It's just like high stake, semi-bullshit yield stuff with them.
Right. Well, you bring up DeFi. Now, DeFi is definitely the hottest topic in the crypto sphere right now, but has it reached outside? Is DeFi known about or spoken about?
Okay, so that's a great question. I have many clients coming to me and say, look, we're on this and this, and we're a pretty well-known token. We're on the biggest exchanges. We're not like something out of nowhere. And we have a new staking program, and we're offering people 100% yield a year. How is that not something that's going to go to the New York Times and Wall Street Journal? Like, I'm offering someone 100% yield a year. But that is still something that I haven't seen on my end. Maybe other people, and again, I'm not Morgan Stanley and I'm not in the trade rooms, but like anecdotally, or at least like news-wise, I haven't seen massive amounts of people that are outside of crypto taking their fiat money and getting into 100% yield staking. They might be buying Bitcoin, and you see that. You see literally people getting their Trump bucks and going to buy their first or whatever Bitcoin. I still haven't seen a rush towards 100% yield farming on crypto assets as true diversification of long tail Americans. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I'll take a slight tangent away from DeFi because something you mentioned, people taking the Trump bucks to put it in the market. Historically, Bitcoin maximalists and crypto lovers in general have really, up until the DeFi boom and even up until ICO boom, one of the big promises was, hey, this is a currency that is separate from governments. This is out of the hands of centralized control. It's anti-inflationary. You don't have to worry about governments printing money. And this was kind of like, this is what the Bitcoin lovers would say. And then any regular person would be like, what are you talking about? I trust the government, the money. Like it's kind of hard to buy in if you're a regular person. But then now you see the government, it's pretty clear, even to the masses, that the government just hands out money. The government is printing money. Do you find this is a much easier sell, this angle of, hey, money outside of government control?
So I want to say yes. I have a lot to say about that. So first of all, I want to say yes, but then you say, all right, cool. So, all right, I don't want to trust this Ben Bernanke or whoever the Fed guy is right now or whatever, and Trump. So who should I trust? I'm like, okay, have you heard of Satoshi? And they're like, who? I'm like, oh, long story, never mind. So yes, but I do think that Bitcoin has getting that trust. But I think that this new verge of these DeFi, anoning it, who is sushi chef, that's even worse. So this concept of like trustless, if it's so trustless, why don't I know your name? So I do think there's a problem there, to be honest. And I think that that's maybe the main issue right now looking into that. And
Well,
also,
okay,
I think that DeFi right now boom is actually doing amazingly for Bitcoin, because the whole promise of Bitcoin right now, you have a perfect storm. You had the halving, along with Corona, along with the endless amount of printing of money. And then you saw at some point that the Bitcoin didn't go boom. And for me, that was a very big test period. You're like, it even went down. So you're like, wait a second. Everyone is doing a huge run for the book is happening right now. The script, like this is the scene, and we're not kicking in. So that was, I think, like really, really scary. And right now, the fact that we are doing these tools, and again, I think they're super speculative and they're too much or whatever, it's the only thing that's actually, I think, bringing this kind of life, because people thought that the market's going to go down, and it didn't, and people were going to print money, and people understand, and they're going to buy all the Bitcoin, and it didn't happen. It's happening anecdotally here and there, but I don't think you saw a tidal wave of it. So I think that DeFi is interesting for that, because it maybe gives us another round to make everything a bit more ready for, hopefully it will never happen, but the next round, because at some point we're looking for this huge tipping point. Like, people don't think that Bitcoin should be linear as it is, even though it's an amazing linear and it's the best investment in the past 10 years, but like, it's not hockey sticking towards money out.
Well, I mean, so we keep on making this comparison, or there seems to be this comparison made between the current DeFi boom and the ICO boom. And once again, that's not to say there are no legitimate projects during the ICO boom, and it's not to say there's no legitimate project right now with DeFi. But there seems to be this kind of wariness of, whoa, this thing is growing a little too big. There seems to be a lot of empty things going on there. And especially on the marketing end, I think it's fair to say that during the ICO boom, that really brought in a lot of money and incentivized a lot of money to be spent on marketing, because, hey, we want to bring money into our project. We want people to buy our tokens. Yeah. But with DeFi, is there even that same entity that could spend on marketing on the marketing PR side? Are you seeing that influx?
So first of all, you hit the nail on the head right now, and I think it's a very good question. And I know because you come from the industry. So for me as a service provider in the ICO boom, it was a gold shovel, and we were selling shovels, and people were calling us, and they were getting the kind of the initial funding, and it was maybe a foundation or whatever. But yes, it was an entity and there was a goal. These projects right now are being done, and by the way, a lot of money is being invested, but it's being invested not directly and not through whatever. It's being invested in 4chan and in Telegram and all these different things, and giving yield farming to people. So at some point, I find it's even like worse than the last round when it comes to marketing, because then at least someone was like, all right, I'm seeing a video of someone explaining something. I'm pretty sure it's like an ad or whatever. Now it's like these enormous conversations and FOMOing. And again, there's similarities, but there's differences. As I said, you don't have companies who are signing contracts with vendors and ICO listing sites or all these different things. They're really, really like black hatting it all, which is innovative and cool, but also problematic.
For sure. Well, you know, DeFi definitely is the main talking point, and you know, I'm sure. Listen, as a marketer, you know, you try to drive the narrative. You try to steer the narrative for your clients, and so this is relatively new, this DeFi boom. So how has this affected your other clients, the clients of the crypto and blockchain that you're trying to drive a narrative, and then now this crazy wave is happening? Is that drowning out any kind of narrative?
It's a great. So first of all, great questions, and I think for a lot of companies, it's a test of focus. So let's say you went and you did your ICO. You didn't go too crazy. It was a normal amount of money, and you were there from day one, and you're working on your product. Token went down like almost all tokens, and then you're building it back up. You're building a user base. You have a platform. You're on your timetable. And by the way, there's a lot of these projects. Again, they maybe raised too much money. At some point, it was the token was too inflated, but they're there. They're doing what they want to do, and then they're working hard. And they have, I don't know what, it could be a cashback app. It could be 10 different things. And now DeFi is happening, and you're like, okay, what am I doing right now? Am I jumping on this bandwagon? Am I doing a governance token? Am I doing a side project? Or am I reminding myself that I was on the last boom and I have this path and I'm doing a product-based company that's using blockchain, and there's a utility token in it because I really built an economy around the utility token, and I stand behind that. And now if I'm like, all right, utility out, governance in, and we're seeing that. I can't lie. We're seeing a lot of companies losing focus because they're like, all right, so industry is changing, and this is what we're doing right now, and we need funding anyway, so let's do a DAO, you know.
Mm-hmm. And you can't really, I mean, it's tough to fault. I understand, but I kind of could see both sides because one, this whole industry is so young that it is very possible that what they once were trying to do is no longer viable, and what's coming on.
It even makes sense for your token holders. It even makes sense. So if you own that token and it was a really interesting utility token, and by the way, the SEC has done a lot of issues. So the whole concept of utility token has been problematic for a lot of different areas. And right now, if you're not going to change your model of work, you might be actually doing something that's wrong towards your token holders, your employees, your investors, everything, because you're still working on something that maybe you want to stay focused, but maybe the market doesn't want or need anymore.
Mm-hmm. And you know, when we're looking at you know, first it was yams, and then you know, now sushi,
tacos, hot dogs, whatever.
Exactly. I mean, so this is similar to like I was saying with the ICO, where there seems to be like kind of these big explosions, these kind of this massive booms that obviously draw the public eye, that draws the focus of the spectators, you know, in the industry and outside the industry. And does this do good as an image? Like, is all press good press type of thing in this industry?
Yeah, so I'll take a question to two things. The first round had a bunch of people that have nothing to do with mobility going to say, we were with Morgan Stanley, we're going to beat Uber in 2 years from now and do this whole app or whatever, and say that they're going to build an app. And that was kind of seems kind of iffy or whatever, and it didn't happen or did happen. This round, they're not even saying you're building a product. It's like, there's a pool, we're going to take liquidity, we're going to wrap it with this, whatever, and it's going to create value. So it's kind of cutting the bullshit. And I think that one of the things we're going to see in this round, and I think it's very similar to the last round, so bubbles are bad and people lost a lot of money, I'm sure, but I don't think the ICO boom had a lot of real casualties, because there's a lot of people who became virtually rich really, really fast, and then they became virtually not that rich really fast because that ether that they holded or started getting to more ICOs or whatever fell. I think you're going to see a lot of that with DeFi right now. So the people who are yielding sushi right now or whatever, and they're going to take it from sushi to tuna to sashimi to whatever, at some point it's going to fall. But most of what's going to fall is this, I think, most of the yield that they already did in these places. So bubbles are bad, but I don't feel that this is like the dot-com bubble of the 90s or the mortgage bubble where like people are in the street. Like I don't think ICO boom made a lot of people homeless. I'm sure that there were bad stories, but it's not that type of thing. It goes up and down. So that's what I think a bit about this bubble. I think it's going to be shorter. It's not going to be as presumptuous of we're building all these companies. It's people saying, I have a liquidity pool. Do it at your own risk. You really know what the risk is. There's a lot of game theory here. Some are going to win and you might lose.
And I think that does, you know, there is a big distinction between the ICO boom and DeFi, where I think the big problem with the ICO is that you were selling utility tokens, you weren't selling equity. You know, if I'm going to the regular stock market or there's an IPO coming on, and I believe in this company, so I'm going to put money into it, and then now I have equity in that company. I have a piece of ownership. Whereas with the utility token, you were paying money on the promise that what you just bought might be usable and not necessarily valuable.
There's actually even, I agree with you 100%, but there's even another layer. And I've seen a lot of people, economists, write about this, saying that the concept of utility token has an intrinsic fail because we live in a fiat world. So even if you're going to have that taxi hailing app, it's going to be whatever, the person who's going to use it, he lives in a world where he still uses fiat in his bank or whatever. So, and also so there's other hail services on the place. So it has to be competitive. So the utility token can't go to $1 billion or because the tax right has to be worth something. Or if it does, then the fractional use of it, of the amount of the right is going to be really small. So something about even that internal economy kind of made, I think, utility tokens not really usable. So you have all these people who are doing, again, a taxi hailing app in Dublin, but all the tokens were sold in a private sale to Koreans. I don't know if they're going to come to Dublin ever. So of course, there was a lot of problems with that model, of course.
And then you know, switching over and looking at DeFi, it's kind of a totally different beast, because I mean, right now it's like all booms, it's mostly, you know, speculative. It kind of only works at the way the tools are set up now.
100% yield doesn't work. It doesn't work. Right. It's not sustainable. Right. We can't do 100% yield. It's just not something that works.
I mean, people will say Ponzi scheme, and I think that's too nefarious. I don't think the intent here is nefarious. It's everyone's greedy and everyone wants to get in on the action. As long as enough people keep on getting in, you're fine, and the last person holding the bag gets fucked. So that's it's
pretty sure that's the definition of a Ponzi scheme.
But I feel like in a Ponzi scheme, there is a nefarious intent. I think in a Ponzi scheme,
exactly. I agree. I think people
that's the difference.
In this.
Here they're aware.
I don't know. So I know a lot of people yielding sushi, kimchi, all that stuff. No one that does this in the MetaMask and give liquidity thinks he's doing something that actually makes a lot of like knowledgeable sense. So I agree with you. It's like I feel like it's a pyramid that everyone knows exactly the pyramid. They just really hope it's going to grow beneath them. And I think that's right now. I don't think that DeFi is a pyramid. I think that these copy paste wrappers right now are by definition a pyramid, but with the terms I think the terms and conditions are known to everyone.
Right. I mean, like you said before, I don't think there are suckers here. There were suckers. There were some suckers in the ICO. You could kind of be calling the hype. I don't think there are suckers in DeFi because it's so complicated even to use and get into that you have to kind of know what you're doing to even get involved. I really don't. I think there is a higher barrier of entry.
I agree with you on the B2C kind of retail side. I will differentiate two types of DeFi. So I think there's a lot of these liquidity things, which is fascinating. Again, I might shit on it here. I think it's fascinating, and the fact that everyone can provide it's really insane to me. The other part of these like third collateral lending stuff is something that I'm much more afraid of. The concept of, all right, give me your tokens and I'll create copy number 1, which you're going to get yield on. Then I'll create copy number 2, which you can give someone liquidity. And then copy number 3 could be collateral for, and that's overinflation of things that I'm really, really afraid of. And I differentiate those kind of things. I differentiate liquidity games and like fractional loans and yields and whatever. Because also a yield, when someone says, I promise you a yield, there's some kind of a promise there. And I don't think that any of these sushi smooshies are telling you how big it's going to go. That's the beauty of it. It could go $1 billion, you know?
Right. And so right now, a big topic from this past week was Chef Nomi, you know, of sushi, kind of, you know, selling, you know, kind of dumping his tokens onto the market. And people have this concept to be, there seems to be an
Charlie
issue
Lee
with,
did it when Litecoin was highest. Charlie Lee, when Litecoin was highest, he said, all right, guys, I'm going to do this. And by the way, he didn't disappear. I see him in all the conferences. He's still there. Actually, so I don't know who Chef is and no one knows. I think that the guy did something or really, I'm not going to say altruistic because he took money, but he did something or like really clean or really stupid. Because a lot of people in crypto who are very influential could have just bought his wallet. You could have gone and say to someone, hey, here's my wallet, here's the address, send me the funds, and that's
OTC.
it.
Yeah.
No, not even OTC, the coins. Sell the private key. Give the wallet away. Say, here's $15 million worth of sushi. Give me $12 million worth of whatever, and here's a private key. Here's the computer. So he didn't do that. And again, I don't know if he's stupid, and I don't think he's stupid, or he wanted to play it the way that it should be played.
Right. And I also don't understand this issue, because people are upset with pre-mine and then selling off. If you look at the traditional world, okay, you're Mark Zuckerberg, you start Facebook. You pre-mined 100%.
Well, actually, I think he forked Facebook from someone else, but never mind.
Yeah, okay, he stole, bad example, he stole it from somebody else. But regardless, when you make a company or you make a product, you own 100% equity. You pre-mined 100% of the coins for it, and then you decide to go to IPO, whatever, and you sell off your stake. That's the way the traditional world works. So do you feel here, people's issues with it is that, hey, we're supposed to be different than the traditional world. We want everything to be 0% equity and let it all be shared and fair? Or is the issue that people feel like, hey, I invested here and now I feel like you're running away from the product? As in, if people assume that Chef Nomi was going to stay, he sold those coins, but he was going to stay on with
it. Who is he? Who is he? That's a great question. All right. Is he liable for anything?
No.
Okay.
No, he's not.
So if he, 10 minutes before he left, if you put a self-detonation button on that, and is there anything you can do to him?
No.
It's a great question. Mark Zuckerberg, very different. And so Mark Zuckerberg was sued, and he's paid stuff and went to Congress and all these different things. So I'm not a big fan of Facebook, but there has to be accountability in order for there to be trust. And this whole trustless situation, trustlessness without accountability is not a healthy business environment, in my opinion.
And
but
so
Mr. Sushi Chef made a lot more money than I did. So.
And so, Will, as a marketer and someone who has to kind of sell, sometimes new ideas like this to markets, how will you be able to sell this trustlessness and unaccountability to the public? Is it just a simple matter of education? As in, if you were able to matrix and download, all your crypto knowledge about how these things work into the general public, would it then be an easy sell, or is it still on its base level not an easy sell?
So that's a great question. I'm going to say something that sounds like a cop-out, but it's not. I really don't think I don't market tokens. I market like projects and technology. And by the way, I don't market a lot of DeFi wrappers, because first of all, they don't hire me. And again, you can call me, I'll do some work. But so it's different. It's usually, let's say in the ICOC, whatever, you're still selling technology. You don't sell it as a financial tool. At least I don't in my type of marketing. There's a lot of different type of like community building marketing, very big in different like Asian countries where it's like cacao chat rooms or whatever. It's not really what I do. I don't create communities. But yeah, so for me, it's tech. It's a bit different. So I don't market like the value of it, but I think that also gets to your pre-mining thing. The value of it, if you're saying I'm building not a pyramid, there's no pyramids, I'm building a forest. So you want to make sure, the person wants to make sure that he's one of the first trees to be whatever there. And I think the question is like, so you said, I'll take the Mark Zuckerberg one. You said Mark Zuckerberg had 100% equity. That means that if I check in the registry of the company, I see it as 100% equity, and I see that that's that one person. I don't know who mined it. I don't know these kind of things. So if you're going to tell in the white paper, oh, the developer only has 0.5% of the tokens here, this is completely legit. But 20% of the tokens have already been pre-mined in the first week on mainnet before anyone heard about it. Who did that? Oh, I don't know. So again, it's about what do I know, and what happens to someone who tells me something that isn't true, and that's accountability.
So, you kind of mentioned before how a lot of these discussions, and DeFi is different, where they're on 4chan, they're on many different platforms that aren't really, it's not like a billboard. And so when you're marketing for blockchain, for crypto as a whole, where is the focus? Where are the eyeballs? You obviously put out ads and you put out content and you want eyeballs to see them. Where are the eyeballs in the space?
So I still think that at least well, I don't know if I could say that about all the yield farming stuff, because maybe then they start really from beneath and they go up. I still think that what you do today is you want to get mainstream, and that mainstream could be even CoinDesk if it's a crypto space, and Cointelegraph or whatever. But you want something to have validity in the more real world, and then that kind of goes down into sub communities. You can also belly up it, and that's what you've been doing this. But even though it's very important for you to tell everyone, and now I don't know who's behind any of these, even though Sushi already some people have come out or whatever. Almost none of these are actually spontaneous. They're not two developers who did this in 3 days. There is huge players behind this, and there's big exchanges and liquidity players and syndicates or whatever. So the concept of people are doing this, it's up in 2 days. First of all, for like coolness and marketing wise, and also for like plausible deniability when it comes to like legal stuff. But these aren't things that just popped out.
And so that's from the DeFi space. But how about like on just for like more mainstream blockchain blockchain clients, or even enterprise blockchain clients? I want to talk to you a little about where if you're trying to put out a campaign, let's say, is that going to crypto Twitter? Is that where is that where you're going to reach out?
For me personally, and again, I'm going to get a lot of shit about this. I don't believe in crypto Twitter. I think crypto Twitter is like a insider circle thing. I don't think it drives traffic. It doesn't drive user base. It doesn't drive wallets to have downloads. It's great for like, the people around it, the CZs and the fights or whatever. It's great for like token marketing, but like
it's the Real Housewives of crypto. That's it's a reality show.
Yeah. But if you're a wallet, then you want to be on product hunts because maybe you want people to download you, and you want to be in different places in content marketing that are posted or are on Google index on top 5 wallets. So at least that's when you're getting close to a product. There's a big affiliate sites. There's a lot of these things that I think are when it comes to, is it a product? But if it's an awareness game or whatever, it could be crypto Twitter. I think YouTube influencers are still a very big space. Podcasts are getting bigger. And I think there's also a very big differentiation in media between like news media, the Cointelegraph, and the more kind of trader media. So let's say something that talks about, airdrops or like yields or whatever. If I now pitch one of the more major crypto publications, hey, my client's is launching a new 150% yield program. They're going to say this is super promotional. I'm not going to talk about that. But other publications, because that's what they do, they want to have people come to them who are looking every day to say, where am I yield farming today? So it's becoming compartmentalized, I think, but like still fluid. Yeah, it's still there, but there's a lot of these like 4chans, but I feel like the 4chan is much more of the token marketing. It's not product marketing in any way.
You mentioned YouTube influencers, and if you look at and I'm sure from the traditional marketing side, influencer marketing is very big nowadays, and it's
getting smaller, by the way.
Getting smaller because people lost the trust. It became big. It started off because people were like, "Ooh, this is a person and not a company. I trust you." And so my question is this:
but if hot guy / hot girl has a new hot bikini / whatever every week, then we understand that that's just a game,
Right. And so then that leads my question for influencers in blockchain in this whole world, where inherently there aren't names known in this world. Everything is kind of anonymous. There aren't big names. So is influencer marketing stronger in blockchain because I could finally find a face to blame if it goes wrong and to trust, or is it less strong? Where does it fall on the spectrum?
That's also another good question. So I think that there's 2 types of influencer marketing. There was in the ICO stage in the beginning, it was more like endorsementships. You're like, all right, there's like, I'm looking for curation. I'm looking for curation.
Advisors, product advisors.
There's 150 ICOs out there. This guy has a reputation. He's not gonna, again, I'm sure that there's some kind of a monkey business, but even there, he does some kind of validation. And I'm looking for him to tell me what I need to invest in, what I need to do. I think today, and you see that most of these influencers have moved into much more of a news cycle type of art of show. Great for me as a publicist, and also someone who doesn't do a lot of like hardcore token marketing. And then it's about getting narratives and stories in there. It's no longer a deep dive about here's this protocol and I'll tell you how it shards or whatever. It's more like, all right, here's what you need to know happened today. And I see that happening in most of the larger channels on YouTube or whatever, where it's less of product focuses and much more about here's our news for today. They're becoming more of like their version of a Ben Shapiro or Joe Rogan style.
Right. More commentators on the actual market.
Exactly.
Okay, and is that driven by? Is that a good thing? Is that driven by necessity because no one's buying, no one's
it's
believing?
driven by the law. Also
Okay.
driven by the law. These guys can't. Again, a lot of these people they have their name out there. They have a reputation. A lot of them are Americans or have connection to America, and it's not even going through YouTube stuff. A lot of the stuff, and again, I don't want to go into names, but a lot of the people that were on the first round of these, you don't see them around anymore, and you maybe see them living in other countries, whatever. People, again, if you were pushing BitConnect on your YouTube and doing all that,
BitConnect.
Yeah, exactly. Or a lot of these projects that literally went to zero, and you did huge, then you're gonna have some problems. Yeah, and you should, by the way, you really should.
Yeah, I remember that actually. They still, I think those court cases are still going out. Like Floyd Mayweather, like a couple of celebrities who kind of got a bunch of money at the time, didn't even know what it was. Like, sure, we'll do a talking point for this. And
by the way, if Kim Kardashian does a lot of stuff for a face cream, and that face cream end up to give people severe burns, then she should get some problems as well. It's not only false advertising; it's false advertising for something that then damaged people and so on.
I agree. And so now that we're talking about kind of the government and the lawmaker side of things, in PR, how much of your PR is actually focused at regulators? Because regulators, not necessarily in DeFi, but in this market, do hold a lot of power and can control the flow of things. So how much of your marketing and PR is actually focused towards the people making the rules?
So for me personally, I think a very small amount of that. I'm not like a lobbyist. I think a lot of what we do is towards non-crypto audience education that then might affect regulators vote differently, ask different questions from their congressman or whatever. So I don't think that I don't think that Congress people will see most of the work that I do, but I think a lot of people that will vote for the next Congress do. So that's kind of how I see it. Well,
then, you're probably closer to the lobbying field than I am. Is there a big lobbying push in the blockchain space to again, to try to lobby?
You're talking about, again, much more on the financial side of assets and ETFs and that, not about distributed ledger on the B2C end and privacy and information. Again, and that's my personal recollection. I don't know this statistically in any way, but I feel that there's much more lobbying on the ability to use the new financial tools we're building and less about the Satoshi's vision. Let's put it that
way. And essentially, your job is to drive adoption. I mean, that's the for the class and that. So everyone has their theories about how do we reach mass adoption. Well, you're the expert here. You get paid for this. What is crypto? Well, let's break it down. What is blockchain's route to mass adoption? Probably enterprise, I imagine. What is crypto's route to mass adoption, and what is DeFi's route to mass adoption?
Mass adoption for blockchain, for crypto, and for DeFi.
Yeah.
All right. So I think blockchain, again, I'm going to use a lot of things that everyone kind of knows, but it's killer dApps on the B2C side, as in I'm using my father as an example, as my father hailing that app or trading or whatever, doing something that's a day-to-day thing that he does anyway today, but doing that on a dApp, or because he wants to earn some kind of thing and have his own privacy or data, or just because it's better for that app to work that way. And we're going to get that on the enterprise level. So for me, that's like blockchain. Crypto, I think crypto's a great question. I think there has to be a real differentiation between types of crypto, and none of them have been payment yet. So it's again, talking about currency for a second, there's a means of exchange. There's so we have a means of exchange, a bit and store of value, but it's not tradability. I haven't seen one cryptocurrency today, maybe you can correct me, that has not only been designed, but has been implemented towards actual transactions. So and I think it's a big issue, or we're getting off of that crypto and it's only kind of a store of value. And then it has to be much more consolidation. We have to be like, all right, there's like this is like gold, this is like, there can't be that much, it's that many. So I think that's a big issue for like crypto. Blockchain enterprise, I don't know if my cloud storage becomes a blockchain, it's great for developers, whatever. It's not going to change blockchain for the world. It's great on the depth thing. It'll become, but the main issue that, at least from what I hear from most of the enterprise things right now is, and that's why there's a lot of shit for like VCs when they see things about blockchain. It's like, what makes your business today easier and better to run with blockchain.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't a lot of companies and industries that can say what it is. It could be a better value proposition and more control in the future, but right now, the way that most of blockchain is working, there's not a lot of businesses and industries that can really prove that it improves their underlying business from today to tomorrow. And that's a big issue, I think. It's still pretty slow. It's still pretty clunky. It's not there just yet, but it might get there. DeFi. It's a big question. As I said, I think DeFi and CeFi, but CeFi not like as crypto CeFi of an actual, like a centralized exchange. I'm talking about like government, whatever.
Yeah.
I think that for DeFi to explode, it needs to be the next time that I see, I'm not talking about a day, next time that we see a real problem in the world finance or I don't know, a stand down between Kim Jong and Trump or whatever, seeing not a week, not a few days, seeing an influx of fiat money being printed by governments. Thank you so much. We'll take the present, and getting that into DeFi and staying there and not like seeing off ramp. When I see a lot of coming in and not a lot coming out for a substantial amount of time, then we're there. We're on the path. And I don't see that right now. I see the same pot that we all had, and we're finding another ways to increase it. But it's not. I don't think it's creating inflation on the dollar. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, we're up to the rapid fire question round.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you 3 questions. One word answers, hopefully. If not, you can actually expand upon them. Will Ethereum 2.0 come out this year? Yes or no?
I have no clue on the dev side. I think it doesn't really matter anymore if I think it has to come just for like the message of it, but the tech, there's just so many things there I don't even know. So hard to know, but I have a lot of clients who hope it's not going to come out.
Okay, right. Because people are making a lot of money as it is. Why rock the boat? Okay, describe DeFi in 1 word.
New.
Okay, wow, pretty good. Sushi or yam?
Bitcoin.
I like it. All right, that's a good answer that won't upset anyone or rock any boat. I like that as well. And
in general, model-wise, I believe that the YAM model has a much larger expiration date than the Sushi model. I think that all these new wrappers above wrappers literally have an expiration date. I think it's like a game theory Jenga game of who's going to be able to get it the last moment. But that's my personal opinion. But I'm not a big farmer.
Okay, and last question. This is your chance. You get to chill one product or client right now. So which one do you believe in the most? Which one of your clients excites you the most? Not saying the other ones aren't good.
Very easy right now, and the industry sees it as well. And that's Web3 Foundation and Polkadot. I think that the stuff that they're doing right now, and again, we have the great pleasure of working with them as a group with the Parity Group. But I think that is by far the most interesting projects that we're seeing, I think, right now on the core blockchain space.
And what's so exciting about that? What gives it so much promise?
I think the fact that they have a real, actual developer community, which is something that you only saw in Ethereum when that happened. And I think that that's a very, very big issue because, let's be honest, people aren't really building on blockchain unless you incentivize them immensely. So I think that's a very big thing. And you also see that I don't know, I think like the lines are coming in together. They're playing it correctly when it comes to regulators. I think that they're here to stay.
Well, Itai, thank you so much for taking the time. Go enjoy the rest of your vacation. And for all of our viewers at home for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
My friends, I'm glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of $1 can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you. Be bold and dare to reimagine your freedom.
Hello my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Smart contract. A smart contract is a self-executing contract where the term of the agreement between the buyer and seller are written into and executed by lines of code. The code and the agreements contained therein exist across a distributed, decentralized blockchain network. Small contracts permit trusted transactions and agreements to be carried out among disparate anonymous parties without need for a central authority, legal system, or external enforcement mechanism, making them perfect for decentralized financial applications.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm glad to be talking to Daniel Huang, Head of Ecosystem Development at Terraform Labs. Daniel, thanks so much for joining me.
Glad to be here.
Well, first, give our viewers a little background on who you are and how you got into blockchain.
Sure. So I work at Terraform Labs. I'm the head of ecosystem development. And so I primarily support the 4 verticals of research, third-party development, ecosystem, and the validator ecosystem. My start into blockchain came with remittances in the Philippines around 2013. So I was actually a Dogecoin miner back then. And then we were trying to do stuff with sending monies between foreign domestic workers and back into the Philippines, but that was obviously a bit of a hurdle. And so I think like a big part of it was kind of like the breaking the barrier, the education barrier specifically. So obviously like we didn't have stuff like mouse belt back then, but it's really good to have some of that stuff now. Yeah.
Sure. And let's speak a little bit about Terraform Labs themselves and Terra Money. What separates Terra from all the others? I mean, you guys have obviously survived the bear markets and the cold winters dating back to the end of kind of 2017, but how does Terra differentiate itself from all the other cryptocurrencies?
Yeah, I guess there's a few things that are a bit unique about us. So Terra is a blockchain network that's based, it's built off of the Cosmos SDK. And so we are a proof of stake network. We use Tendermint, so we are delegated proof of stake. What's interesting about us is we have native stablecoins in our network. So it's not just one stablecoin that's, let's say, fixed or pegged to the US dollar, but we have like a family of native stablecoins. So for example, we have like the US dollar stablecoin that's pegged to the US dollar, a Korean won, a Mongolian togrig, and one pegged to IMF's SDR. And we also have like kind of a native governance token, a staking token that is kind of collects the rewards and is used in a form of collateral to stabilize our stable coins. And it's algorithmically stabilized. So it's not over collateralized like you would see with MakerDAO. It's not kind of one-to-one where you have like a dollar lying somewhere like with Tether. But it's very simple, similar to how you would imagine kind of like how stabilization works within like the traditional monetary kind of economics with like a central bank would. And another, I guess, difference is that Terra, I guess, started with the perspective of having cryptocurrency used immediately. And so it really started with kind of like a product market fit approach. So, right, we don't have too many applications on Terra, but like the ones that have released have kind of achieved that sort of mass adoption pretty effectively. So we have, for example, the Chai payments app that was kind of built in-house and then kind of spun out and became its own thing. And Chai is a payments app that is currently in Korea. And I guess the narrative around that can be summed up with as like mass adoption through abstraction. So Chai is a payments app that is abstracts away some of the cryptocurrency and the technicals, and it's kind of puts it in the back end, and then what is exposed in the front end to users is just a seamless payment experience. And
so a user using Chai, they don't even care that it's blockchain. They're just saying, hey, this is a better, quicker, cheaper way for me to send payments, and it's just blockchain in the background.
Exactly. Yeah. And I can go a bit deeper into that as to why that I think that is important, and how that happens as well. But yeah, so Chai's got, I think, around a little over 1.9 million active users. And these are just kind of active user accounts where there is activity like being used. And I think the total number of accounts that are active beyond Chai and within the whole Terra ecosystem is a little over 2 million. And so what's interesting about Chai is, right, it started with kind of like this e-commerce integration. So one of our founders, Daniel Shin, was one of the founders of one of the largest e-commerce companies in Korea called Timon, Ticket Monster. And now he kind of runs Chai. And then our other founder, Do Kwon, runs Terra, like the Terraform Labs, like the research and development and stuff for the protocol. Is that, right, with Terra, we're not an inflation-based network, as you would see kind of with like POS, but like we are fee-based. So there is actual real-world value accrual through the transaction fees that come in through real-world transactions through the e-commerce integrations with Chai. And so I think, I don't know the exact numbers, but I think last I checked, it was a little over $5 million in transaction fees, total transaction fees accumulated, which puts us like third, right behind Bitcoin and Ethereum. And that has a lot of impact in terms of like the valuation of like the stabilizing asset Luna, which is also the staking and governance token, as well as kind of the obvious and the native guarantees for network security, right? Especially in POS, proof of stake. And so
let's break that down a little bit. You mentioned the Luna staking token. How does that work? Is that just a standard proof of stake network? I want to break that down a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You could use the Luna token to stake on a validator. You use it to vote, and it also kind of is a part of the stabilization mechanism. And I'll probably go into that right now. So the way that you can also have value accrual is like, right, with fees, transaction fees come into the network, and then you get the Luna holders get rewarded as they delegate on validators. And so let's use the example of how some of the stabilization mechanism works, and then how the Luna token kind of Luna token holders, or like, I guess, networks participants get rewarded. So there's this concept of seigniorage that I'll get into first. So for example, let's say like the United States, we want to print like a US dollar. Like we want to print $1, it has a value of $1, but then it doesn't cost $1 to create that dollar, right? And so let's say it costs like a couple cents. And so when you print $1, you have kind of like this profit margin that like the government has, and that is called seigniorage. I don't know, let's say it costs like 3 cents to create $1, and then you have like 97 cents of profit. And that kind of flows into like whatever fiscal stimulus that you need from the government. Similarly with Terra, right? When you print a Terra stablecoin, let's say you print a US dollar pegged stablecoin, the UST, which we call it, it costs nothing to make it. And so there is like that pure profit of seigniorage. And then whenever that Terra is minted, it kind of, the seigniorage flows into the network as well, into like, to the reward pool or community pool. And then basically the end result is like our Luna holders get rewarded. And specifically how our Luna holders also get rewarded beyond like the seigniorage that is flowing down as rewards into the system as you get like these transaction fees that are coming from real world transactions happening in like e-commerce payments, is that whenever you want to mint a Terra stablecoin, you also burn Luna. And so there's like this deflationary pressure on Luna prices. And that's kind of like how I kind of describe there is like Luna is a form of collateral to these stablecoins. And the reason why this occurs and why there even is minting is based on like kind of like the supply and demand that you would see. So, right, let's say for example, you have a bunch of like chai users, they want to go all buy a bunch of beers at the convenience store. And so there's going to be this demand for Terra stablecoins, let's say the Korean won stablecoin in this case. And there's going to be this kind of like, the price peg is going to deviate above it, right? The Korean won stablecoin is going to be in more demand. So like the value of it's going to increase. So we got to bring it back down. And that's kind of like where I said it was very similar to kind of like how like the traditional like kind of central banking might work, right? You need to print more to like deflate it to bring back to the peg. I mean, that's like kind of where like the seigniorage generation happens when you mint mint Terra to bring back the peg. So there's more supply. And then you also burn Luna. And so we call that like Luna burn.
So if you're trying to, I understand if you want to deflate it, de-inflate it, so of course you just print more, that adds more demand, more supply with the same amount of demand, so that's going to bring the equilibrium again. But how about the other end? If you need to start burning, whose coins are you burning? If everyone's holding their coins and now you need to burn them, where are these extra coins that you get to burn?
Yeah, so an important part of that is there's like this arbitrage aspect. So let's say, and it's basically the inverse, right? And it's like the system that takes the cost. So let's say like the peg goes higher, right? Like let's like KRT, the Korean won peg stable coin is like kind of, is deviating above the peg. What we allow is kind of like these arbitrage mechanisms to happen. So what will like arbitragers, like it could be anyone, like it could be a user, or I guess like more savvy users who want to take advantage of these opportunities to kind of bring security and stability into the system, is that, right, the system will allow for you to get one stablecoin, the one KRW, for the true value of it. So it's like you're getting it basically at a discount versus like the actual like the deviated peg, the higher value that it's trading at, and then you can go off and then you can trade it on exchange or sell it on exchange and stuff, and you would flood more stable coins into the market. And so it would go the same way on the opposite end. You have like this arbitrage that is being taken advantage of, and so I guess in a sense it's kind of like a lot of behavior for stabilization or even network security is all kind of incentivized, right? With like Bitcoin, you have the incentivization to mine because you have that potential to like earn rewards or however many you get for like a fixed cost.
And you mentioned that the system is the one taking the loss. The system is the one either selling for below market value or above market value every time. So if the system is automatically always the one biting the bullet, so to say, to stabilize, what is replenishing the system's funds to then be able to further stabilize the network?
Yeah, so I would say like who's taking the impact is, right, Luna is basically the token that is the stabilizing asset. And so it is the one obviously that's experiencing like the price volatility due to that. And I would say like on the longer term, right, you have like these these guarantees that, right, you are getting like the block rewards that are pretty like regular and I guess predictable in a sense. And then over the longer term, you have like these staking opportunities. You have like the seigniorage that gets generated. But yeah, it is true. It's very dependent on economic demand, right? So you want to continue to like bring in value into the network. And so, right, you need to have growth in terms of like your ecosystem, your applications that are using it. Specifically what we've seen with Chai Pay, Chai, the finance app, we also have like Mimi Pay Mongolia, which is why we have like the Mongolian Togrig as a stable coin. Right. It's the growth of the network that continues to support it. Right. So that's something it's very important.
Right. And of course, to make these apps like Chai app and Mimi app useful, they have to be accepted at vendors. How if I go right now to Chai Pay is in Korea, in South Korea?
Yes.
Yeah. So how many vendors are accepting it? Is it normal for me to be able to walk into, the average supermarket and be able to buy my groceries using Chai Pay?
Yep. So this is actually interesting. So I'll talk about sort of the three parties that are involved. So we have like the Terra network, we have the user, and then we have merchants that are integrated. And then Chai is kind of like in the middle, right? Mm-hmm. So what happens is, right, I would say all parties benefit. So let's start with the users. So the users that use Chai, they get discounts when and this is specific to like a merchant that is integrated with Chai. Like the merchant will have like certain promotions that are running for a while, or just have like, continuous promotions that are maybe running for a little longer. And then they also get cash back. And so these are like some of the draws that are beneficial for them for the Chai app. Like you can use like the Korean Venmo or PayPal or something like that maybe not give you discounts for certain merchants. And then there's like Chai that gives you discounts. So that's obviously like an immediate draw beyond just like the ease of use, like the UX, UI, right? Whatever someone prefers. And I think, as you mentioned, right, integrations, can you use it anywhere, right? And I think maybe that's more of sort of like what we have experienced, let's say as like crypto natives and like the cryptocurrency ecosystem is like, that's like the biggest hurdle of like, yeah, we have to get integrated. Can we use it here? Can we use it here? Well, we can't use it here. But that should honestly be like the default of what anyone expects out of like a payment experience, right? If I use like PayPal, I shouldn't try to look to see if I get accepted at a merchant or like, it should just be like the default. Like that's the default for all payment options. And that's kind of like what is happening with traditional and should happen with crypto. And we've done it with crypto in Korea. So the users benefit. They get discounts and cash back. And then there's like these incentivizations mechanisms and reasons why these discounts are beneficial, not just for users, but for the network, because you have like, for example, cashback. You get cashback through top-ups, right? Kind of like use it as like a debit card. Like you connect your bank account, you top up, and you fill your Chai payments app with like, let's say like $500, and that is reflected in stablecoin in the back end, not necessarily to the user. And then you have like an existing circulating supply of the stablecoins that is beneficial to the network, and I'll get a bit into that. And so on the merchant side, right, you have merchants who are kind of integrating with Chai and these as an additional payment rail beyond like the traditional payment options that they provide, right, with like Visa or MasterCard or other POS systems. And what the big difference is, and I think that everyone in the space, I guess, has known for a while, for specific payments, cryptocurrencies use as payments. Like obviously, like we have fees and transaction fees on Bitcoin or Ethereum that are kind of like widely inflated, but or high. But right, traditional payment processors in Korea right now charge from around like 2.3 to 2.7, or even as high as like 3% on those fees. So maybe that's just like the standard in the traditional space. But right, when you get into like blockchains, you have the scalability assurances, right, that you get with like proof of stake and Tendermint. Right now, for example, with Tendermint and Cosmos SDK, you get like 10 to 14,000 TPS max with like 250 bytes of data, right? So we have like 0.6%, right? And that's something that is like undeniably valuable for these merchants, and then that's something that they're ecstatic of. And just to kind of show you how excited they are, right? There's a lot of like the technical management that is done on behalf of the merchants as well for Chai, through Chai, which is also like a big benefit to like how the integrations have been working out and sort of like the contracts that go there. And also like the flexibility of settlement times as well, right? So like 6 seconds per block, but then you can also have like batch settlement, however long the merchant wants to settle with And again, there's like the idea of like kind of like existing circulating supply of stablecoins that is beneficial to the Terra network, and then kind of reflects in sort of like the contracts the merchants have with Chai, and when they want to settle and how much they want to settle for, and like how they batch those. So the merchants they love it, right? And that's kind of like how they also are, they often kind of do promotions on their own. Like sometimes Chai doesn't even have to do all this marketing. It's like the merchants that are doing a lot of the marketing for Chai. And then, so for example, like I think when like the largest convenience store in Korea first integrated with Chai, they had this huge campaign where literally you're getting like 50% cash back. It was pretty insane, right? You spend $10, you get $5 back. And right, that obviously attracted a lot of people there. And finally, for the merchant side, yeah, you can use it anywhere, basically anywhere. Like the top 14 banks are integrated with Chai. You can use on like the largest bookstore, the largest gaming like companies, like the number one gaming company, the number one convenience stores, the largest e-commerce stores, the largest online travel agencies, et cetera, et cetera. And I guess like maybe I can like list all these out. Maybe you might not know some of these, like largest movie theaters, but like the GMV, it's like around $25 billion, right? And then, right, some of these merchants that we've integrated with, especially like Interpark, like literally has like half the Korean population, right? Like the Korean population is like 53 million. And then, right, you have like the user base and the access that the users can have is quite high.
And like you said, this is crucial for a payment system that it should be integrated. It should be there. I shouldn't have to worry, does this merchant accept it? So how is Chai able to achieve this? If this is the dream, this is the crypto dream where I could take my crypto and I could spend it at any place. How come Chai was able to do it so successfully in South Korea? Is that reflected more on Chai, more on South Korea? How did that come to be?
I would say it's both. I think like the Chai team can answer that a little bit better, but right, obviously like one of the founders he was a successful e-commerce founder, and so he knew that space pretty well, and then he knew how to get started with integrations. But yeah, I would say it's both. Right, the regulation in Korea is obviously a lot more permissive than you would see in like America, so that exists. Existing kind of like knowing how the system works. Also, like the merchants that showing value proposition through for the merchants is important, and obviously like the transaction fees is something that you can't ignore, right? And so I would say it's all of the above, and obviously I think the narrative also there is not just like the merchant integrations, because I think that is kind of like a no-brainer for any kind of like business that can kind of use it effectively. It's also like the adoption from the users, right? You can have all the merchants you want integrated, but like if you don't have users, that's something that that you need to get over. And I can talk a little bit about that after I finish up like the third winner here, which is obviously the network. And so, right, I mentioned briefly that, right, our network is not inflation based, but it's like fee based, and that's kind of like very dependent on like the scaling of the economy, which we have definitely seen within like the year that this has been live. And so, right, there's actual real world value accrual into the Terra network through these e-commerce transactions that are like legitimate, right? Right. In fee-based networks, you can kind of like spoof it, right? You can just like send transactions back and forth to the network, and then it's like, hey, we have like all these transaction fees, but this is actually real world value accrual. And so the Terra network wins, right? All this volume is coming in, fees, seniorage based on demand. You have rewards that come in. You have like the Luna stakeholders that benefit. Whenever you mint stable coins, you have like a deflationary pressure on the Luna stablecoin. The Luna token, right, which is burned, and so right, all three parties win there, and so I guess you could think of it, it's like a virtuous cycle in that sense. And so to touch upon like kind of like that narrative, like mass adoption through abstraction, which has been quite successful with Chai, is right. We eventually, I think, or to take a step back from that, right. like I guess I've kind of experienced firsthand like the difficulties of kind of ram a fire hose down someone's throat to like introduce someone into cryptocurrency, right? There's so many things that people need to know. Like you have to, and there's obviously like there's opinions that I have that I think people should know, right? And it varies, right, based on like your ideology, right? But there's like the concepts of like self-sovereignty, like private key management, like decentralization, why that matters, why I should get into it. And right, not all of us are like engineers who understand like all the intricacies of how this works, but there are certain like important parts if you want to adopt those principles and have those kind of like guarantees, right? There's a whole concept of like be your own bank sort of thing, right? You're not limited to like what we have in like the traditional financial ecosystem or infrastructure that exists. So, and we've seen that, and it's been like what, at least when I started, like it's been 7 or more years that like there was kind of like a build it and they will come mentality. Like there hasn't been that quite as much adoption, and it's kind of like, right, of the crypto natives, all the layer ones are kind of like fighting over the same small group of people, which is nice because like competition will like allow the participants to kind of evolve and become much leaner, better, more efficient. But then there's also kind of like this whole other world that I think a lot of us may have had some difficulties bringing in, right? We need these bridges to bring like the non-crypto natives, right? And that's kind of like what approach like Chai has taken, right? Mass adoption through abstraction. You get these people onboarded first. Maybe you don't like ram a fire hose down their throat. Maybe you like kind of give them like cups of water, right? Get them onto the platform using it. They see the benefits of like what Chai is doing, right? Obviously like there's like tangible benefits like cashback and discounts that are able to be funded by Chai through like seniorage rewards, and as well as like the money they raise, right? As you would imagine with like traditional startups that are being bootstrapped, right? Like Uber was operating at a loss, and then it kind of hits like a critical mass, and then it can do and monetize on that in terms of like profit and revenue. But right, yeah, get them onto the platform. The platform becomes sticky, and then you can start imagining that this gradual, like giving them more cups of water, right, so to speak, right? Instead of like, right, there's the same amount of water that you would try to ram someone down someone's throat with a fire hose, but then you just do it over time. And so you can kind of start walking people down this bridge, right? And then that's kind of like what I think really resonated with me when I joined Terra, and what they were doing was, right, it's very refreshing to finally get adoption in a sense. I won't lie and say like many of us, me included, are pretty exhausted with kind of the lack of adoption that we've seen with being able to get like the rest of the world into it. Yes, we can like, there are going to be special groups of people who are deeply into like decentralization, self-sovereignty. And that's maybe just like a factor of like where you live, right? First world, third world, there's certain things, maybe like even in the first world, people have like more privacy minded or maybe distrusting of like centralized entities. But yeah, you start walking them down, and then you can introduce more applications. For example, another product that is being built in-house and going to be spun out soon is as its own entity, as we did with Chai, obviously in the favor of more decentralization, and introducing that into the ecosystem is a product called Anchor. And so you can find out more at anchorprotocol.com, but it's very simple to compound. It's like a savings product. And that is a bit more decentralized in its scope, right? And so it can benefit like with the Chai users, where it can be used as a savings account and you get yields that can kind of be directed back into the Chai app. And you kind of have like another sort of like microcosm of like these circular virtual cycles and loops of like how the money kind of flows in that sense. And you walk them down, right? Stickiness, adoption, and then more applications come in. And then you have like this spectrum of decentralizations that you will eventually go through. And then that's, I think, a really solid way of kind of bridging the gap between, I guess you could say like CeFi to DeFi, right? But you need to get them in, right? You can't just kind of like be looking inwards and then expecting people to like learn on themselves. And if you can't figure it out, oh, too bad, right? And there's always going to exist, I think, in the world, like classes of different types of understanding that people have, right? Maybe my grandma I can teach my grandma how to like what the point of like self-sovereignty is, or like what private keys are, or maybe I have to teach her how to like use a computer first, that sort of thing, right? But yeah, that's the ideal world. Everyone knows, right? And that would be the future of open finance and the financial infrastructure that everything is run on. But before we get there, we need ways that are a bit more gradual. And so, yeah, I think that's like one of the most powerful narratives that I've seen and that I'm excited to continue to build and really get the rest of the world in. Right.
Well, and I think it's really interesting because what we've seen so far from stablecoins is there's kind of a couple of ways of looking at specifically stablecoins, where, is it being used, merely as, as a fiat substitute, where, if in a country, let's say, if you're in Argentina or Venezuela and your local currency is hyperinflation, so I'm going to go move over to, a different stablecoin that's going to actually maintain its value where I'm living. There's the stablecoin use where, hey, just a fiat on-ramp. It's easy to get fiat on-ramp and off-ramp. Maybe if, Bitcoin's going a little wild that week, I'm going to move over to stablecoin, to kind of maintain its value. And then kind of what you guys are doing also with transactions, where I know it's a great way of purchasing things, and I know how much it's going to cost me. Maybe, maybe Bitcoin might, I might cost a TV 1 Bitcoin today. It might cost 2 Bitcoins or half a Bitcoin tomorrow. So I think it's kind of interesting where you guys are at, where you're kind of hitting all those points where, like you mentioned, hey, let's not worry, about the high level. Let's give them something to use it for. Let's let them be transactional. They can come here, they can use it to purchase, and it's going to be maintaining the value. It's pegged to their local currency, so they don't have to learn a kind of a new value. It costs the same amount that they're used to, and
Exactly.
I think that's very important.
I could talk a little bit about like why a family of stablecoins exists, but sorry, continue your point. Sorry.
Well, take it away. I was merely, kind of highlighting that. I kind of like the approach that I'm seeing for you guys, where you're kind of hitting all these points. I've seen a lot of projects kind of, like you mentioned, just kind of ramming it down people's throats. And instead of saying, it's very easy, as a crypto native, to see the wonders, the beauty, the light of crypto and try to say, oh, no, don't you understand? This is why it's so good. But instead, you're kind of speaking their language. You're showing them in a very easy way how it doesn't, like you mentioned, they don't even need to know this blockchain going on. But once they're using it, it kind of slides it. Go, take it away. Yeah.
Just to like complete like your thought there. I completely agree. I will admit, like I used to be, and I came from like obviously like the Dogecoin, and then I did a lot of stuff in Ethereum. I was doing like development with there. I was trying to build stuff there. I had received like a 0x grant to build like decentralized exchanges that were localized to different countries. And then, there's that true like idea of like, please understand the value. Like I want you to understand the value, but like, there's certain places in the world that may not be as kind of receptive, or they just frankly don't care. Right. And first world countries, for example, and I was building a decentralized exchange using the 0x protocol, and they had thankfully given me some grant money to build some stuff. It's like people in creative they didn't necessarily care as much, right? And so that turned into like kind of like a educational onboarding service where, okay, if you don't care to use a service, like I'll teach you why you should care. And then that also like kind of, different cultures have different ways of learning, and that was like a fantastic experience. And I've been interested in the kind of like the educational space for a while. The reason why I was in the Philippines was I had built this kind of like educational computer lab as like a substitute for schools for people who couldn't like afford that. And so that kind of transitioned to me getting to know the families and then helping them with the remittances and like, oh, you can use Bitcoin and Dogecoin and like, and that stuff. But yeah, I completely understand. I completely agree. Right. But like, yeah, let's talk about like the value and then the reason why like a family of stablecoins exists. And it's not just limited to the stablecoins that we have right now, but that more stablecoins can be, pairs can be like minted, not pairs, like stablecoin types, or more pegs can be created, right? Depending on like it's just like community governance vote on the network side, the technical side, and then it's just like creating the appropriate on-ramps in like those different regions. So yes, as you mentioned, right, there's like, I guess, two things. Obviously, like the stablecoin argument is that, right, you know, we all know that joke of like, oh, like Bobby, like, you know, it's great that you have like, you know, $100 worth of Bitcoin, and then he says like, oh no, it's like $87 worth now. It's like, oh no, it's like $127 now, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it fluctuates in value, and so like you need immediate usability, and that's why a stable coin is important. But also is that like the value between, right? This is like not just like a regional kind of like thing, right? All these blockchain networks are supposed to be global in nature. There's no concept like borders, but in the immediate meantime, it's like there is, and right, I would say like all stable coins are in a sense all pegged to the US dollar in a form, right? Like, and there's a good reason for that, because that is like the most recognized, like the world currency, right? Like who knows what people may know what the IMF SDR is if you are like an economist or do like global economics, and right, that is like it's supposed to be some sort of world reserve currency. Yeah, I mean, like the regular person doesn't know, like, you know, like someone like a foreign domestic worker knows what a US dollar is and what it's worth, but yeah, the value, right? And right, that comes into like the sorts of like value arbitrage that exists between countries. Like a dollar might be worth something in America versus a dollar might be worth something extravagantly more in Venezuela, or something less in like Europe, or right, or more in Korea and stuff. And then there definitely is a disconnect with especially how easy to use the type of currency is. And so with the family of stablecoins that we have within Terra, like we offer like native on-chain swap. So like you can swap between a KRT, the Korean peg stablecoin, and then the UST, the US dollars peg stablecoin, right? Very efficiently. And also you can swap between like the Terra, any of those stablecoins, and Luna also, for example, on-chain. And so you can imagine, like, maybe this is a topic for a different discussion, but like you can imagine like FX exchanges are very natural manifestations of like what you can do with this technology. And it's something that like we haven't seen yet, but we hope to see, or maybe it's just going to be natural when people start building on it. Once we have smart contracts that will launch in about a month after, if the governance proposals pass for our next mainnet update. And I could talk about a little bit about that a little later, but yes, so there's like this value. The value means something very different to different people. So I'll illustrate this like with an example. So let's say like there's like a K-pop store in Korea that is selling like BTS sweaters, right? And so, right, someone in Korea can like purchase that BTS sweater for Korean won, right? So there's like a specific Korean won version, and then maybe it's like a fair price, right? But then let's say this K-pop store also wants to sell their BTS sweater. For those of you who know, it's like a popular Korean boy band, but like,
who doesn't know BTS? Come on, how ignorant do you think I am?
Who knows? But like, someone in America wants to buy it, right? And they expose their store to American users, and so they're like, they can see it's like, oh, hey, there's like, maybe BTS has that K-pop store has the prices only in Korean won. And so immediately when I see that, there's like a barrier, like, okay, what does that cost to me? Is it a fair price? Maybe like I'm incentivized for other reasons to buy it regardless of the price, but like, right, I need to do like the exchange. I need to do the currency exchange. I need to like factor that. And there's already immediate barriers between those, like the native buying process. So like you can also reflect it in US dollar, and that's like, you know, something that the merchant, the store can do. Same with like if like the BTS sweater is being offered in Venezuela or China or Japan or India, for example. But those can all be reflected in like the different denominations, right? And then you could pay for those with your different denominated stable coins. Like if I'm in America and I have US dollar stable coins, I could pay in US dollar stable coins. If I'm in India, I can play with INR based stable coins, or in Mongolia with a Mongolian Togrik. Right? That's a seamless experience for me. And that's kind of like the value that I attribute to, and makes it my money a lot easier to spend. Right. And then now we get to the stage where like the merchants, right? The merchants right, can choose to kind of accept all this money in like different denominations. Maybe they prefer to do that, but that's very highly inefficient. They just prefer to settle their stablecoins into like, let's say fiat later in all their denomination, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's where like the native on-chain swaps exist. So you have like the value understanding for different people globally, just regionally. Like the world doesn't have a single world currency. Maybe it will exist in, who knows, maybe like it'll be Bitcoin or something, or just something pegged onto Bitcoin or something like that. But yeah, there exists like these barriers to entry that people have in terms of like understanding with different denominations of currency. And then you can facilitate that for merchants, end users who are accepting these stablecoin transactions with on-chain swaps. So you can immediately swap them all into your native currency and then choose to settle in it and do what you need. And so I think that's an extremely powerful feature that warrants the different types of stablecoins. And I would say, not to say like US dollar-backed stablecoins are not important, and there definitely is value there. Or maybe it's just like it's existed to exist, but then there can be a bit more that is done. That is done just both in usability and features. I mean, for example, like we see like USDT being the most popular form of sending money back from like Russia to China through Chinese foreign domestic workers in Russia. And that, you know, there's a lot of obviously like psychological factors there of like why they use USDT, just like because someone else they know uses USDT and they know how to do that. But then, right, that also affects, right, like these barriers that we need to kind of lower for people to kind of access and immediately start using, feel comfortable, and then start exploring more and more of.
Mm-hmm. Well, so let me just cut you off real quick. So we've kind of highlighted that it's been very successful with TriPay in Korea and MiuPay. Where was that? In the Philippines? Where was MiuPay? Mongolia. So kind of when you guys are looking, to expand, we're always looking for adoption. Like I said, adoption is the big thing. What's the next country, geographical location, or use case? Where are you guys looking next to really expand upon your user base?
Yeah, I would say like Chai, they have definitely their roadmap. I communicate with them often. Obviously, like, you know, they say like what they're doing, and then I try to help them on certain fronts with, let's say, like exposure and stuff like that. But I believe that they are definitely interested in like the Southeast Asian region, specifically with like these e-commerce alliances that they've created. And also there are definitely strategic interest there with the growth that has been seen with e-commerce and kind of like the mobile native populations. I know Chai has kind of hired, I think, like the former global expansion head for Uber, and I know they have like a great team focused on expansion there.
But how about the Terra network itself? What you hope to get as many big successes like Chai as possible. Is that the goal? Are you guys trying to like kind of build or emulate the success by doing similar types of projects on the network in other locations, or kind of what's the goal for Terra network to kind of raise these kids?
I would love to see more Chais in the world. That obviously comes with sort of like how permissive certain regulatory environments are, right? For example, right, maybe Chai goes and like dominates Southeast Asia, but I would love to see like a Chai in Southeast Asia, not Chai, but like a payment option that uses Terra. Maybe it might be different. I know that there are some projects that are like very interested in remittances, and then those are like obviously like a little easier for me to feel closer to, because that's kind of how I started. But I can't play favorites, right? I can support them, but so I think the question that you're probably also, another way to answer that is, right, there are expansion efforts that we want, right? It's global, but we can't do everything at the same time. So we have like campaigns in China, India, and Japan right now, obviously with what we've been doing in Korea. And there's obviously like different user populations that exist specific to those regions that we are also interested in, as well as kind of like the organic growth that has happened from those regions as well, right? Like the Indian population region is like extremely like developer friendly. They are very familiar with like kind of like the the native products that exist. There's also like a very vibrant like Cosmos community in India. And so we are based on the Cosmos SDK. And then also there's kind of like the technology that we are kind of familiar with and interested in kind of exposing our potential developers to as well. So I briefly mentioned it, but like we did not have smart contracts. We will be introducing smart contracts once these governance proposals, if they do pass in October, the beginning of October, where it's like this COSM-WASM smart contract. So COSM-WASM smart contracts is built by the team by Confio that is very native to like the Cosmos ecosystem. And then what they do is you can have like these smart contracts be also run on different Cosmos SDK based chains. And so there's a kind of like that native interoperability that exists. It's Rust and it integrates with our WASM module, and you get like the efficiency, scalability. The way that the language is written also kind of addresses a lot of like the issues that we kind of see with Solidity that I've been pretty familiar with, right? I think a lot of people are very familiar with kind of some of the language barriers or features, I would say, or like reentrancy attacks, et cetera, et cetera. So
do you see once if governance does vote to implement smart contracts onto Terra, would you predict or would you hope for an explosion of DeFi applications on Terra?
Yeah, I would love that, right? I would love some sort of like Cambrian explosion. And that's kind of like why we started some of these campaigns, like these specific regions. And obviously like they're somewhat close in our regions. Yes, that's what I would love. Obviously the way Chai was started was like kind of, we saw this product market fit that can happen, that has been achieved. And so that kind of like, we supported that, as well as like Anchor, right? That was like a very, and that maybe kind of goes into discussions of, right, like the way that you approach certain like projects, or like what types of applications can exist on your network. So, right, there's obviously networks that are like, okay, we're a gaming platform, right? That you would see, or an NFT platform, like what you saw with Flow with Dapper Labs, and right, and then like this network is like primarily focused towards like supply chain. But like they are all more or less truly generalizable networks, right? They just have like a flavor of different applications. And I would say that what it looks like right now is, right, completely dependent on like what the community builds. And from now it's been like financial applications and open financial infrastructure. We have payments, we have Anchor, which is savings. And I can go a little bit into Anchor a bit there, but like you can see like you can see them like these kind of like moving in the network, and then you can see like a smaller ecosystem of like applications that maybe support those services as well. But right, who knows? Maybe there's going to be like this hit of like someone creates a gaming application on Terra, and then that's what people recognize as Terra or something like that. But right, Chai's payments, we have Anchor, which is savings. And then there's obviously like a third part of like what exists in this financial ecosystem is like capital markets too, right? And so all those three spheres of influence in terms of the applications that can be built they all like kind of feed into each other, right? And to describe a little bit more about Anchor, like high level TLDR of how it works is that it is, I think, it is built on Terra, but is I think one of the first like true interchain applications. And what I mean by interchain applications is that you obviously have like interoperability networks like Cosmos, right? You have a network of chains that exist. You have a network of chains that exist in like Polkadot with like the parachains and their threads and stuff. But like with what Anchor does is that you deposit Terra stablecoins, and then portions of those stablecoins go off and take staking positions in different proof of stake networks. And the yield that is generated for your savings is from block rewards on those networks. And so that gives you predictability in terms of like the yield you get. You get a relatively high yield depending on the Anchor savings rate that is calculated. And from those block rewards, as well as kind of like these guarantees that have been built with a lot of like effort from our research teams for like liquidations, and then as well as this concept called like liquid staking derivatives that give you an opportunity to leverage staked assets in these different networks to provide this yield. And I think that that's also another fascinating conversation that can be done with what staking derivatives can represent, especially in proof of stake networks, into the ecosystem of applications that can be created. And I'm actually really excited about that, especially within the validator ecosystem and proof of stake. And I think there's like a huge market for what can come with staking derivatives. And maybe it's like a form of like what we see in the traditional markets, how much more efficient and flexible we can be to have those certain products like in the borrowing and lending. And I think the DeFi space that we have in general. But yeah, well, I can go on for like hours. Like that.
We're running out of time, so I want to give you some 3 rapid fire questions because you mentioned staking and DeFi. First question: Will Ethereum?
Could I quickly answer? Could I quickly address one last thing? The point that you made. So as you said, like DeFi can't exist on Terra, but I think it's very important to be able to be interoperable and also be exposed in like the Ethereum DeFi ecosystem as well. Mm-hmm. And I think we are definitely focused on building bridges there to have like Terra assets in as collateral or integrated into those different types of products, because we need to be like interoperable and workable there. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I just wanted to squeeze in that point.
That fits in well with my next 3 questions. Yes or no? Will Ethereum 2.0 come out this year?
No.
No. All right.
The testnet came out, right?
No. Will we see mainnet? Yes or no?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I am a huge Ethereum fan. I still consider myself a part of the Ethereum ecosystem. I use all the apps, and I obviously like hold Ethereum, and that's where I cut my teeth in development for blockchain development. But yeah, it's
no mainnet this year.
Probably not.
Describe DeFi in 1 word.
Anything in cryptocurrency is DeFi. I'll clarify that a bit. But honestly, like narratives are important, I think, in cryptocurrency, and just like fixating on them, just as memes are important in communicating a narrative, like idea very efficiently. Like there's flavors of DeFi, I believe, like what right now we have with yield farming and kind of liquidity mining and stuff like that is DeFi in a sense. But DeFi is decentralized finance, right? It's not like degen finance, or maybe people think it's degen finance, but like payments, like Bitcoin is DeFi, right? It's like you're able to, it's like a decentralized form of payments, right? I think it's peer to peer.
It's peer to peer, and not we could argue.
Yes. Okay. So let's say Ethereum. Ethereum is decentralized finance and the applications that you could build off of that, or even like what you can build off of, like the stuff that you can build on peer-to-peer networks is DeFi. But it's just like how people I studied cryptography in grad school, and it's like people always complained, the cryptographers, is like crypto is cryptography, not cryptocurrency, right? But then everyone is shouting crypto as cryptocurrency, and right, there's obviously and so I think it's very similar to that, right? I think like DeFi is cryptocurrency from the get-go, but then you could also use DeFi as like what we see now, and it's just like a very good way of kind of quickly explaining a narrative or what's going on, just as like maybe cryptocurrency is a mouthful, and so crypto is easier, even though crypto means something different to cryptographers.
So I'll give you 2 words. I'll give you 2 words that are very easy to say, and if you said them to someone on the street, they would think one thing, but if you said it to a crypto native like you and me, they'd say it means something else. So you got to pick: sushi or yam.
Wow, this is very political. This is a hard question.
Pick one, quick. Pick one, and then we got to wrap this up. Pick one: sushi or yam. You could say neither, or you could say neither, by the way.
Yeah, well, okay, I'll say sushi with a clarification. I think what sushi has done is very interesting in the fact that it's kind of accelerated the pace of different types of development, governance, and technical infrastructure that has been built. I am like a huge fan of Uniswap, and I've used it from like day one, and I'm a huge fan of like the guys there, especially some of the people I know personally. But yeah, sushi was an extremely interesting experiment that or maybe it'll completely do very well, right? What FTX is doing with Serum, and we've obviously are very close with Solana because we were building these bridges with Solana. Is that, but Yam, it kind of like Yam 1.0, something happened with that. Like it went, and then now there's like a Yam version 2, I think, but maybe it was like a question of Sushi versus Uniswap, but maybe that was too politically charged. But yeah, it's interesting, right? Like the fair launches are extremely important, I think. Although there exists like a case for like fair launch versus like, pre-mines, which are also very important to supporting a developer ecosystem, right? Like you see with Zcash and the Founders Fund and like how that goes over time.
And we're running out of time, so I'll cut you off there. But listen, Facebook, one of the most valuable companies in the world, it's essentially a pre-mine. Mark Zuckerberg founded it, and therefore when he starts it, he gets the vast majority of ownership. And such is the way it works. So I think there's an argument made for both sides, but we'll have to wait for the argument for next time. Daniel, thank you so much. Sorry we ran out of time, but thank you so much for joining us here at Reimagine 2020. For all of our viewers at home, I'm Jan Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
We have some breaking news. As central banks and government agencies all over the globe assert monopoly over world currencies, taking the liberty to print unprecedented amounts of money, many have flocked to the experimental space of decentralized finance, or what the cryptocurrency degenerates call DeFi. But the question still stands: what the fi is in DeFi? Luckily, Reimagine 2020 is helping us think through this question, live as we speak. Tune in to Reimagine 2020 to learn more. Back to you.
Hello, my friends. I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Yield farming is a way to make more crypto with your crypto. It involves you lending your funds to others through the magic of computer programs called smart contracts. Yield farming is the wild, wild west of decentralized finance, where farmers compete to get a chance to farm the best crops. Yes, that's right. Crypto farmers.
Hi, everyone. I'm Arthur, and welcome to Reimagine 2020. Today, I have with me Brian from Kava, one of the main lending and stablecoin platforms not based on Ethereum. So, interested to hear more about the birth story of Kava, where they aspire to be, and also obviously Brian's views on our little DeFi industry. Thanks so much for taking the time, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Arthur, for having me here.
Maybe we can just kick it off. Do you mind sharing a little bit about kind of like the founding story of Kava, and what is the for us less informed, what is the problem you're solving?
Yeah, so the founding story of Kava, at least the founding story of our team, was actually 2 years before, or actually 3 years now. We started a company in the crypto industry, thinking that we were going to solve this issue of interoperable payments. And back in 2016, 2017, it was all about layer one blockchains, what makes them good, what are the trade-offs. A lot of other people were building layer two solutions on top. And we were developing a wallet that could hold in custody funds, pull together liquidity from many different nodes, and swap assets between Bitcoin, Ethereum, and XRP and others. We spent a lot of time kind of building this technology. The protocol was called Interledger, and that's still going on. It's actually one of the largest open source payments protocols made for cryptocurrencies, and just any currency overall. Has been pushed forward a lot by Ripple now. But we realized at that time, after building that and working with teams like Ripple and Maker, and we built payment channels on Ethereum, and we did a lot of this tech to build up our product. But then we just realized that payments in crypto, it was not growing as fast as we thought it was. And in 2019, we realized that it was a good time to pivot. Crypto payments, they're growing rapidly, but it's not rapidly enough to have a full, fast, venture-backed, rapidly growing business that's going to support anything.
Why would you say that is? Sorry, just jumping in there. Why would you say it's not really it's growing that? Why would you say like the crypto for payments is not actually growing that fast? Because I think it's been a slight disappointment for many of us.
It's just simple business economics. So for any payment provider, if that is your business, you need to take a spread on the fees, and that's 25 bips or 50 bips on a transaction. And if you just do the napkin math, just have a very basic company, and if you're doing any type of compliance, there's a lot of regulatory fees and other things that builds up. There's a lot of capital requirements, but you kind of have to have at least $30 million in volume going through your payment processing of whatever kind, because if you're not above that, you can barely pay salaries for even a small team. So it's just basic kind of business and unit economics of that kind of business. And crypto is barely there. I would say like even Shapeshift and some of the early winners that were doing that, they just had really struggling, and they're struggling to this day, despite being kind of the first movers and having large market share. So for us, even though we built this really cool technology, we had basically the first blockchain wallet and token swaps available at that time. We decided that payments were growing too slow, but what was actually taking off, and this is 2018, when nothing was really taking off, was lending. So there's Compound and Maker, and that seemed to be the real use case that was sticking in the industry. And we kind of looked under the hood, and we realized, well, it's because people are trading assets. They like holding an asset, speculating on it. Maker's very valuable in that fact, where it allows people to use ETH as collateral to receive a loan, and then they can buy more ETH and get a levered position. Compound similar, people can lend their assets, earn a yield on that, and other people can borrow them for the same purpose that they do on Maker. So for us, we saw at the end of 2018 that this was the direction the industry was moving. So at the start of 2019, we hard pivoted and started building what's the Kava platform today. And what Kava is, we launched as a cross-chain lending platform, offering collateralized loans to anyone who had digital assets, receiving stable coins as a loan that they could use to spend freely on whatever they want. Usually people lend or they borrow on Kava to, if they say deposit BTC, they'll borrow the stablecoin and buy more BTC with that to get a levered position. Some people never want to sell their crypto, but they need to make payments, or maybe they want to buy a dip. So they'll take out a small loan on their Bitcoin position, and then they can use that amount to do whatever they please with it. Those are kind of the basic use cases of Kava. But after we launched our lending platform in June of this year, we really started expanding, and in the months to come, we're going to show that Kava is actually much more than just like a dApp on Ethereum, where Maker provides the service, Compound does. But how we built Kava from the ground up was actually because we saw a lot of the issues studying layer 1 blockchains, studying layer 2 issues that we just saw coming with Ethereum. And this past March, we saw a lot with kind of congestion on Ethereum, oracles failing, auctions failing, all of that bubbled up. And we were sitting there like, oh, we made some good design decisions because we're not going to have these issues. So anyway, that's a long story short. Where we're kind of going is we have this lending platform. We have a good volume, millions of dollars of the stablecoin USDX building up. And now we're actually expanding what's available on the Kava platform, where we're going to be rolling out a series of apps that look a lot like some of the core pieces of the DeFi ecosystem in Ethereum. But the key difference is once they're on Kava, because we have cross-chain bridges with all these other blockchains, it means that people who hold assets of XRP or BTC or BNB can now get all the sweet stuff that's been going on on ETH for a long time now.
That's awesome. So you mentioned that so like cross-chain lending. What coins do you support today?
So right now, what people can use is BNB, and it was our very first bridge that we built. And there's been roughly about 1% of all BNB deposited into Kava to date. And on this bridge that we've been building, we've expanded the capabilities for our next release, Kava 4. So Kava 3 was our first lending platform debut. It just featured one asset, BNB. And the reason why we chose BNB instead of others was just because it was the simplest bridge to build. Each blockchain has different requirements, and BNB was just quite simple, and we could work directly with the Binance Chain team to get that done. But in Kava 4, we're expanding that to BTC, XRP. We'll have BUSD as one of the stable coins. And actually, truthfully, anything that's available on the Binance Chain, we can port over to Kava now as well. So if it's like a wrapped version of Link or anything else, we can pull that in too. So that's happening on October 8th. So just about a month away at this point, our mainnet will launch, featuring a much wider bridge, as well as it'll feature the ability to mint and burn any kind of token on the Kava blockchain. So stablecoin issuers like USDC or Tether, they can mint and burn their assets directly on Kava. And then anyone who wants to build a DeFi application can make a project with a token also on Kava.
Wow, it's really, it is, I guess, as you mentioned, kind of like really widening the sort of potential use cases and the reach. So you mentioned that there's going to be BTC support. Is this going to be like a wrapped BTC on Binance Chain, or is this native BTC?
Yeah, so this BTC will be the wrapped version of BTC on Binance Chain. And how we look at things is there's 9,000 BTC today sitting on Binance Chain. Is equivalent to the total amount of wrapped BTC. And actually it's been bigger than wrapped BTC, but it gets no coverage on DeFi Pulse or anything else. And now that Binance is realizing that DeFi is going to be a large part of the future of crypto, they're now rolling out this project called Token Canal, or a feature set called Token Canal, which allows people to just sort of deposit and withdraw any type of wrapped BTC that they want directly from Binance. So it allows it removes the friction because there's so much BTC already on Binance. It gets into a stable coin or into a wrapped version of that Bitcoin that has fast finality. It can be withdrawn in a few seconds. It can be transferred to Kava in a few seconds and used, which is far different than using native BTC, which takes 30 minutes to confirm a transaction. But with all that said, how we approach all of these asset bridges is it's in a series of phases where there's a more centralized solution like these wrapped assets. Then there's solutions like IBC, intercommunication or inter-blockchain communication protocol, which uses a handful of relayers to relay transactions across blockchains. And then on the far side, where we're ultimately trying to go for all of these assets, is because we have a really robust validator set, over 100 businesses, including the likes of Binance, OKChain, Huobi, very professional infrastructure and validator companies like Figment Networks. They're all running nodes and they stake a lot of Kava. They can put that Kava at stake and we can share threshold signatures of, say, Bitcoin or of another asset and have the validators collectively custody those assets on behalf of users. So that's ultimately where we're going, but it's going to be a series of steps. And we've just always been pragmatic in the fact that we want to get users the ability to do something with their assets today. And we actually don't care kind of on the trustless nature of it, as long as we know we're going to get there over time. So for us, it's about getting to go to market, get the assets in, get people using it, make sure that people want to use these products with their Bitcoin, with anything else. And then we can expand it to the wider, group of Bitcoin holders, some of whom are going to care a lot more about trustless bridges.
Absolutely. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, take a kind of like a tiered and sort of like a measured approach. So you mentioned that that you've been working quite closely with Binance as well, and because Binance does support basically depositing BNB directly from the exchange to your platform. Is this, and I get while other DeFi protocols, they kind of I guess from a customer acquisition point of view, they all go down this like direct to customer like approach. Is this kind of what your strategy is as well? That you see yourself more as this like a B2B2C sort of that you would rather be the back end provider?
Yeah, that's a great question. We're definitely not trying to be the app that's collecting a bunch of users on Twitter. Like that's not our business. I say our business, Kava Labs is business, but our blockchain, what we've built is, if you think about the subset of users who use DeFi today, once you eliminate a user to not be able to use something like MetaMask, it really eliminates most of the crypto community. People just aren't used to using a ledger, a trust wallet app, something that's just not a browser. Oh, click, okay, I'm in a Ethereum dApp. As soon as you get them out of that flow and they have to make their own Binance wallet or something else to custody assets, the drop off just becomes really high. So how we think about this is just like how any business might think about user acquisition. You have a product and there's certain distribution channels. So places like exchanges have a huge trading community. Some of them never have even touched a wallet, not even MetaMask, but they trade crypto all day. So a direct integration of Kava into Binance on the exchange where they can loan and receive Kava minting rewards, our liquidity incentives directly, that's perfect for them because that's in the place that they're doing their activities and they hold their crypto. They don't want to have to learn a bunch of steps. And I think the industry is going to move in that direction very heavily over time. We're talking to a number of exchanges that have embarked on similar paths where they're doing these direct integrations. And kind of how you can think of the lifespan of any of these DeFi protocols is it starts off with a very technical community, people who can go into a ledger, use the CLI, be the first ones to be in a DeFi app before other apps have integrated it, made it available on a mobile interface. Those people get kind of the pick of the litter, so to speak, of all the rewards, all the opportunities in crypto. And you're always going to touch those as your crypto project. You're always going to get those developers. But the size of like AUM and the number of participants is still capped because it's just a subset of the overall space. Then you get third-party apps like mobile wallets like Trust Wallet, Cosmos Station, Looney are all like Cosmos supported wallets. They'll start integrating you into their experience. And that opens up people who are comfortable custodying crypto on their mobile phones. So we touched that one. And because we sort of went for the first, got the second, and it's like, okay, what's next? Well, it's the exchanges, and that's where we're really focusing now. It's actually gonna be the exchanges and fintech apps. So we think places like Robinhood are also really natural extensions to a much broader audience. And then of course, just like any business, you have to think of these by geos as well. So when you start going wide out to retail, While Binance covers a huge base, it's like they don't really touch the US. So it's like, okay, how do you reach the US? What companies? Okay, there's Coinbase Wallet. There's Coinbase that might do a direct integration somewhere along in the future, but you have to make plans for this. So we see just sort of these channel partners or distribution partners as the real way that we're going to kind of come out on the top at the end.
And based on what you're saying, I would guess it does seem that the kind of interest from the has accelerated from the exchanges side themselves, right? Which is it's a bit kind of like I guess, you know, as exchanges as well, they ship, you know, what the customers want, right? And this sort of like I think Binance just like recently kind of branded it as this CDeFi, or like the centralized exchange DeFi.
Right.
To sort of, you know, to sort of offer this kind of like a plug and play approach. But what is I'm actually very interested to understand a bit more. What's the use case, or like what is and you mentioned fintech apps. What is the main kind of interest from there? Because obviously, again, you mentioned different types of customers. That there's the very, very early like engineer users. Then you have the next stage, and obviously, I think like the fintech users are a couple steps, you know, even more sort of, or even less experienced.
It might be sooner than we think, particularly with digital dollars, digital euros potentially on the way. But with regulation now allowing banks to custody crypto on behalf of their users, it really changes the game, because you can think of a bank that currently has like a cash account, and they offer really poor savings rates or kind of any interest bearing. It's like 0.1%. You compare that to DeFi interest today, it's just not comparable. But if those same banks could then take a stable coin like USDX or DAI or USDC that offers a much better rate and give that to their users, they start winning over more customers, even if they're in that centralized experience. And then they can cross-sell them and, you know, win them over and make all their money elsewhere. But I think the game for banks and financial institutions and fintech companies is going to be, okay, DeFi is obviously offering much better yields than they can offer right now. How do they bring that to their users in a safe, consistent way where they're not going to get in trouble with regulators and compliance, run into compliance issues? So I've seen a lot of banks, particularly, look at DeFi for the stable coins and the yields that can come off of it. So I think when I say fintech, I do mean a direct integration of something like Robinhood or Wealthfront for an alternative cash account, but I also mean more of the brick and mortar retail banks. They're very interested in that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess definitely like in a basically zero interest rate environment, like the DeFi yields seem, and I mean stablecoin yields, not the farmable yields themselves, seem very attractive. But and so there's some players in the space have gone to kind of, I guess, go upstream to the customer in the same way as you described, but they've taken the route of actually acquiring some like licenses and so on. Is that something that you guys are sort of like pursuing as well, or are you trying to be the kind of like still remain on the protocol layer level?
For us, it's very much the protocol side of things. Like we don't have control over the Kava platform. We have a lot of Kava, and we can kind of implement proposals, but they ultimately have to get voted through. We always have viewed ourselves as a software development shop. And that's all we really do. We don't even run nodes on Kava or any other network. We just build software and we put it up on GitHub, and it gets voted in, and then people deploy it. And for a lot of reasons, we're going to keep kind of that mode of business operation. So from that standpoint, we're like developers, core contributors, and to a good extent, marketeers of what we're building. So for these companies, we're much more just like evangelists saying like, hey, did you know you can use this? There's all these nice things for your users. Do you want that? You might win over some more customers. And it's surprising how many kind of are interested for that. And I think if Kava does one thing better than most other companies in the space, I think it's actually on the BD and partnership side. Our tech team is fantastic. I can't say anything wrong with them. They've been slaving away and making everything that we do possible. But I think what gives a lot of people faith in what we do is kind of the credibility and the validation that we get from the people and the companies that work with us.
Awesome. And I guess bringing back to the point that you mentioned, that so you guys made an early on decision to build on Cosmos instead of Ethereum. What's that been like? What's been the, I guess, what have the the wins and the challenges been from that decision?
Yeah, so I think what we're seeing in DeFi right now speaks to a lot of the potential pros and cons of the decisions that we were making back then. But what's a really interesting one that I don't think people have quite realized, but to make a Tendermint blockchain or a Cosmos-based blockchain, it is very quick. You can spin up a testnet that has governance, no other real features, but in less than a day. But the nodes that support that network are like you and your friends. And that doesn't make for a really nice, robust, decentralized network. That's very forkable. But the moment you get hundreds of businesses involved running the software, it becomes a huge coordination lift to deploy any new software. And there's certain, let's just say like moats that just cannot be copied or forked by someone who just sees our open source code on our GitHub and deploys it on their own blockchain. Because the credibility of a blockchain is actually the decentralized set of people that run it and govern it. And you can't, at least in my mind, if it's not financial institutions, it's like crypto exchanges that custody most people's funds in the space, they're the most credible parties. And we intentionally made sure that they were running and supporting our network. And we also have banks like DelChain, which is the bank of, or Deltec, its parent company is the bank of Tether. All of those folks are running nodes in our blockchain. And we did that because we want to make sure that nobody can just sort of fork what we're doing, fork our community, fork our security that we built Kava for. So on Ethereum, there's Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi 2, Wi-Fi 3, Sushi Swap. There's all these forks and people can just copy and paste, and they have almost everything that a dApp on Ethereum has. And that's just not possible when someone's looking at something like Kava, because it has to require the validator set that comes along with our network. So I think that's one of the moats that you get to build up when you build up your own blockchain from the ground up. But at the same time, it's also one of the challenges. So when we launched Kava, we had to just coordinate and build up this community of really high quality validators to make our blockchain credibly decentralized and a place that people are going to trust their funds and know it's not just a few people and their friends. So I think that's one of the core differences of what we built, and also why building on Cosmos was very attractive to us. But to a developer and anyone else who's building an application, it is a lot of work, and it's actually a burden going forward too. Well, it's a blessing, and you kind of get this defensibility where people can't copy you as easily. At the same time, it just is very difficult to constantly have to coordinate a network upgrade across 100 different businesses. It's really difficult to, especially since they vary in competency, vary in language. It becomes a big, huge part of the business in terms of just getting the blockchain to evolve over time. So I think that's something to just have in mind. And many of them have their own business concerns. So a lot of people say like, oh, validators, it's so easy to get them. It's like, well, maybe, but then they're kind of like little babies. You have to make sure that you feed them over time. If they're not getting the right incentives and financial rewards, they're like, why do I want to spend money running a server for your blockchain? This is silly. I'm gonna leave it alone and go do something else that's gonna make me money. And it's just practical to do that. But as a developer of that blockchain, you have to be cognizant of who your community is, what they need to survive, sustain themselves and thrive. So that's another thing to consider. But what you also gain at the end, which is why we designed Kava, is you can build a system that has fast finality. We know the issues of probabilistic finality from our early work in payments and payment channels. It was a nightmare. It's a horrible UX. We knew that it's not just about getting a block through or a transaction through, it's about making sure that has finality, because at that time the user can move on to the next step of their application. So Kava has just a few seconds and a user reaches finality with every transaction, which is particularly important when a user is trying to do a cross-chain transaction. It's a combination of like 4 different transactions that ultimately gives the user a movement of funds from point A to point B. and you have to add up all those transaction times. And if it's over 10, 20 seconds, it's like, that's not a great experience for the future. You want to compare it to Visa, which is like 7 seconds. So that was a big consideration for us. And then the last one is just, if you've ever built anything, not just forked to someone else's repo, but if you've actually built anything in Solidity, it's a nightmare. We built payment channels for DAI and did a bunch of different things on Ethereum, and just crazy stuff would happen building in Solidity. One, it's like a Turing complete language, so anybody can build all sorts of smart contracts that interact with your stuff, and they interact with yours, and you don't really know what's happening at the end of the day. You can't run good, what should I call it? You can't get formal verification of the code that you run, so know exactly with an input what's the output, and the range of outputs that could come from any given smart contract. But you can if you have a more specific programming language. And while Go is not quite formally verified, it's very close, and you can scope exactly what it's doing to be pretty sure with like 99.99% probability that the thing is going to work as intended. So we really like that. And actually, a lot of financial applications that are built in the real world are using Go and combination of JavaScript and other things. So we just liked not having to deal with the Ethereum environment. And then the other thing is, if you build anything on testnets of Ethereum, and there's like a Ropsten testnet, for example, it's supposed to be exactly like the mainnet. So anything that you deploy there should work on the mainnet. Turns out that's not true. We built some things for Ropsten, and when we deployed the mainnet, it didn't work. So we ultimately figured out why, and there's some issues, but there's just a lot of headaches and overhead that you have to deal with when you build on Solidity. And I just don't think it's a great platform for DeFi going forward. And I think out of all the reasons, the main one that is just really apparent, I think, to most people today is you have a blockchain that has transactions of crypto kitties and a bunch of NFTs and video game items and everything else clogging the network, all while oracles are trying to post prices. And if they mess up there, people get liquidated and all the collateral gets auctioned off. It's just a really, really bad issue. But then with that congestion, there's also these high gas fees that the Ethereum networks experience as well. And that just prices out everyone in that like unbanked area that people thought crypto was good for, because it just costs $80 to do a transaction. It's like the unbanked don't have $80 to spend. It just eliminates.
Uniswap is the most expensive financial service I've used.
Yeah. So, there's just a myriad of issues that I just don't think, well, DeFi is definitely 100% on Ethereum today. I think its success being on Ethereum is actually going to kill it in the long run. So I'm very hopeful for other platforms, Kava being one of them. I think Serum's also a really good one for places for DeFi to happen going forward. And maybe Ethereum 2.0, whenever that happens, could bring life back into Ethereum. But I'm pretty bearish that that's going to happen anytime soon. I've been involved with making blockchains, and they might say it's a year or whatever. I think it's more like 3 or 4.
From now, or since they initially started talking about it?
I would say since about 6 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a moving goalpost. But you mentioned about how you guys have approached like building out Kava in terms of like the network itself. So do I understand correctly that you started with building out your pool of your validators, then slowly getting to the essentially like the community or the users? Is that correct?
Yeah, so we started with the validators. It was all developer community from there. And then we started working directly with our third-party ecosystem apps, wallets, block explorers, every interface, a lot of developer tools. And then from there, it was like exchange time. It's listing time for the Kava token. We launch our lending app, and then it's about working with these larger enterprise companies with financial institutions from there.
So I think one of the things which you mentioned, which is like you mentioned earlier, that like MetaMask is it's very easy to use, but obviously Cosmos doesn't have MetaMask. How do you guys
they don't have
get
the
around
difference
that,
is they have an app now. It just launched called Kepler. that allows people that hold Atom and Kava in their browser. The difference, though, is that MetaMask has millions of users already that are used to using it. So it's less about like the functionality, and it's much more about like the downloading, needing to know what the app is, trusting a brand. MetaMask is just like really helpful to the Ethereum community because of that.
But is it still true that with like every new Cosmos chain does need to be like for example, like Kepler does need to be individually integrated, added to it, right?
So every blockchain that uses the Cosmos SDK is a standalone blockchain. None of them are interoperable on their own. Each thing has to build from the ground up, its own block explorers. You can kind of copy paste a lot of the code, which is nice, because then you get many teams building on this Cosmos SDK. They can grab things from each other. And that's why it's iterating so fast. And all these new blockchains, even Binance Chain and OKX and KuCoin, they're all building their new dexes using the Cosmos SDK. It's all kind of with that in mind. Everything is a standalone blockchain, and nothing, while it might be easy to get, it doesn't come for free.
Got it. Another thing you mentioned, kind of, I guess, a problem for Ethereum is the oracles. How do you guys approach that?
So we worked actually with Chainlink we actually looked around and did a lot of, first we thought we could make our own oracles. We thought, that was pretty easy. But then we realized after we looked into it, it's not just about getting some data from an API of an exchange and saying that's the price data. There's all sorts of strange scenarios like, I've seen them a few times on exchanges where someone just buys the entire order book and crashes the price for a sec. Some people will manipulate markets on smaller exchanges and really move the price just because the volumes are so low there. There's a bunch of scenarios like that can happen. And Chainlink provides a really nice way to orchestrate kind of a certain, a certain set of requirements that you have. So like we have a requirement not to scam wick where the price just crashes in a big candle and then goes back up. That could cause everyone to be liquidated in a CDP position. So, we have certain requirements around that. And what the Chainlink platform allows is for us to orchestrate kind of what all of our oracles are providing based on our requirements, which is really nice. And we also realized that many of our top validators were actually large Chainlink node operators as well. So when we learned that, it made sense for us, since these guys already had a lot of Kava at stake, to say, okay, let's use the Chainlink technology. Let's have many of these guys run Chainlink nodes on the Kava blockchain. They'll get their prices, and then they'll run, and then they'll post those prices to the price feed module that exists on Kava. And that's how we do things like BNB today, and we'll continue to do that for the foreseeable future. I don't think we'll be changing that setup anytime soon, just because we could look at other Oracle solutions, but the real beauty of having these Chainlink node operators outside of the tech is that they hold both a lot of link, and that's at stake for them to be good actors, and they hold Kava, and that's at stake for them to be good actors. So they're like doubly incentivized to be very good oracles on our platform. And then the other thing, just in terms of oracles, that's worth mentioning is because we have really, really fast blocks, and a nice feature of Kava is our transaction fees are virtually zero. Not because there's not a lot of transactions, but because we're a proof of stake network, our validators who process all the transactions get paid in inflationary block rewards. They don't need to charge high fees to be validators of the blockchain. And even in our stablecoin, it's like you don't need to hold Kava to send it like you need to hold ETH to send DAI. There's no gas fees there. You actually pay a very, very small amount of USDX when you send it, like 0.00001, just so people don't spam the network with transactions. So all that's possible. And what that means is our oracles are posting prices much faster. You can get much more accurate price feeds and just a much healthier DeFi system overall from that.
And you mentioned, so DeFi system, how have you guys kind of so there's, you know, obviously this, it's been a incredible boom in the sort of, in the like, especially I guess in the Ethereum DeFi. But how's it been going for Kava? Do you, because like I guess the ETH community is slightly known for its kind of I don't want to say, but I'll say toxicity towards, you know, anything non-ETH. Do you guys get like, do you feel you guys get like kind of unjustifiable criticism being like, you know, a not non-ETH DeFi, or is it actually something that, you know, people are now starting to come around to, that like, you know, maybe it's fair to have, you know, other competing things as well?
Yeah. I think the nice positioning that we do have is that Ethereum just really neglects a lot of very large communities, whether it's BNB, XRP, those communities like love us, and BTC, kind of, yeah, everyone holds BTC, so I can't say they love us specifically. But you know, we present a nice value add service that they're not getting currently from the Ethereum ecosystem. And I think, you know, that really helps kind of the Kava narrative and the Kava story. And that's really where our bread and butter is. Ultimately, we will bridge to the Ethereum ecosystem, and then it'll be sort of full guns blazing, where we'll be competing with everyone else for yield, but then people can use all their other assets on Kava too, and they can't on Ethereum. So I think we'll always have that. And that's just like a really nice thing that we have going for us. One of the kind of challenges, though, of being a standalone blockchain is that you don't get a lot of the things for free like you do on Ethereum. We can create a much better experience because we have fast finality and we made our blockchain the way it is. But at the same time, Ethereum, if you develop an app there, you already just have a bunch of assets like USDC and DAI that you can plug right in to what you've built. Where for us, we have to like build that up. We have to go talk to Tether. We have to go talk to people, make sure that happens. So now we can mint and burn BUSD on our blockchain. A lot of that's just like legwork that we have to do as a new blockchain that Ethereum developers don't need to worry about. They just sort of inherit that for free. It slows us down a little bit, and it's challenging, but you know, we're trailblazers, and the beneficial things that we've designed, I think, outweigh those negatives. And it's what's really going to allow us in the future to just be the home of a lot of DeFi apps and kind of serve many, many different blockchain networks while not running into the same issues that exist on Ethereum today.
Absolutely. I mean, you're essentially, you know, you're taking a long-term view as opposed to, you know, gunning for the extremely short-term sort of gains.
I mean, unfortunately, we aren't the degen type, the DeFi chads or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
We wish we were, since there's, you know, crazy money to be made there, but that's just like not in our DNA. We're sort of the slow and steady, always ship, always build, and always try to serve the market that exists. Not kind of build, you know, for the future and not try to win really quickly. Yeah, it's just not what we do and not what we're set up for.
So you mentioned it twice now, that like burning and minting BUSD and USDC. What does that mean, or like why is that kind of a game changer?
So you can think of, on Ethereum, there's the ERC20 standard where people can create a token. They can set how much they're creating. They can have permissions to mint and burn it directly on the Ethereum blockchain. That wasn't available on the Cosmos SDK. So we made a module specifically for that. So now our on-chain governance can vote and give that privilege to any address that we want. So in our next Kava 4, having centralized issuers like Wrap Bitcoin or USDC or BUSD, they can now do that directly on the Kava blockchain, which means that those assets can then be used in any DeFi application that's on Kava.
Okay, got it. And what is your sort of view of the kind of like future of DeFi, and like in general, especially when we talk about how I think a lot of our focus right now has been like, you know, that there's like the entire like Ethereum side, and now there's more, because of the obvious kind of like shortcomings from Ethereum, there's a lot of like competing sort of, you know, solutions and different things being built out, such as Kava. how do you see those kind of, let's say, like moving, let's say like a year from now? What is that gonna like look like in your view, like, you know, being an actual builder? So like, let's say, like to me as a user, does that mean that they're gonna be kind of unnoticeably like or like, you know, cross-usable, or what do you think that, how will that flow?
Yeah, in my view, it's going to be both competitive and synergistic in a very strange way. So just for example, someone can deposit BNB on Kava today, mint USDX, and start earning Kava liquidity incentives. And they get, as long as they hold that open position, they'll get that week over week. They can then take their USDX probably in 6 months to a year, deposit that into MStable, and then start earning rewards there in their stablecoin pool for having it, and they can even compound their rewards. So while I think people will be, and I say people, but I mean protocols will be competing to win users over in terms of the yield that they can generate, a lot of these different protocols will be very synergistic in strange ways that people haven't foreseen yet, where you can just get even greater yields, especially when things are connected cross-chain.
By greater yields, do you mean like even greater than the sort of what we've seen so far on the really fringes, or like the kind of
well, I don't mean the greater speculative yields.
Yeah,
okay. I mean the actual payouts at time they're paid out.
Yeah.
Like I think that for a good, I don't know, we're seeing 100% to 50 to 100% APY on kind of DeFi things right now. Effective DeFi APY if you count like comp rewards and other things. I don't think that's sustainable, but I do think kind of with the synergies that I mentioned, there's going to just be like really great opportunities for the people that can spot them, especially when the whole market hasn't yet. And I think that'll exist probably for the next year, maybe a little longer, but hopefully over time, the subsidies do get kind of vaporized and no longer as valued, especially for their speculative value. And these networks are starting to get, judged more and more based on the services that they're offering, the actual fees that they're charging, just like you might a business where you could do a discounted cash flow analysis off of it. That's where I think values like TVL are actually really stupid. They don't show kind of the value, because everyone who's throwing around subsidies, whatever protocol it is, if you're just subsidizing everything, it's kind of like I make a business that in my new business, Brian's business, I made a product and it's, you give me $1 and I will give you my product and it's $2. You just get $2. And, we'll do that. And, I'll get, 1 billion users overnight, and, VCs will back me because look at all my users. It's so great. And then I'll IPO or whatever. But eventually that business,
you're effectively
right? Like,
IPOing.
It just doesn't work fundamentally. And I think that's where a lot of DeFi protocols are right now.
Yeah, I think this TVL it's pretty funny, because like every builder that you speak to, they absolutely hate this metric, because they just feel it's either it completely understates or overstates the usage of their actual product or protocol. But then the entire the mark, it's the only thing that everyone talks about. It's just come on, it seems to be such a disconnect.
It's useful, but it needs to be in the right context, and it needs to be compared. Like TVL is probably a horrible thing for Uniswap. You should look at Uniswap for the volume that's happening there.
Yeah,
that's a way better metric. For TVL of Compound, maybe that's a little bit more accurate, right? But
it's not like an apples to apples, right?
That's actually the best. If Compound starts charging fees, starts burning their token and giving that back kind of effectively to the holders, that would be a way better metric to judge the success of Compound than anything else.
Got it. And I know we're running out of time here. Just a couple sort of last questions. I'd be super interested to hear from you, Brian. What are the things that you are most excited about in DeFi and least excited about?
Least excited about? I don't really think a lot about this. I'm most excited about the exchange integrations, as I mentioned, not just for Kava, but for every application that's in the DeFi space, because that really just pours in way more users than we could ever hope for otherwise. I mean, we're talking about like 10x increase. And when numbers start coming in like that, I think it also drives the attention from beyond the crypto space. So I'm just very excited to see more and more exchanges do that. I'm also excited to see particularly regulated areas like South Korea start getting the ability to integrate DeFi protocols. So exchanges can't offer margin trading, but users can access DeFi, get loans, and get levered positions, and that can be integrated into an exchange experience. Similarly, stable coins are not allowed in South Korea if it's fiat backed. They just will not allow that of any kind. The Korean won that exchanges use are actually Korean won in a bank. It's not Korean won token like we use USDC or USDT.
Yeah.
And the exchanges can't even have USDC or USDT there. But what they can have are crypto-backed stable coins like DAI and USDX. So they will, in probably the next year or so, start integrating these things where people can actually borrow USDX directly on the exchange, take out a margin position on their XRP or BTC. And now one of the hottest crypto countries in terms of users and traders is going to just have access to so much leverage that they didn't have before. And I think that's got to do something for the industry. So I'm pretty excited.
Sure, I mean, we love leverage in crypto.
And then least favorite or least excited about, I'm just least excited.
I guess you mentioned the activities of forking.
Yeah. I'm least excited about a bunch of people thinking they're going to make a return and then losing all their money. I've had so many people that aren't in crypto, but they know I am, come and talk to me and say, hey, I want to invest in crypto. Where do I do? I want to do it right now. I've seen all this in the news. And it's just like 2017 all over again.
It's like, I don't want to invest in Bitcoin. The money's been made there already. What's the next one, right?
It's like, I don't want my mom doing, hot dog or whatever the next, food.
Yeah.
And I really don't look forward to that because it's just not good for the industry. It is going to be a growing pain that we're going to go through. And I think crypto will always have that to some degree. But I'm just not looking forward to that kind of bursting of the DeFi bubble and then the rebuild from there. But I actually know I know it's going to come, and it might come sooner than people think. I think it's going to be a huge pop. People are going to get really turned off. All the speculative pricing of assets is going to go away. And then people who have been building and working hard, they're just going to have to put their heads down again and work for another year, just like in 2018, and hopefully come out on top when the market turns around again.
Like yourself.
Yeah, exactly like we did. It's not a fun ride. I say exactly like we did, but it's just really not fun to do that. But that's what you do. It's what Amazon did. It's what all the great companies have done. They've gone through ups and downs, and you don't get to be kind of the constant winner. It's just not how the world works.
You can't be an overnight success every night.
Yeah, exactly.
A couple of very quick sort of one-word questions for you. Do you will ETH staking go live this year?
No. Not next year.
If you had to describe DeFi in one word.
Yield.
Fair point. All right. Thank you so much, Brian, for your time. As you mentioned as well, you guys are incredibly busy building, so very grateful to have you here for this conversation. And yeah, once again, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Arthur. It's been really fun.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always plan B for Bitcoin.
Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by Bag Holder. This term has come from Wall Street. It means that the trader kept altcoins in his portfolio for too long and they went down in value.
Hello my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Stablecoin. A stablecoin is a new class of cryptocurrency that attempts to offer price stability. They are backed by a reserve asset such as the US dollar, gold, or other collateral. Stablecoins have gained traction as they attempt to offer the best of both worlds to users of decentralized finance. The instant processing and security or privacy of payments of cryptocurrencies and the volatility-free stable valuations of fiat currencies.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm glad to be joined by Kim Grauer, Head of Research at Chainalysis. Kim, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so Kim, for those who don't know you, you want to give a little background about who you are and how you got into blockchain?
Sure. I'm Kim Grauer. I'm currently the Head of Research at Chainalysis, and I've been in this position for 6 months. I was formerly a senior economist at the company for 2 years. I actually just hit my 3-year anniversary at Chainalysis, which was very exciting. What I do at Chainalysis is I have a really long lead to just research topics that might be of interest for people. One of the things that you might have seen is our crypto crime report, which comes out once a year. And actually, we're about to get started on that again, where we found last year that around 1% of all blockchain level activity is associated with something illicit. And so that's and we get to break out all of the different types of crime, but now I also have to focus on that other 99% of activity. So what else is happening besides illicit activity? So you'll see a lot of the research that I do coming out on our blog, how much merchant service activity or payment processing is going on, what might be impacting these trends that we're seeing. We do a lot of research around darknet marketplaces, and there was a time period when I got to do a lot of investigations on darknet marketplaces. So my job has really been many things. And before this, though, I was working for the city of New York doing economics research. And there I worked for what's called the New York City Economic Development Corporation. And they do a lot of work on, leasing out the lands towards initiatives to help with economic growth. And a pet project I would do there was, write about blockchain and cryptocurrency and whether this should be on the radar of people doing economic research for the city. But long before that, I got into cryptocurrency. When I was in school, I was studying economics and I took a game theory course, which I did not want to take. And kind of to spite the teacher a little bit, I was like, I'm going to take on this random topic, Bitcoin, which no one had heard of, 2013 or something, or it wasn't nearly as big as it was now. And my questions that I were asking were around what would need to happen for Bitcoin specifically to be globally adopted. But then I just went down the rabbit hole, and then I ended up getting really into it. So that's kind of my journey.
And has Bitcoin hit those points, hit those markers that you theorized back in school for mass adoption? Has Bitcoin hit that?
I don't think that it's played out in the full way that I was thinking on a very long-term scale. I think we're still in like the very beginning stages of general adoption. So I was thinking on the 10-year, 20-year, 30-year, 50-year mark. I mean, I was thinking along the lines of the history of currencies, when including back to when we left the gold standard, and just on a longer scale. So I think that it's still kind of playing out, but I think that I probably would now that I'm so much more familiar with crypto space than I was back then, I probably would have come to different conclusions anyway. So.
And right now you're head of research for Chainalysis, and that kind of was born out of the aftermath of the Mt. Gox a hack where one of the beautiful things about blockchain, or the great potential, is that it is transparent, and these are open ledgers, these are public ledgers, and you just have to have the time and the willpower to actually analyze, these chains, and that's kind of where you guys come in. And historically, I think a lot of people have associated you guys with research into crime and illicit activity, like you were mentioning. But that represents just 1% of the activity on the blockchain, and there's a whole lot more. So you guys are actually coming out with your geography of crypto report. Should be coming out soon. I know it's coming out sometime in September. You want to, go a little bit into that and kind of the takeaways. I mean, let's start off with this. You guys have the Global Crypto Adoption Index. Let's talk about that. How do you guys come up with that score, and what can we tell based off that score?
Yeah, so I will, I'll start by saying, if we step back a little bit, what does Chainalysis do? And for those of you who aren't familiar, the heart and like the bread and butter of what we do is find services that accept or transact with cryptocurrency, and basically identify them so that we can quantify how much activity is going in and out of services. Now, so the services can be many things. There are exchanges, there are peer-to-peer exchanges, there's gambling, there's hosted wallets. There's a lot of different types of services that we can look at, and several of those categories are illicit. So illicit, it will be darknet marketplaces, it'll be hacked, stolen funds, scammed funds. And so, by being able to monitor the funds going in and out of all of these services, we can actually start to get a really strong sense of how much activity is being used in different types of services. So we've been around, for a very long time, since 2015 at least, and we've been doing this for all of those years, finding services, trying to improve, people's understanding of what's going on the blockchain. And what we realized for this geo report was that there are going to be services that predominantly serve certain regions. So an exchange that mostly serves China, for example, then if we look at that alongside which services are being mostly used in China, we can start to get a better sense of how people are using cryptocurrency in China versus, for example, North America. Mm-hmm. And we realize that we kind of have an obligation to do this because we're really in the best position to start answering these questions. A lot of the research you'll see around how people are using cryptocurrency in different parts of the world is at this point really anecdotal. And so we were like, we're sitting on this data set. We have a good methodology for how to divide out all these services and look at their activity by region. We should do that because, like what you said before, we really are good at looking at that 1% of crime, but we're not as good at talking about this other 99%. And so we wanted to get better at that. And another thing that came out of the GEO report was the fact that we could start to see that there are different factors impacting adoption in different regions. It's not just cryptocurrency. The other 99% is used is because cryptocurrency is speculative. It's how do we look at the reasons driving adoption in Nigeria versus Venezuela. And those are two sections that are really interesting to look at. So our actual methodology is that we combine the services that we have, the blockchain level activity, with web traffic data. Okay, so we have this service, 98% of its web traffic is based in China. So we can then assume that potentially around 98% of the total on-chain value is going to be associated with Chinese-based customers. And we do that also we do that across every single service that we have, which are thousands and thousands of services. And then you start to be able to get a better picture of what share of the African market is large transfers that have directly gone between two exchanges, and what percent are retail transfers that are coming from abroad. And you can really start to see trends that are happening around the world. So that's kind of the long-winded answer for our methodology, why we think this is important, and I didn't even get into the takeaways. So
we could definitely get into the takeaways. Let's start with that. I mean, listen, you guys are looking at this data, and before actually we dive in, I kind of want to. I was curious on my own of just kind of the data sets you guys are working with. Are you guys simply looking, at the same data that everyone else could potentially look at, the public blockchain, or do you guys actually have access to data that kind of, not everyone has access to, and that gives you a kind of a fuller picture of what's going on the blockchain?
We use the data that everyone has access to. The difference is we have built out proprietary heuristics that automatically can analyze that public blockchain. So whereas if you are familiar with a block explorer, you might log on to a block explorer and look at the most recent transfers or transactions that are happening on Bitcoin, for example. Mm-hmm. And you would see from one wallet, a long alphanumeric string of numbers, and then an amount of Bitcoin, a transaction hash, and those funds are going to another, Bitcoin wallet or address. Whereas we will, through, several heuristics, what you'll be able to see is, okay, actually that's not what we're seeing is, Gemini sending to Coinbase. Mm-hmm. And so we're able, our CEO says that we're the phone book of the blockchain. And while this is public data, there's the core of what allows us to be different than anyone who just wants to set up shop, since this is public data, is the fact that we've been around for so many years doing this, that we have developed these proprietary heuristics to be able to, do this. We interact with services so we can track transactions and help gain. So there's a lot that goes into processing this data that would prevent just anyone from doing what we do.
So now taking those advanced models and heuristics, what were some of the more shocking or interesting takeaways from the GEO report?
The first thing that we found was that cryptocurrency really is a global phenomenon. We found activity in most countries around the world, at least some type of cryptocurrency activity, whether it be small transfers or large transfers. And this was shocking to us because I didn't go in to this research thinking, oh, I think about half the countries will have activity, but I didn't know what to expect. And so seeing our global map just light up in most countries, it's exciting and it's cool. And then supplementing that with the conversations that we had on the ground made us, okay, this isn't cool. This isn't just cool. This is also kind of true. And we're hearing this in the stories that the people are saying. My research approach is, I have the on-chain data, but one of the limitations is there might be a transfer from, Coinbase to Bitso. Coinbase being a predominantly North American exchange, Bitso being a predominantly Mexican exchange. It might look like a remittance payment. We know that there's a really large remittance market between North America and Mexico, but I can't say for sure what that transfer is unless I were to talk to the person who initiated the transfer and say, were you sending a remittance payment? So, which I'm not going to do because there's just way too many transfers. So I combine interviews with the research that I do, working with journalists who have great connections on the ground, working with, like we have many customers. We get to work with our customers. We get to work with prospects, and we get to ask them, what types of activity are you seeing? And combine that with, do you have someone who runs a shop who we could talk to who accepts cryptocurrency? And so just going back to your question, I guess the next really interesting thing would be that we found that, Ukraine and Russia were at the top, performing at the top of the index that we created. And again, didn't know which country to necessarily think was going to be on the top. But when we found that it was Ukraine and Russia, the next thing to do is, talk to a lot of people based in the region. And the feedback we got was actually, this isn't surprising to people who are living in the region. They're saying this makes a lot of sense for all these reasons that we point out in the report. And so maybe just what is the most interesting overall is just the fact that we're starting to be able to do this and to answer questions about regional activity in cryptocurrency, which has been really rewarding.
Yeah, so when you guys are looking at that data, these Eastern European countries, Ukraine is high up there. Are we able to get a better idea of what kind of use cases were driving this type of transactions there? Is this retail investors? Is this remittances? Do you have a better idea of kind of what's driving the transactions over there?
We supplemented the research that we did with a lot of interviews, and since Ukraine was at the top, we talked to a lot of people based in Ukraine. We heard a lot about banking issues in Ukraine and also Russia. Maybe there's a general distrust of the banks. In Ukraine, we heard about there being a lot of regulations surrounding cross-border payments, whether that be a cap on the daily amounts you can send or just it's generally difficult. But people were talking about specifically in Ukraine, using cryptocurrency to send funds across the border, whether maybe you left Ukraine and are sending money back home in the remittance kind of type of transfer. We also heard about a history of using digital payments in Russia specifically that made the transfer to using cryptocurrency much more seamless. So there's more small businesses that are accepting cryptocurrency, and people are more familiar with how to use digital payments because of that history of using web money, Yandex, other things that have made people just generally more open and willing to participate in a new type of digital payment. And so that in conjunction with people wanting to diversify into using cryptocurrencies, having exposure to cryptocurrencies as an alternate saving method. So these are similar to a lot of the other regions. We saw remittances in many regions. We saw cross-border payments. We saw cross-border payments being a big part of North America's story. Mm-hmm. And and Ukraine and Russia in particular, they weren't, so the index is based on 4 metrics. It's a combination of these 4 different metrics because each one of them separately doesn't do enough to capture activity. We have the retail transfers, we have the total transfers, we have the number of transfers, and we have the peer-to-peer world. And we kind of smushed these all together, ranked them, and so you will then have your ranking. And Ukraine and Russia weren't led by any one of those metrics. So whereas in Venezuela, peer-to-peer was, it was number 1 in peer-to-peer, but then much lower in retail, for example. Whereas Ukraine and Russia were pretty much towards the top across all 4 metrics, but not at the top. So I think they were in, number 4, between 4 and 11. And so that is further evidence that there's just a general across the board penetration of cryptocurrency in these regions. And from there, you then go and talk to people and ask them, what are you using cryptocurrency for? We got to speak to regulators in the region, the Ukrainian Center for Digital Transformation, and educate people on these things and learn from them. So,
yeah, in the past, one thing that's kind of come to the forefront was that a lot of exchange or reported exchange volume was faked. In the past, there's been a lot of wash trading going on. Do you still see that when you guys are kind of crunching the numbers, around the crypto sphere? Are you guys still seeing that large amount of wash trading, or just there's less focus on reported volume these days, so there is less of that going on?
We are lucky to be living in the on-chain data set, which means it's not reported by the exchanges. If you were to fake the volumes, you'd have to pay to do it because you have to pay for transfers. So it's not outside the realm of possibility, but it's probably unlikely that the on-chain volumes are faked. And because of that, when I was starting this geo report, I was thinking I really should figure out the trading volumes and figure out how to incorporate them because it's a big part of the story. But then I decided just to stick to our data set, stick to the on-chain data, because of how there's not the potential for there to be faked volumes. And this is just the truth. This is something that, you can see actual people actually making transfers between different services. Whereas the order book data, it can be faked. Not to say that it's not usable. In fact, it probably is very, very interesting once you really get down into it. And there's definitely room for us to incorporate more of that in the future. one way that we do think about the relationship between trading volumes and on-chain activity is with a metric called trade intensity, which you can find on our markets homepage, which is kind of a new product or a new data offering that we've launched on our website. And it looks at the relationship between the amount of traded volume on an exchange against the amount of cryptocurrency that has come into that exchange. And one thing that we do find in the report is that on Eastern Asian-based exchanges, that the ratio between the amount of traded volume and on-chain volume is about 5-to-1, which means that every Bitcoin that goes onto an Eastern Asian exchange is then traded 5 times more than on a North American exchange. Is that because of faked volumes? We haven't definitively quantified that. We find it interesting. There could be some real reasons why that 5x relationship exists. Maybe there's just much more speculative trading going on these Eastern Asian, exchanges that list all of these altcoins versus, North America, where you would see more institutional people getting in for institutional purposes, custodying, where you wouldn't have that same level of intensity around the trading. But it's always that we kind of think about this wash trading faked volumes. But in direct answer to your question, we don't actually have a heuristic right now to speak to that.
Mm-hmm. And for us, when we're speaking, it's interesting. Ooh, I wonder why it's 5-to-1. And these are more intellectual exercises. But on the business end, I'm sure there are plenty of clients out there for Chainalysis that does want this information, that kind of does want to gain access to these kind of unique insights. And historically, definitely on the criminal stuff that has been government agencies, and I do want to touch upon that. But before we get into that, what's the interest from institutional investors? Now that institutions are slowly coming in to the blockchain space, and as opposed to a retail investor, institutions are willing to pay good money to be as informed as possible, because many of them are data driven. Is that a big business model for Chainalysis to kind of supply institutions with this interesting insight?
Chainalysis puts a lot of resource, which I'm thankful for, a lot of resources into research. So they've dedicated a lot into people who just think about the blockchain and try to bring transparency to the blockchain. That's the foundation of my job and several other people at the company. And my personal mission is really around education and getting people comfortable with this space. And annual crime reports, geography reports are certainly one way to do it, and I think a good way to do it. I think that we're still in a place where the industry needs as much of this research as possible. Even though there might not be a direct impact from this geography report or from the crime report, they kind of slowly get baked into the people's attitudes towards cryptocurrency in general. That's how I, view myself as impacting institutional investors. Our markets product it's not a product, it's a data offering on our website, is thinking about getting institutions comfortable in this space. Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of how we use our research to impact business right now. Mm-hmm. But I think that's the extent of how I work with institutions. I talk to them a lot, especially when I'm trying to get information from them, and ask them what their experiences are, what data sources do you use, what's of interest to you, what do you need to see to get into this space. And they're definitely increasingly really interested, and they're expressing there's been a lot of increased activity in the past year, and this is kind of really happening in an organic way. So we'll see. We'll evolve with the industry as best we can, and we'll see what the industry needs to get those institutions really comfortable. Do they need more products? Do they need more research? Do they need more reports? I personally think that as many public reports as possible that can inform everyone is probably the way to do it, but we'll see.
Yeah, and you guys recently partnered with ETC Labs to provide Chainalysis KYT. You want to explain a little bit what that is?
That's one of our core products. It's transaction monitoring. So you can hook up or purchase our KYT services, and then you'll be able to have basically a really efficient compliance dashboard to make sure you're not doing business with people who are doing illicit things. Mm-hmm. And so it's really a kind of a tool that empowers compliance officers to be aware of who they're onboarding on their exchanges. And we do it at the transaction level. So each transaction is going through the system, and you can see if the funds are coming directly from a darknet marketplace, maybe coming indirectly from a darknet marketplace, and give you as much information as you need to feel like you are able to satisfy your compliance obligations.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, this comes from from a regulatory a place where these exchanges have to be compliant with local regulation wherever they are situated. And because you are interacting with them and providing these kind of tools to them, do you get a general sense and do you interact with regulators in the field? Do regulators come to you guys and try to understand better the industry and try to understand how to set the rules more accurately? Because at the end of the day, the first step in doing business, and the first step in writing laws, and the first step in many areas in life is educating yourself. And that's a little bit about what you were saying draws you to this. Do you feel also that the regulators also come and try to educate themselves using your data as well?
I think that we definitely have, just thinking about attendance, I don't have like the breakout now, but I think regulators do frequently attend our webinars and download our reports. And I think that it's, if you're a regulator and you're interested in crime and you're scoping how much criminal activity there is in the blockchain, I think that you would probably use our crypto crime report as the first step to kind of introducing yourself to the world of crypto crime. And I think a lot about what regulators need to know or what they want to know. I try and put my regulator hat on and think about what's important for them to make their decisions. We know that, the impact of regulations is really profound. I was talking to some people who work on an exchange in India, and when basically the Supreme Court of India outlawed cryptocurrency payments, said that you can't convert the rupee to Bitcoin, their business suffered, and they want to be compliant. So they're not like going to go find other means to get around these regulations. They were just impacted, but they were eager to remain compliant, so adapted in certain ways. But the reason why this law passed was because the government is like, is this just used for money laundering? Is this just people sending drug money around? And that's an instinct that people want to be responsible when they're making regulations. And so to the extent that we can show people how much cryptocurrency is used for crime, we can make them feel, okay, it's not all drug money. It's, we found 1% is associated with illicit activity. Maybe we can help you to think about how much your fiat currency is used in illicit activity. Maybe it's not as different as you might have thought. And so that's kind of the way that regulations feed into my work. I think that we also wanted to talk a lot about regulations in the GEO report, where different countries are at in terms of how illegal the cryptocurrencies are, what's impacting the decisions of governments to do what they do, and yeah, I think that's pretty much. We do also have a global head of policy at Chainalysis whose sole job is to think about global policies related to cryptocurrency, and he'll do a lot of talks and work with people to kind of stay on top of where regulations are around the world. And yeah, so he's kind of your go-to policy guy. If you need an assessment of what policies are happening in Latin America versus and how that impacts cryptocurrency adoption.
And I think it's very important, what you're talking about, because essentially too often if you go just by anecdotal evidence, especially if you're not involved in the crypto space, if you're an outsider of the crypto space, if you're a regulator, if you're a government official, if you're someone who only hears about it, a story from the crypto sphere, once it hits the mainstream, it's either going to be about crazy price speculation or some big illicit activity. And I think the most recent example that kind of hit the mainstream was the Twitter hack, where it ended up being a young man from I believe it was the United States, who kind of using social engineering and social hacking got access to Twitter's internal tools, and then utilized the Twitter profiles of some big people. And for people in the crypto sphere, this is a classic scam. Hey, you send me 1 Bitcoin, I'll send you 2 back. We know it, but people who are less educated, in these tactics, would fell for it, and that made mainstream news. That was got a lot of exposure, and so that does paint crypto in a bad light on the mainstream. And so I do think that the work you guys are doing, where you're actually providing concrete data and showing that, hey, this is just a very small percentage of the transactions, of the activity is actually illicit, is wonderful. But two, you guys also helped on the other end. You guys were involved in helping the government actually track down the hacker there. Is that correct?
Yeah. We're proud to say that it's the Chainalysis tools aided in the investigation in this particular case, which was exciting.
And I think that does represent a big part of Chainalysis business. I read somewhere, I think it was about someone for your company said about 2/3 of your revenue comes from government contracts, and that's okay. It might not be accurate as of today, but the fact that you do essentially play this pivotal role where the government has the need to kind of keep an eye on things in the crypto space, but they don't have the expertise, and you guys are kind of provide them with those tools. So my question is that as we are seeing this recent explosion in DeFi, in decentralized finance, where it's kind of it's kind of much easier to track and kind of see what's going on when it's going from exchange to exchange, a centralized exchange. How does DeFi affect things? How does DeFi affect your ability to track things? When things are being tokenized and put in an automated market maker, and then put in for yield farming, and then borrowed out. Like, are you able to track that to the same extent that you're able to track a simple exchange to exchange transaction?
Yeah, DeFi is definitely a interesting and kind of a blowing up space. I think the answer is we can track when cryptocurrencies are sent to those DeFi contracts, and like pretty much everything, cryptocurrency tends to represent, one stage of a criminal process. If you buy drugs from a darknet marketplace and send it to your wallet, I guess that's the entire kind of life cycle of the crime, unless you think about, okay, where did the drugs come from? How did they buy the drugs? Where did the whole kind of supply chain of criminal activity? And so considering that we are pretty much plugged in on the crypto crime, on the cryptocurrency kind of component of that supply chain of criminal activity, we'll be able to always help with some component of an investigation when it involves a cryptocurrency that we track. So that if the funds move to an exchange and then are converted to fiat, that's kind of where we would end already. So I think DeFi does pose new challenges to us. I don't think it's completely new or different in terms of how our business model is going to be impacted, but I think that it's still something I'll be curious to see where DeFi is at in the next year or so. And just like a final note is I've been really preoccupied with thinking about money laundering in the past year or so. We put out some research on trying to quantify how much money laundering there is using cryptocurrency last year by looking at all of the exit ramps of funds that are receiving illicit activity. And one of the most interesting things about money laundering that I learned early on is that when you talk to someone in the fiat world about money laundering, they will laugh at you because it's impossible to quantify, because every single investigation is unique. You can't, go like beep or beep and then see how much money laundering there is, because you need to say this person leveraged bank accounts in these unique countries and then, use cell phone deposits. Like, it's a very specific investigation that allows you to get an understanding of how money laundering worked in a situation. And the same does apply to cryptocurrency. And a lot of people will ask how much money laundering is there on cryptocurrency, and while we'll do our best attempt to say how much illicit activity started on chain, we're still, it's a problem that there's so many limitations to. So how much criminal activity is happening on DeFi, we'll do our best to approximate that with the tools that we have, but ultimately it's going to be inadequate, because every investigation where DeFi might have been used is different and requires a law enforcement investigation and DeFi may have been used in a completely different way for each investigation. And so it kind of speaks to some of the challenges around quantifying how much criminal activity there is, and is the answer to why you and I don't know how much money is used for drug purchases in the world, how much money laundering there is happening using the US dollar, because of this problem, which is that you can't at scale see how much criminal activity is how much money laundering is happening using the US dollar. So I think that was like a long-winded way of answering your question, but it's complicated.
Well, I mean, my question is more this, because, like we said, everything, is on chain in the regular, blockchain, exchange to exchange, doing transactions. And then as long as you track, the on-ramp, and then you're there for the off-ramp, and then, and boom, you got the person. But does just like for the positive, where DeFi has brought a lot of interesting use cases, a lot of great, new, exciting use cases, has it brought any interesting illegal use cases? For instance, let's say I launch a scam token or I do a hack and I steal funds, and historically you'll see me take the funds, the stolen funds from wallet A, bring it to my own wallet B, and then I want to turn this into fiat money. I want to be able to utilize this money. So I will take it to an exchange and off ramp it, and boom, you tracked it. But But with DeFi, can I take stolen funds, and in order to get value out of it, I don't even need to off ramp it. I could use that as collateral to then get funds and now make value, make money with these new funds. Would you be able to track the money that I'm making with my minted, let's say with my DAI, if I mint DAI, or if I use stolen funds for collateral, does that now enable me to kind of do what I want, not untrackable, but kind of unstoppable with that leverage I just got, with that borrowed money?
I think probably the answer to your question is you need an investigation from law enforcement. I think that you could use our software to track where the blockchain transfers happened. We can tell you when Bitcoin was sent, to a DeFi contract. But to understand this was used as leverage, and this was this is coming, all of the other components of the investigation that would require maybe talking to the DeFi platform, if that's possible, or the administrators, talking to, finding out more about the individual that is behind this this activity. That's all going to need to be led by law enforcement, and we will provide the tools to law enforcement to help them to go about creating a holistic investigation. But we won't be able to answer some of those off-chain questions that a law enforcement officer might be interested in, namely, who is the person behind this transfer? We don't even at all mess with that. We just show you transfers went from this service to that service, and then we can to some degree do some advanced analytics. If there's statistical work that you can do, we'll definitely be a part of that. But anything that is going to go beyond that might require a subpoena, that's when it's kind of in the court of law enforcement.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think law enforcement's about to be in for a rude awakening, because just like the rest of us, it's really almost impossible or really tough to know who's truly behind these decentralized projects. If you look at last week there was a whole thing with Sushi Swap and Chef Nomi. I don't know if you were following, but is it a he? Is it a she? Is it a group of people? No one really knows, and I have a feeling that law enforcement will also have trouble in those situations. And I think that's a pretty big difference between DeFi and CeFi, where historically, like you said, a lot of your investigation, or even if it's a law enforcement investigation, isn't just looking at on-chain data, but then you're going to go to the actual exchange. You're going to go to the offices of the exchange and talk to them, say, hey, what is this? What is this? What is this? But when it comes to a lot of these DeFi projects, it is not known. There is no office behind it. There's not always known the team behind it. And so I think that will give law enforcement a unique issue and maybe a stumbling block here for them. But have you seen interest in law enforcement into DeFi? Has law enforcement approached you guys or spoke to you guys about tools for DeFi?
I'm actually probably not the person to ask about that. I don't do a lot of work with our customers, our law enforcement customers, directly on the kind of the more sales and product side of things. But I do know that I am scoping the crypto crime report right now to start writing, and DeFi is one of the top requested subjects. So we will be focusing on that and educating on that over the next few months. So, you can look out for, hopefully that will make it into the crime report. But it's when I ask people, what do they want to learn about? What are they nervous about? What are they interested in? When it comes to criminal activity, it's, the top requested subject is DeFi, and the extent to which that's because it's just a hot topic, or because this is something that we really need to reckon with, is hopefully I'll kind of get a better answer to that over the coming months as I deep dive into it. But it definitely is top of mind for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. And like you mentioned, I mean, especially even for your company as a business where, we mentioned that, besides the government contracts, a lot of businesses also from helping exchanges be compliant. But as the money shifts more to decentralized exchanges that don't have to deal with compliance, it's a totally different animal. I mean, I think that the centralized exchanges are kind of feeling the heat a little bit from the decentralized, from DeFi and from the DEXs. Although there obviously, I think there will always be a need for centralized exchanges, whether on-ramps and off-ramps and on-ramps, or just a name to trust as opposed to a decentralized exchange. But last question before I let you go. You said you've been doing this for a number of years already, and just like on a high level, what has been the biggest change in your mindset about blockchain from before you started with analyzing blockchain, before you started Chainalysis, and where you are today?
So the biggest change in how I view blockchain is the question. I think the biggest kind of aha moment for me was when I started to think about money laundering and how big of a problem money laundering is in the world. How shocking it is, how hard it is to tackle as a global problem right now. And how much money is probably, like, we know the very low bound estimate of how much people are moving ill-gotten fiat currencies around and evading regulations, tax evasion, all the like. There's so much financial crime. And now I can log into my reactor, which is the core product of Chainalysis, and I can in one place think about how much criminal activity there's happening. And while we will never be able to, right now we're not able to estimate money laundering when the source of ill-gotten cryptocurrency was off the blockchain, we can still, it was really powerful us to see, okay, these tend to be the off-ramps for illicit activity. And because there's not a ton of, these are the banks in the banking system in, Japan versus the banks and banking system in Mexico, and this completely disaggregated system. It's one place where you can go in, log in, see how much scamming activity there is using cryptocurrency, see where those funds are going, and start to, educate people on the trends for off-ramping illicit funds. So to me, it's a much more inspiring picture when it comes to thinking about the daunting problem of stopping money laundering, which is probably one of the biggest problems that we face in the financial world. And so I think that when I started to make those connections around money laundering and cryptocurrency versus fiat, I think that was a big kind of aha moment for me on the power of cryptocurrency.
Well, I appreciate, because all the research that you guys put out really does help everyone else see what you realize, which is that, listen, it actually is easier to track. It's way easier to track these type of illicit activities when it's on a blockchain than when it's fiat. And so I really appreciate all the excellent research and work you guys are doing. Whenever it comes out of the report, I always make sure to read it because it really does give a way better and deeper picture than what we just hear on the news. So I appreciate the work you guys do over there and taking the time, and looking forward to the Geo report when it comes out. Kim Grauer, Head of Research at Chainalysis, thank you so much for joining me. And for all our viewers at home for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. I'm here to tell you that if you're having green candle erectile dysfunction, just remember that ETH is money and market buy that
We have some breaking news. The Lightning Network, the Layer 2 scaling solution for Bitcoin proposed by Blockstream, is still just 18 months away. It's only been 18 months since their last vaporware announcement. Back to you.
Hi, it's Miss Crypto Cleo here, your favorite futures telling psychic. Are you unsure whether to go long, short, or market buy? Not sure which of your altcoins is going to move next? No problem. Call me at 1-800-555-MOON and Miss Crypto Cleo will tell your futures. Oh, here we have a caller now. Hello, it's Miss Crypto Cleo. How can I tell your future?
Hi, Miss Crypto Cleo. First off, I just want to say that I really love your show, and I want to know, is XRP going to 589? Thanks so much.
You thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and I'm glad to be joined by JD Salvego, CEO of Anarchy X. JD, thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me, man. My pleasure.
JD, for those who don't know you, you've been a very active member in the space, and you've held a wide range of roles. You want to give a little background about kind of who you are and how you got into blockchain?
Yeah, born and raised in LA, and I came actually, I went into the music entertainment business because most people do in LA, by 17, but I was also in college studying biological psychology and was really involved on the technology, more so with like video production, music production, signal flow, all that stuff. Not so much, I used software, but I wasn't like a coder. My father was an aerospace engineer for NASA. He actually worked on Apollo 2 mission to Mars, so I had a really big, he used to bring me home like space parts that he worked on. And so he was definitely, I got that from him, though I didn't go that deep into the engineering. But, I came up through the entertainment business, man, the music industry, working with celebrities, producing content, raising money for films, all sorts of stuff on the asset acquisition side, on publishing. And as the technology developed, I was always working with technology because actually I started out as a recording engineer. I was like, let me get into the music business. I didn't have parents like all my friends did. So I'm like, let me learn how to be an engineer. So I became an engineer at 17. By 18 and a half, I had learned, and I was starting to run sessions. And then by 22, I was Snoop Dogg's head engineer at his label. And it just kept going and going. But, I got more into the business, and technology disrupted every industry. Kind of aging myself, 38, in the mid 2000s, early 2000s, and software and technology started to become more prevalent as a disruption vehicle and a solution to other things. And I started getting more on the tech side of entertainment and content and marketing and data analytics, along with the finance stuff. I was always raising money, having my own startups. Had another entertainment tech startup with Warner Music Group that went pretty well for a while, and moved more into just pure tech startups because the LA scene was blowing up. Started working with Google Startup Grind, building out all their communities, and helping lots of entrepreneurs while I was working on my projects, and still advising projects on growth strategy and fundraising and stuff. And blockchain started taking off, man. And I had met Brock Pierce and the whole DNA crew and everyone in LA, and they were already heavily in it. But I had not that they didn't have a flourishing career, but I had a flourishing career doing other stuff, so I just didn't dive in. But I started networking very early, man, like 2010 and 11, and never diving in, but networking, studying, and then I started getting heavy into it in 13 and 14, and then just dove head first. And because of my fundraising background, the financial side, as well as the tech side, and as well as especially the marketing and promotion and communication strategy and growth strategy, I became a great asset for companies wanting to launch ICOs. So I basically just went straight into investment banking, man, right when I got in this industry. So that's why my diverse background started, because investment banking, most investment bankers are not only businessmen, they're financial guys. They know how to build out the teams to launch IPOs, road shows, and that's what I ended up doing, man. And I became the face of a lot of companies when we were setting up stakeholder meetings and conferences. And they started, because I brought the value, they started bringing me on as C-level executives, leading the company or expanding them, into America, like I did for a lot of Asian companies, and then vice versa. Asia was the biggest crypto economy, and almost still is. And bringing all the U.S. companies, like I brought some really major U.S. companies into Asia and helped them expand. And stuff like that, man. I can keep going on. I love talking about myself, but
yeah. So now let's bring it more to today. You're CEO at Anarchy X. What does Anarchy X do?
We are a stealth project. It's been in the works for about two and a half months. We're actually about to be going live in about a week and a half or so. So I can't talk too much about it, but we are a very special, decentralized exchange. Let's just say that. I've been in this space a very, very long time, and I've seen all the pain points and the problems, the great things, and especially with decentralized finance, there's a lot of benefit to it, as we know, but there's a huge amount of problems with it right now. I mean, not even just the scalability issue, which has always been prevalent in our industry, but there's a lot more pain points. There's no use case in farming. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, we have all the scam, hot dog coins and chicken coins and fucking who else knows what's going to be next, dude? Someone's going to throw like a Pop-Tart coin, I guarantee it. You know what I'm saying? And then it's all anonymous teams. It's just a lot of scams. But there's still a lot of problems in that industry on the UX, the UI, obviously the use case in a lot of it, and building out more substantial business models with it. You know, I do think though it's really amazing where we're at. Obviously, we're in a boom right now, but I think coming from being involved with the first big boom of this industry, seeing how it developed, seeing the pain points, seeing it collapse, seeing what all of us have been doing after that. You know, the scalability issue's been around, God, forever since. I mean, you know, ETH v2 is like, when is that going to come out? God, it's like, you know, that's the promise we keep hearing. But before there was a need to scale, right? I mean, there's so many protocols that promised it. There's ones that still come out and promising it right now. I'm not talking about the new DeFi ones like Polkadot, which I think we'll see, which really hits some really good ones, and you know, and what's the other exchange that's promising 2,000 transactions? They've been around for 3 years.
Cosmo?
No, you say Cosmos, the protocol? Well, they're promising it too, but regardless, not these newer ones or the ones that have been around 2 years and are really saying they're going to do it now. But there wasn't as much of a need, right? The industry was still flooring for a while without the scalability, right? People could still raise capital very easily. People could integrate blockchain solutions into systems or non-blockchain systems, especially with payment, like with Ripple and stuff. And because those are centralized, you have the ETH clogging, right? And so many of the other, as what we'd see, institutionalization or little bits of mass adoption happening in this prior kind of real DeFi boom. We know DeFi has been around since, you know, 2012, 13, but really this one, let's just forget about the past. There wasn't a need. All the big corporations and banks doing case studies or implementing it, there's no clogging because most of them are decentralized anyways, or if they are, there's not enough transactions or volume that there would ever be any clogging. But right now, we actually have some major issues with the scalability, which is going to make people really work hard to solve it right now. So I think we're like in this next wave, man. Forget how long this boom lasts, whether it crashes or this. I personally believe we're in this next, like, you know, almost like the third stage, right, of where this industry at. We had the first stage, and the second stage with the wave of the ICOs and all that development, and then now we're in this new stage, which I really think the scalability will be solved, or at least to the next level. So I think it's a really good thing. I'm really excited. But yeah, that's about as much as I can share on my project. All I can say is basically everything I said, we've solved, and we're solving a lot of that stuff right now. So we're very excited. We have a very, very unique product. It's gonna, you know, we built out a really good advisory board already, and we barely just started, and you know, everything's really
that sounds really exciting, and I'm just going to read into what you're saying and assume that you guys are solving the scalability issue. But you know, it's interesting, you know, that you seem to be taking the stance that this whole DeFi boom, while it's happening and it's great, what's really going to matter here is the fact that it's actually pushing towards a real scaling solution, less so that there's billions of dollars of so-called value coming into it, which we could discuss later. But it seems to be that this is actually going to force the hand or really drive, be a motivating factor for a lot of resources to be put towards a scaling solution. So in your mind, what does that scaling solution look like? Is it a layer 1? Is it a layer 2? Is it something totally different that we've not seen before?
You're asking the wrong guy for that one.
Yeah, you're the business guy. You shake the hands. You don't write the code.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely technical, but I don't go into the deep. You know what I mean? I have CTOs and tech people for that. You know, but yeah, I can't get into the inner workings per se. But obviously, it's going to be side chains. We know that, right? Sharding's been around, talked about in our industry now for 4 years, but I've yet to see someone implement sharding that really, really backs up what everyone's claiming. You know, sharding comes from again, this is not my specialty, but sharding comes from like the internet and the server kind of businesses, you know what I mean? They have mass amount of data with servers and stuff, and then sharding, you know, whatever. I knew it better before. Right now, it's not coming to me.
Yeah.
But, you know, we have sharding. We got these side chains, right? I don't. And then once it goes deeper, that's not my expertise. So I don't really know how that's going to be solved, other than the normal stuff we hear, sharding and side chains and maybe something else. But no, we are having kind of major problems happening right now because the scalability issues with the decentralized system, right, and swapping and stuff. And that's it's a beautiful thing in my opinion, man. You know, and it also gives, I think it gives me hope, and I think it should give everyone a hope that despite it will crash, it always does, you know, like a stock market, and once enough scale coins come out, you know, in anonymous teams, it will crash, but there will be a longevity here because of that need, you know what I'm saying? So that gives me hope, like, you know, it's not going to disappear after this and this is some random weird boost or boom out of nowhere, because really we were supposed to be in Gartner's stage. I've written and spoke about this a bunch, but I think we're in we're in 4. We're in like the innovation stage, which is very linear. You know what I mean? We came out of the boom, I forgot what the first stage is called, whatever. Then you have the, what he calls like delusional, basically. That's the second stage when the boom happens. Then you have the crash, I forgot the name of that. And then when you have right coming out of a crash or a lull in innovation in a market, we're in that next stage now. We were in that next stage of a very linear growth of real building, right? This is like when the Facebooks, the eBays, all started getting really built, right? And then now we had the disillusionment. That's what it was. Now we have disillusionment again. Where the hell did this come from? But I still believe under you know, pinning that or underneath all that is some real, not disillusion. There's some real work being done right now. So
well, so maybe I could get, you know, your thoughts on that. Like you mentioned, this is the time, you know, when the eBays, when the Amazons, when they get built, and when you're looking at a comparison here, it's kind of interesting when you're looking at DeFi, because you have something like Uniswap, which was very successful. It's working great, and you know, let's say if you compare it to traditional worlds, you know, that's a successful. That's AOL, that's an Amazon, it's a successful entity, a successful product. But in the DeFi space, you can just fork it, copy it in 1 second, add a governance token, and then all of a sudden you have Sushi Swap. So, you know, how does innovation and what does a successful product or project look like in DeFi when it could be immediately copied, forked, and tweaked slightly and succeed?
Well, right. So yeah, and a very good point. That's you know, what I started out saying. There's no use cases, right? We're in a weird, blatantly copy, blatantly. I mean, it's just so blatant right now. It's so blatant, and there's no use case for farming. Farming was just solved by a really smart team, you know, at the beginning of kind of like Corona, a lot of time on their hands, the insanity of social media and memes and virality and the weirdness that's going on with conspiracy theories, with COVID, the governments and the crazy stuff happening, borderline wars almost happening with the US and Iran. I mean, you know, that's just fueling this. So a successful project, I think, is like AV, you know what I mean? They've created a really great DeFi model with lending and everything. There's a real use case there, right. Other functions are I think what, like the Polkadot with parachain protocols, right? Solving scalability issues, you know, and atomic swap, stuff like that. Farming, I haven't seen any yet. There's none. You know what I'm saying? They're just like money grabs.
Right. I mean, like a lot of people compare it to 2017, which, you know, you were involved in the ICOs. You know, I actually look back to 2008 with the financial crisis, and I don't, obviously the stakes are not that high here as they were there. But in terms of this idea of this greed of trying to create value on things where there is no underlying value and keep on trading that piece of paper that says is value for more value when there still is no underlying value. I see that a lot with yield farming. I believe you said in the past that 2008 was one of the worst episodes in the history of modern economics. I don't want to misquote you there, but I'm pretty sure you said that.
I have a lot of articles on that.
Do you see that parallel? Obviously, once again, the stakes are not that high. The world economy will not collapse if yield farming collapses. But this idea that's actually more similar to the 2008 than 2017, where it's people building value on non-value, instead of 2017, where the ICOs, where you can invest in a real project, you can invest in a scam project, but you weren't investing equity. The lack of equity was the issue there, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's a complete replica of that, and they're just junk bonds, is what they are. A lot of this stuff, and it is just like the 2008 crash, the mortgage-backed securities, collateralized debt obligations, and it's all those packages, right? Whatever they're called, I'm spacing now. Yeah, it was
subprime mortgage.
Yeah, there was like 2 A's in there, and like 90% C's and D. I mean, you know what I mean? And then the banks were paying off Moody's and other rating corporation. I mean, everyone was in on the scheme. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's happening again. Yeah, there's no use case for farming. There's nothing. You know what I'm saying? So that's why the insanity is happening right now, because the money. Everyone's just going after the money. Get it before it disappears.
Right.
You know. So,
well, you're the money guy. You understand. Everything needs an economic incentive. Everything needs an incentive, and in our world, is driven by economics. And you're launching a deck soon, so I mean, you understand that yield farming wasn't they didn't build yield farming when they built the dexes and they built DeFi. Yield farming wasn't on anyone's mind. You know, they built these liquidity pools, and how do you make decentralized liquidity? You have to have economic incentives to incentivize liquidity providers to put their money in the thing, and people took advantage of that. But is there a danger that that's going to put a bad name or tint the actual utility? It is nice to be able to have access to that anyone could provide liquidity. The question is, how do we incentivize that without also incentivizing these kind of yield farming bubbles, these yield farming emptiness? How do we actually make that work on the economic side?
On the economic side, how do you make that work? Okay, I thought you were just going to say in general. That confused me.
Well, I mean, even in general, how are you going to incentivize? Right now, it's happening because to draw liquidity providers, they're giving out governance tokens for free. How else, if that's going to lead to yield farming, how else can you incentivize?
Right, it's not so much the economics. Economics is a facet of your question, I think. You're talking about just how do you create a use case and build value for users in a real business model, right? And on the economics, incentivize people to want to still participate while exchanging goods and services and receiving value or giving value. Yeah, the whole thing. So where it's at right now is a very okay. So this is kind of funny. DAO, has been around, God, for how many years? I used to make fun of them, though they're all geniuses, so I should have no right to make fun of them. But from a business perspective, right? Google put 12, 15 million in that round. I used to make fun of them there and just be like, they're a fucking science experiment. Like, this shit ain't gonna be used for like another 20, 30 years. Literally, it can't. There's no use case for it. Really, right now, there's nothing you can do with that. It's just a really cool lab experiment. It's like they should be at a university, right? Getting funded by Google or Alphabet, grants from the government to go into university and just do studies, right? Like scientists. That's what it is to me. Maker DAO. I mean, I read that white paper. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I don't even understand half this shit. Number one, it's so complicated. These guys are like, as I'm making fun of them, I'm like, these guys are fucking geniuses. But like, from a business perspective, it's just tinkering with fucking test tubes and microscopes. So again, now we have this boom. We're still in a very, very, very nascent industry and nascent stage, meaning that people are just tinkering around right now, figuring out what the hell is this thing. And it's all genius stuff. It's all like, it's so like, when I watched it really start hitting, I was like, okay, great, finally. And then I was like, and I started seeing more. I'm like, oh wow, no, this is phenomenal. We've entered, like I said, into this new stage. Like, so to incentivize, I think there's a natural order in life. There's evolutionary principles, which I believe in, and it's always going to be insanity, order, and chaos. Nietzsche, one of my favorite philosophers, has one of my favorite quotes: "Out of chaos, every chaos, or out of chaos, a star is born." Or you know what I mean? And that's a very typical thing, even in physics. And it's always like that. And they talk about with chaos. Innovation thrives out of chaos, hence 2008, right? And Sakamoto, right? Hence the .com, right? And hence all these other things, hence even after big wars, a lot of major breakthroughs has happened, even during the war, technological advancements. You know what I mean? The atomic bomb. I mean, all that stuff led up through the war, man. I mean, that's a horrible use case for it. But I mean, come on. You know, I mean, we're splitting like, what are they splitting? Protons, atoms. I didn't pay attention in high school and college that much, to be honest. But, so I think it's going to just take some time, and to a certain degree, we're lucky. It's a double-edged sword. We're lucky that we're having all this money come in, right? Because it's back to your question. It's incentivizing people. It's not the right way, but at least it's incentivizing people. Like, oh shit, if I get involved with this right now, it's created an ecosystem. It's created supply and demand. It's created an economy within itself, right? We have participants with supply and demand, goods and services, needs and value, and very competitive. Though the competitive standard right now is kind of despicable, as we talked about right now. But there's needs right now. People see the money. People see the competitive value. People want to up people. I mean, it's just like created an economy. So people who want to up people, and maybe not just copy and make more money, but they want to beat them, right? They want to win. They want to be the one. That's how they're going to be incentivized to push these protocols and the scalability, right? And then new developments like the new sushi or Uniswap's coming out. I cannot wait to see that. Like, we're in a very nascent stage, but there's no way around this. You know what I mean? It's just, dude, when money makes the world go round, man. I mean, that's like as simple as when you touch water, you feel it, right? It's like the basic principle. When money's around, everything changes, dude.
Yeah.
So,
and you mentioned that these big chaotic events create shifts and innovation, like wars, and right now we're in the middle of a once in a lifetime global pandemic, COVID-19. What effect has that had on crypto? And what effect has that had, if you want to take that even outside of crypto, if you want to go there as well?
First, I believe the whole DeFi buzz is because of COVID. And actually, I'm not even going to say I thought of that first, because a lot of people were thinking about it. But one of my buddies, and actually one of my partners at my company, broke down his hypothesis on that. I was like, oh my God, you're totally right. Holy shit. But yeah, I believe it fully came out of COVID. With people have so much time on their hands, restricted from doing certain things. And then with the insanity, because as you see this DeFi push, you see not the money, but if you really, really pay attention, you start looking at the experiences that people are thriving on, the way people are communicating with the emojis, right? Their experiences of what they are. You send someone a picture that says, I want to die. What is that? That's an experience. It's an emotion. It's a feeling. So you look. It's very interesting for me. I've been very interested in studying, psychology and biological psychology, as well as philosophy and stuff. So I find it very fascinating to watch how this kind of grew out of this effing insanity online, man, with the COVID, and then specifically in the U.S. and in Europe and in China, because they're really tied together under trade wars. In the U.S. with what's going on with Trump, and that really affects more so the calamity or the level of anxiety, I think, in Europe too. And then the COVID here, I mean, it's just like, man, the social media grounds are just like horrendous right now with insanity. And so I think as far as outside of the world, it's showing us that, hey, we really don't need to be in offices, okay? Obviously, there's certain things manufacturing, but it's showing us that. It's showing us, I think there'll be definitely a lot of major breakthroughs and changes after this, you know what I mean?
Sure.
It's, again, order and chaos, right? We're happening again. I mean, who knows, man? My country is an absolute effing nightmare. I'm glad I don't live there anymore. I mean, it's embarrassing to say I'm American right now.
Yeah.
So,
I'm originally from there too, and I haven't been back in a while, but I can only see it from afar. But let's hopefully from this chaos, once again, great innovation and positively comes out of it. But when we're talking about it on a psychological level, it's something that's always fascinated me or interested me, is that it seems like so much of the discourse in the cryptosphere happens on crypto Twitter, which is such an interesting factor that I don't think people look into. Like, imagine if I told you that the majority of Wall Street deals happened on Facebook, and with everything we know about Twitter and Facebook, with everything we know about kind of the shallowness of the discourse that happens on social media, or even the the incentives built into the algorithms to create friction, to create arguments. What would crypto look like if you just erased crypto Twitter? What would crypto look like, and has it been, what unique factors does it give to cryptocurrencies that is driven, the discourse is so much driven on Twitter?
You mean what if we took away Twitter?
Yeah, let's look at both. What happens if we could? I guess it makes more sense to start with what unique aspects do we see in crypto because so much of his discourse happens online, happens on social media, and the various platforms. There's Twitter, there's Discord, and what would happen if you kind of took that away? Would it die because it would have nowhere to live? It would have no communication.
Well, you'd have to then take away Telegram and every other communication vehicle, right? So that's not what you're saying. We took away that, right? And it was
it's essentially, it's the only industry that is 99.9% online. I mean, that all communication. I mean, there really isn't. It doesn't really. So what does that do to an industry where it is totally virtual? I mean, listen, you're the guy who makes the deals. You're the businessman. I'm assuming you prefer face to face. You schmooze them up. How does it change the industry?
Yes,
when it's online.
Yeah. Gotcha. Now, see, I'm sorry. Actually, I haven't eaten since 6 a.m., so I think I'm starting to get my hunger. So I kind of brain fart on your question. My apologies.
It's all good.
Yeah, our industry is weird. I mean, it's. I mean, it grew out of, it's if you look at DeFi right now, it has a certain reminiscent stage, which I wasn't there, but of the 2009, and 10 in Bitcoin, right? And then, in my opinion, how the Silk Road commercialized Bitcoin, right? But you see where all this stuff came, where there was all these sub chats and sub channels, right? And where it all lived, man, kind of like the dark web stuff. Yeah. So it's kind of hard to answer that for crypto because it was like fueled out of this. They were anarchists, basically. You know what I mean? Bitcoin were anarchists. Sakamoto was an anarchist. The definition of that is to rebel. Actually, one of my favorite philosophers has a great essay called The Rebel, Albert Camus, who wrote The Stranger and stuff. And their early adopters were all anarchists, right? So cryptos, I don't know I think it would die if people had to meet up only in person. There was no messaging. Then everyone would have to be centralized, and everyone loves the lifestyle in this too. Yeah. Me too, because I've never been I've worked with corporate, but I've never been in corporate locked down. I would never do that in my entire life. I'm like a wild horse, man. You know what I mean? So other industries, I think they could still thrive, obviously, because they've been thriving. We're just a different breed, man. I think it's come out of a movement. Crypto is obviously we have to sit in reality that the money was a big driver for people to get in, right? Like any boom, right? So we can't deny that fact. And there's nothing wrong with that. Who doesn't want to get rich? You can get rich without hurting people and scamming people, obviously. But that was a big driver. And then it was underground too, right? So it always did that, and we're having this whole other underground movement again right now with the DeFi space. But I don't think that this industry would thrive until, let's say, COVID never hit, maybe 10 years, 15 years, when truly mass adoption hits with it. Maybe it's another 20. I mean, there's certain sectors that will be mass adopted, but we're definitely not overhauling entire trillion-dollar industries just to put blockchain on them. No one gives a shit that much. We're not that special. We are in certain facts, but until it provides a bigger value than $1 trillion, it's not there yet. I mean, it does. I believe it does, but convincing shareholders and the public that invested. So I hope that answered your question. I kind of feel like I failed on that question.
No. You got a passing grade. And it's interesting because you bring up adoption, and that does seem to be spoken about a lot in our industry. Is when mass adoption, when we get these use cases. But at the end of the day, blockchain is a protocol. It's a technology. It's a backbone. When people speak about the internet, when you go to an average consumer, they don't care if they're on HTTPS, or they don't care what protocol it's running on. So why is the industry so focused on this idea? Wouldn't it just be fine if it just blockchain gets adopted in the background? Do we really need? Is it really so important? I mean, I guess it's more important to cryptocurrencies. If no one's holding Bitcoin or Ethereum, is that the focus? Is the focus? Is it blockchain or is it cryptocurrency? And I mean, they're obviously one built off of the other. But why is the focus there? Why are we so obsessed with getting the cryptocurrencies that we use on the mass?
Well, to gain monetary value for one, right? To build your vision and build the success, to feed your needs. You know what I mean? If we just look at it from a simple, I mean, that's why. Why else would you want to start a business instead of letting someone else do it, or or whatever? You would want to do it so you can control it. You can make as much money as you can. You could justify certain things, right, because of it. And especially in crypto, when this stuff is truly, truly what I believe the next stage of innovation. We had the computer chips, then we had the web 2.0, and now we have blockchain, right? I believe that that is truly what's happening now. That gives a lot of inspiration to people, and it feeds people's egos too, right? Sometimes normalized and sometimes inflated. When people are arguing about, I really created Bitcoin, and people are, and just insanity, then it also brings the greed and the bad actors. But yeah, I think we're the ones the people who got into this, some got in because of technology, it was innovative. Some people got in just for the money. Some people got in for a little both. It's not like always perfect in that way. But with the people that care, whether it is money and that, which is totally fine. And even if you just want to get in for money, there's nothing wrong with that. Who cares? I mean, as long as, again, you can make a lot of money without scamming people if you don't give a shit about the product, as long as you still provide value to a customer, right. You know what I mean? Right. And the people involved with. But because, man, we're revolutionizing the world, and a lot of people take that very, very seriously. Me, yeah, I do. I'm not going out there like preaching like some of the people did back in the ICO days about a vision of the future and, all the Matrix shit, you know what I mean? Which it was very entertaining. I gotta say that,
Yeah.
But
it connect.
Yeah. But that's why, because we're trying to make some big changes, and there is some, a lot of people are very, like, always over thousands of years, always angry at their government for not doing things right, and the control of power. My last physical appearance I had was in London at Blockchain Week, and I opened up a Blockchain Summit. I was the opening speaker, and I did a keynote on the biggest scam on earth, and it was about the 2008 crash. You know what I mean? So most people either don't care enough about it or they're sheep. You know what I mean? I prefer to be the shepherd, though that's definitely a more risky way of life and more stressful mentality and mindset to be the shepherd and not the sheep. Ignorance is bliss, but that's what I believe why people want to make a change, and people want to make a lot of money, and a lot of money poured into this. So you mix money and being able to make a real change, like and continue the act of immortality, right? Leave your stamp on this earth. There you go, man. It fuels us.
So speaking about those people who are, who get in for the money, or everyone has their motivations. I want to get your take on the whole Uniswap, SushiSwap, let's say instance debacle, whatever you want to call it, with Chef Nomi. This guy, he copied Uniswap, made some tweaks, added a government token. And then it came out, and it was very successful. And it came out that he solely had access to the development fund, and he cashed out $14 million worth. And then everyone gave him shit for it. And I personally, I don't see why they gave him shit for it. It's an open code. You should do your research. He had access to it. But then he gave the money back. I want to hear your take on that, both as someone who's knowledgeable in the space and someone who studied psychology. What was going on? One, why were people so pissed that he took the money? And two, why the hell did he give it back?
Well, let's answer the easy one. The people were pissed he took the money because it felt like he scammed them. You know what I mean? Obviously, the price came back up and everything, but still, it was kind of like an FU, because you basically said, I'm putting this out. I'm not going to be dumping. Here's all the allocation. And then all of a sudden, he just dumps You know what I mean? So it's kind of like an FU, and like you're a liar, basically, right? So that's the easy one. Whether you care or not, that's to me that those are the facts, right? That's why they got upset. And then the other thing, I mean, who knows, man? It could be the greatest fucking scheme on earth with Sam behind the whole thing as the puppet master. I mean, you definitely know it's a team, right? We've seen enough weird things in this world to know that you know, if you can think it, it's happened.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we've seen a lot of crazy scams, both in traditional markets, fucking here, there, and in crypto, we've seen some major shit. I mean, this could all be a big publicity stunt. It could be part of the plan to dump it and then do the savior act, right, and redemption, and then move it back into Sam's exchange, which hypes up his exchange even more, which brings all the users over there, right?
Yeah.
Which is a genius effing move. You know, and I guess if you looked at this in hindsight, fuck, I guess he didn't really hurt anyone technically. Well, I don't know. I didn't follow. I'm sure. No, people still lost money with the migration, so it's fucked up if that was the plan. He still screwed people over. But, you know, I don't think. I mean, that's one theory, right? People think that. If that's true, then, you know, it is what it is. Or, you know, the guy's just an idiot and started getting death threats, or people, like you hear, you know, because people started doing videos on it. So he started getting death threats. Friends were going to rat him out. And then he put it back, and Sam knew him. He hit Sam, or he knew Sam. Whatever. Who knows what the real story is? But I firmly believe that there was a team behind this for sure. And the whole giving it back thing is just really funny to me. It just seems too constructed, right? It's a very good publicity stunt that I've seen a million years in the industry I came from, my old industry, and we invented that shit, publicity stunts, celebrities. You know what I mean? I mean, the music business invented guerrilla marketing, which is all crypto does now with community managers. All crypto is based on community, right? We invented that shit. I mean, actually, before I was even in it, because it started before me, probably the community management. The guerrilla marketing was probably in the 80s, actually. But we invented that game, man, guerrilla marketing. And publicity stunts, you know, half the shit you see in the news with celebrities, it's all made up, every single thing. Probably 75 or more is made up. I mean, this is just genius. And especially if you look at it and really get that kind of like diabolical genius, the fact that there's so much insanity right now online with social media, and we saw how that drove DeFi and this meme-driven thing and inspirational thing, that would be the perfect fucking recipe right now is to pull a publicity stunt during all this, because the market is just fueling fake news and publicity stunts, right? Could be a good story. I don't know, but.
And also think about the branding there. Sushi Swap, Chef Nomi. I mean, this seems like there was a group behind it, market research, freaking, you know.
Man. It's smart. It's very smart. Yeah, we're not messing. Those aren't some lucky idiots, right? No, they're very smart people, very smart.
And I find it so interesting that as opposed to other industries where, especially where there's value like this in it, the anonymity of it, that people could be anonymous, you know, and be controlling millions of dollars. You do not see that in any other industry at all. And so, you know, something that I was thinking about the other day, I guess a shower thought, is Satoshi Nakamoto the most famous anonymous person of all time?
I think so. I mean, I don't know who else would be. I mean, but I think it's fascinating, man. The guy who invented, like, what most of us, and I believe that the next, I mean, a pivotal moment in human history and technology is like fucking anonymous. Like, come on, are you serious? This is like a movie. You can't write better shit than this. It's like a joke. How is that even possible? That really happened? You know?
So when are you gonna raise the funds to make a Satoshi movie?
Oh, one day maybe. I'm focused on raising funds for our company. We already closed a pre-seed in like literally less than 2 days.
Awesome.
So yeah, Buzz is growing good. So privately, Buzz.
Yeah.
So,
I want to also, but so then for Satoshi, okay, let's just speculate here for the fun of it. Person, a group, is he alive?
Fuck, I don't know, man. You know, you know, there's so many great stories. Like, who's that dude who just died, who was in the wheelchair, who was part of like the old crew?
There's Hal Finney, and there's
He's an American, right? The American.
Yeah,
dude.
but yeah.
Excuse me. I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I would just like to know what ethnicity is. I find stuff like that fascinating. I mean, you see a lot of genius, obviously, with Asian cultures, and Japanese are great scientists. So are Chinese, but also like, I mean, God, every country has great scientists. I don't know. I just would find, you know, like America does. Obviously, what, China invented math, didn't they? Or India invented math? Who was it? One of them.
I actually think most of the math was done actually in the Arabic countries. Is Greece,
Yes, I think
Greece
you're right.
and Arabic. Yeah, they.
Yeah.
I know. I think I'm pretty sure in the Arabic countries they did algebra.
Right.
But I mean, the crazy thing about Satoshi is that he has, if it is a person, he has about a 20-30 billion dollar net worth. I mean, and has such control because he pretty much controls such a large portion of the market. He could bring this down if he wants, which I assume he doesn't want to. He could do major shifts, could go up against, you know, he has more net worth than some governments.
Well, there you go. I mean, we do see a lot of market changes in our industry, and we definitely, there's a lot of original old holders from back in that day, a lot of big whales. There's governments like China that own a lot of Bitcoin from back then, that play the market and use it. There's you know, there's a lot of stuff that happens, man, behind the scenes, and who knows, maybe he's really one of the puppet masters, right?
That's right. Yeah, he's running the Sushi Swap PR.
I know, right?
That'd be hilarious to go.
Yeah, let me see you young little fucking sashimi. Let me show you how it's done. I invented
this shit. Yeah,
that's funny, man. Yeah,
that'd be great. That'd be great. Now, you know, you've been all over the globe, where you've lived a lot of places and been in this industry for a while. And we're speaking about use cases, and you know, one of the original dreamed up use cases, but before all this got all the functionality get added onto blockchain, was just a simple transfer of money. You know, I send you a Bitcoin, you send me a pizza, and that's the use case that seems to have also been struggling in the real world. But of all the places you've lived, which gives you the most hope, or have you seen it already happen, or gives you the most hope that will happen, that you'll actually be able to, that you could go into stores and actually spend crypto at merchants?
Definitely America already. Square has it, you know what I mean? Starbucks accepts it, but they don't really advertise it. America's one of them, even though they're not very crypto friendly per se, but America's one of them. I think obviously China for sure, you know what I mean? They're very ahead with that, though when they launched their digital distributed ledger CBDC, that might just take over, but I guess you can look at that as a good example. I feel like I'm missing a country right now.
South Korea, I know has Tri Pay that does pretty well.
Yeah, South Korea. I mean, you know, Samsung launched they had a wallet on the phone, man. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. I knew I was missing one like that. Yeah. So it's getting close. You know, I mean, it just has to make sense to switch things, right? I mean, I don't want to like buy anything with Bitcoin right now that much. Sometimes it takes a while, or ETH. I mean, even before this craze, like I don't want to buy something with ETH. I'd rather just use like my credit card. Seriously, it's quicker. You know what I'm saying? It's not clunky. I know it sounds weird being in this industry, and everyone wants to probably like, you know, slap me right now for saying that, but it's the truth. I mean, we gotta bring value to the customer. It has to make sense. You know what I mean? So yeah, Bitcoin's cool, but you know, Square's system is pretty good, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, until things get better, just like the DeFi, because no use case on the farming, even the swapping stuff on sushi, they're just clunky, man. They're just so effing clunky. It's a very small niche bunch of people who really want to learn how to use it. I don't even want to learn how to use it. I mean, I've done it before, but like I don't enjoy one bit of that. I have people that do it for me. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to sit there on that shit. It's like, God, this is ugly. It's stupid. It takes forever. It's complicated. I don't like having really complicated things with my money. You know what I mean? I don't like that.
Yeah,
so,
I imagine most people don't. So I'm hoping and I'm assuming that the Anarchy X that's going to be launching soon will streamline a lot of that process. It will be easy to use and understandable and good UI UX.
Yep.
Was that a focus for you guys going in?
Oh, we had a lot of different focuses. Definitely our focus was just to say this, to look at the market, look at the pain points, look at the problems, see what's going on, and actually look at the past problems that blockchain has had, right? and where and how it led up to this right now. And yeah, we just focused on. I mean, my whole methodology, obviously being in this industry, but as you saw, like what I used to say about MakerDAO, right? My methodology, my thought process. Yeah, I love all this shit, right? Yeah, we're gonna innovate, but let's still, as much as we want to innovate, we got to focus on a regular business model and a regular selling of goods and services to a customer and bringing value. We can't get so full of ourselves that we're that important because we're doing some shit. You know what I mean? Like really, like we can't be that important, because if only our little, tiny crypto sphere is going to use it, who cares? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Big deal.
Yeah.
You
So,
know,
how do we break out into that mainstream? And you're as a growth guy as well. I mean, how do you go to the masses and say, oh, you know how that Bitcoin thing that you really don't understand? Well, here's a DEX, and you really don't understand this. I mean, how do you break out?
it's the advancement of it, right? So it's the scaling. You obviously can't. ETH couldn't even handle mass adoption right now. You know what I mean? So there's that part. It's the scaling, the transaction speeds, right? And then the other challenges are, well, the only way you get the benefit of the blockchain technology, right? The transparency, all this stuff is by keeping it on the blockchain, right? So then you have Chainlink and all these oracles and middleware stuff. Okay, that's great. The next challenge is, how do you get Sony, right, a global corporation, to implement that API with you and your middleware, right? And then what does that look like? Like, this is a funny thing, and I used to kind of like joke, kind of be sarcastic, and all these companies and a lot of young dudes and stuff, and back in the ICO days and earlier on, would kind of get pissed. I'm like, all right, you'll see. Everyone wanted to launch like the next YouTube.
Yeah.
The next Spotify, the next this, and across gaming too. I'm like, great, oh sure, yeah, on blockchain. What are you gonna do with that? So you have to migrate every single person onto your chain, every single user. Like, imagine migrating Facebook on blockchain. You can't. You know what it would take to migrate that system? So okay, great, you got middleware now. Okay, still, as soon as that asset, whatever that asset or that data, right, goes onto another data system. Yeah. Unless there's some, even, and I don't even think Chainlink has actually accomplished it, because I don't know if it's possible yet. What happens to it? How does it stay on? It loses its integrity.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It loses the integrity of the code and the system and the transparency. So that's a big hurdle to accomplish that. That's what's going to take real mass adoption. Until then, we can implement it in the banking systems. Like Ripple's done a really great job. Everyone's using them. It's still small, but there's going to be systems there. JP Morgan implemented their token, but it's been used for all the, I don't know, whatever the big transfers, right? They do like $1 trillion a day or something.
Yeah,
just small pennies, $1 trillion a day. You know what I mean? But yeah, those are the easiest use cases and stuff like that. But until you can overhaul complete systems, there's no way to, blockchain makes no sense for them, because you lose it once it gets off the chain, so.
Well, JD, I'm happy to see as someone, you see the problems, and now you're hopefully going to be presenting a solution. So it's a welcome thing to see in this community, where it's not just providing solution, no problem, or just saying the problems, but you're actually trying to connect the two together. So I'm excited for the launch, and would love to speak to you in the future to speak about that when you can. Thanks so much for joining me and taking the time. And for all our viewers at Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some tips. Always remember, buy the top and sell the bottom.
And now, a lesson from the Crypto Glossary. Gas. A fee used to process a transaction.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm glad to be joined by Diego Gutierrez Zelvidor, CEO of IOV Labs. Diego, thanks so much for joining me.
No, thank you, Jonah, for inviting me. Great pleasure.
Well, I'm very excited to talk to you because I know a little bit about your background, but for our viewers who don't know who you are, you want to give us a rundown of kind of, who you are and how you got into blockchain?
Absolutely. I was one of the early adopters or developers of the internet back in the 90s. In 1995, I created a website for the main newspaper in Argentina that back then had 1 million subscribers on Sundays, like physical newspapers. Back then that existed. And I ride the wave of the internet, the early days of the internet on the web until it crashed in 2000. I kept going with some startups, and I always was connected to technologies that could disrupt society or in a positive way, no? So for me, always technology was a tool for social transformation. I also, in my early days, when I was very young, as a kid, even with my mother, I started doing social activism and going to slums of Buenos Aires, I helped found the Green Party in Argentina. Like I did many things. So the social aspects and the technological aspects were, separated in my early days. And then when I found the internet, they came together. I found a way of putting my two passions in one place. And in 2012, after, I kept doing, I had a web development company. I was helping entrepreneurs, younger entrepreneurs, do their first steps, start their companies. And I think it was, in 2011, I got in touch with Bitcoin, but I didn't get it, to be honest. It's like, I understood what it was conceptually. I didn't see the true potential of it. Until in 2012, a good friend of mine from the early days of the web brought me back to it. He was all excited. He told me, Dieguito, they call me Little Diego because I started very young, but I'm not so little now. And he told me, Dieguito, this is amazing. Back then in Argentina, we had capital controls. Now we have something similar, but it was almost impossible to move money in and out of the country, or very expensive. Even for something with the resources, it would cost you maybe a month or 10 days. And we did an experiment where he sent me a lot of Bitcoins and I sent those Bitcoins back to him. And we didn't have to ask permission to anybody. So for me, that was like my aha moment. I said, okay, this is something new. This is how like a truly open and inclusive financial system should look. And I decided to devote my life into it. First with this intuition that Bitcoin could be this tool for social transformation, that over the years it evolved into a vision of how to put these technologies for the service of financial inclusion. And also in 2013 with other partners, we started the Argentinian and later Latin American community, Bitcoin community, which is now one of the biggest and more developed Bitcoin communities. And at the end of 2013, I was looking for my place of application. And at the end of 2013, I decided I wanted to devote myself to financial inclusion, to see how these tools. And in that process, I realized Bitcoin was not enough for solving that problem. So I was looking for solutions to solve that problem. And I had a conversation with Nick Sawa at the end of 2014, and I asked him, I think, because he wanted to know about the Bitcoin movement in Latin America, and I told him what was going on, my impressions, how Bitcoin was different in Latin America than in other places in the first world, because in Latin America, people really understand why Bitcoin is relevant, because we have economies that are so unstable. So that for us is really like a way of protecting our wealth in So I was discussing that, and at that moment Ethereum was announced, not launched, but the idea was in the air, and I told him it would be great. It's a pity that Ethereum is like building everything from scratch. It would be great that somebody could like bring smart contracts into the Bitcoin ecosystem. And I knew from the La BitConf conference to Sergio Lerner, and Sergio was the first one to create a Turing complete cryptocurrency in 2013. It was called Quixcoin. So I reached out to him and told him this idea of bringing smart contracts to Bitcoin, and then he had a team already with 2 partners. So we were discussing this idea. They were already evolved a lot, and Sergio made a white paper that he released in October 2015 of this idea that was Rootstock. How to bring smart contracts. Sergio is brilliant, and basically this white paper put all his work for many years together under one conception. And at the end of 2015, we decided to start pursuing this objective. And into early 2016, we got the first investment, and then thanks to that, RSK Rootstock exists today. That is the first smart contract platform secured by the Bitcoin network, because it's a model, it's a sidechain. So. That's how it evolved over the years. We were adding. We launched another spin-off that basically brought a third layer on top. So Bitcoin is the first layer for store of value. RSK is the layer where you settle agreements among parties, and then the third layer that is peer-to-peer infrastructure services. What's called RSK Infrastructure Framework Brief. That uses the agreement layer to settle disputes. So basically you have a peer-to-peer relationship with service providers. It's a sharing economy, but if something goes wrong, you can always go to the layer. You can go to RSK or to other smart contract layer and settle the dispute. So that's what IOB Labs is doing, and last year we acquired Taringa, that is the biggest social network in Latin America in Spanish, and with 30 million registered users, with the aim of turning, bringing to life what we think will be the future of social networks. That is basically what we call a social marketplace. That is a sharing economy where everything within the social interactions, the economic interactions, create reputational profiles, create your reputational profile is much like Airbnb or Uber create, but that reputation is in the hands of the people, not in the hands of the sponsor. So it's what I call a true open sharing economy, because nobody can keep your reputation for themselves. It's like so that's where we are, and our purpose is financial inclusion. So we are doing all these things with the aim of creating an open financial system that will serve those who are excluded from the society today, that are not served. But our idea is that we don't want to create a system that will be for the poor or we want to create a system that is so good, so efficient, so open, that will serve any human being regardless of their economic condition.
Well, that's so interesting that you say that, because so often in the crypto sphere, we talk about, mass adoption and getting people to actually use these amazing tools and technologies that you're developing, that we're talking about all the time. And it seems like there's kind of 2 ways of doing that. One is developing and building protocols and products that are better than the traditional system, saying like, hey, don't go to your bank, come use this system. But the second, which is specifically what I want to talk to you about, is we're seeing this very often in Latin America, where in other places around the world, but specifically Latin America, where people are trained to crypto and blockchain, not because, they're tech savvy or because they believe it, but merely because the local currencies are hyperinflated and there isn't political stability. And that has kind of rose to the top as a really good use case and really good adoption method for this new technology like Bitcoin. So do you think that this will be the true driver of adoption for the masses? You know, that we could build as many fancy protocols and DeFi products as we want, but at the end of the day, only the early adopters will use that. Do you think that this use case of what we've seen with Latin America, where the hyperinflation, and so there's the everyday people are going to Bitcoin because the alternative is losing all their money's value, or all the value of their money? Do you see this as a
I think in Latin America that's the use case. Also remittances is very big, like moving money across borders, because when there's a lot of people, for example, in Colombia, you have a lot of people from Venezuela, in Argentina as well, that was kind of ejected from Venezuela because of the economical conditions, and that people is constantly trying to help their families back home. So, and there's no good systems to transfer value in the traditional financial system. Systems are not properly interconnected, or they are extremely expensive. And for somebody that is in survival mode, maybe those 10 bucks that the remittance systems keep, it's a lot of money. It's maybe a week or 2 weeks of food. So people find out that Bitcoin is a way to get more value home. And I think that is a context that, of course, in the first world, I always say that in the first world, Bitcoin is, you can do it for ideological reasons, no? Because you think the money and state combination is not a good one, or because you are more anarchic in a way, or libertarian. So you can do it from a ideological perspective, but it's an option. And at the end, in today's terms, it gives you more of like an incremental improvement on some areas. Right. But if you go to Latin America, it's an exponential improvement on your life. It's basically, being confined to an economy that it's draining you from your resources all the time, or being able to protect your wealth, help your family. So it has a complete different dimension.
And how this two-part question, because you've been very involved in this community. One, how hard is it to explain to people who aren't tech savvy, don't understand the technology, but do want to turn to this amazing use case? How hard is it to explain to them, one, that this is legitimate, two, how to actually use it, to actually make these trades, make a wallet, to cash out, onboard, offboard? That's one part. And then on the second part, how likely do you think that these people who are using it just because they need to right now, if that necessity leaves, if, let's say, their local currency does stabilize and the political situation does stabilize and there is faith in the local currency, will they continue to use cryptocurrencies, or will they just revert back to whatever is easiest, like local currencies?
Yes, that's a pattern that I realized like pretty recently. That is basically what the crisis creates. It's more adoption, but on the user base. It's kind of interesting, because I would say the price rise is what brings new people. So it's like, so I would say adoption is usually more driven by expectation, but then usage is driven by prices. So what happens is, over the years, each spike in price in Bitcoin makes the news, because that's when the mainstream media really gives coverage to Bitcoin. Otherwise, they spoke about the bad things. No, it's and that's why we created the community back in 2013. Is because we were seeing that the media was always talking bad about Bitcoin. They were only saying, okay, this is a tool for drug dealers, this is a tool for evasion, fiscal evasion. Like, they were always like talking in a bad way about Bitcoin, and we wanted to show the other face of the coin, no? Like to say, okay, there is so much more. This is a tool for liberation. This is a tool for empowerment. It's a new peer-to-peer financial system. So we wanted to spread the word about that. But what I realized is at the end, big media takes people to Bitcoin when you have these like astronomical, appreciations of Bitcoin. And then a lot of people stays after that, and that is the people that use Bitcoin once the crisis comes. So that's a little bit of the dynamic, but definitely I think people will remain using it because once they understand it's a hedge against governments that are not doing a good job, against oppressive systems, then they will keep it like that. Maybe they will change the amount of crypto they have versus the fiat they have or versus other things they have, but basically they will keep it. They will keep it. It's a tool that they incorporate in their life. It's not something transitional.
And you say that one of the big goals driving you guys is this financial inclusion. Is a way of really including everyone in this system that has historically kept people out. The have-nots out. The haves could play. The have-nots can't play. And so, what is your take on the rise of DeFi? That we're seeing, this decentralized finance where it doesn't matter who you are. You don't even have to know who the other person is. There is no longer any racial, gender, or any discrimination against the person for who they are. But on the other hand, you still need to have capital in order to be involved in the system. So what is your take on DeFi on a macro level, on as a whole, as the technology for the future of financial inclusion? And then how well do you think today it is serving that purpose?
Well, I see DeFi, the current DeFi, because the current DeFi developments are more around speculation. So it's like and I think, speculation is not bad. It's like any healthy economy has speculators and producers of value or the real economy, and they need each other. Because it's like, that's why the futures markets were created. No, the guy producing wheat needed to know that he was selling the wheat at a certain price, and the baker needed to buy the wheat at a certain price. So they created these financial markets basically to make both ends meet. So all the financial tools and even the speculation it's a necessary tool to create a fluid economy. So it's about balance. No, if you focus only on the speculation side, then it's a self-serve system, and it's a bubble that eventually will blast. But if you can connect it to the real economy and serve that it's in line with what you were saying, then you have something that is amazing. So I see DeFi as part of a bigger movement that is the one we are chasing at RSK IOV Labs since the beginning. That is basically the open finance. I like to talk about OpFi instead of DeFi. So also because DeFi is not so DeFi. If you look at all the protocols, there's maybe 2 protocols that are truly DeFi, and of course the base layers, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the base layers are DeFi. But when you look at on top, there's always some point of centralization, and that's okay, because I think you have a continuum of centralization, decentralization, and then you have protocols that are on one extreme of decentralization, protocols that are on one extreme of centralization, or they are not protocols, they are like services provided by entities, what is called as CeFi. So I think DeFi is the seed of this open finance ecosystem. So for me, it's extremely valuable. The tools that are being created in DeFi are amazing. Now what we need to do, and some protocols are starting to do that, what we need to do is connect these liquidity pools and all this effervescence in the DeFi world with the real economy. If we do that, then we have the open finance ecosystem that we were envisioning and pursuing. So for me, DeFi is amazing because it's like it's seen a big lab. It's like it's crazy. Things are born. They crash. They burn.
All in one day.
Flames all in one day. Then a new thing out of that is reinvented. So it's a level of innovation in finance that we haven't seen in a long, I would say ever in human history. And that was like, and this is accelerating, but of course, you know, things need time to harden. So all this innovation will like settle, and then from all this creation boom, what we will have is like a few emergent DeFi protocols that will become standards, that will become hardened, that will connect with the real economy, and then we will have something that is amazing. I mean, then we will have that vision of you know, having a full financial system running in a decentralized platform in multiple, because that's the other thing. I always talk about the Internet of Value, because for me, what we are doing is building a network of networks, you know, to create this financial infrastructure of the future that is peer-to-peer, is open, is censorship resistant. So what we are creating is a network of networks, an Internet of Value. And I think it's very interesting. I think in the next year we will have like maturation of many of these things, and we'll see. We are already doing some work on the slums of Buenos Aires, for example, with some DeFi protocols on RSK, and so it's already happening. It's in a seed stage, but it's already happening. And the base for me for creating this open financial system is reputational identities, because it's like that is the way you can relate to somebody that doesn't know you. You can get a loan from somebody. So reputational identity, because as you said today, to participate in the DeFi economy, you need to have crypto assets to put as collateral. So that what happens with people who doesn't have those, and I think reputation is the answer. If you create reputational profiles, then your reputation can become the asset you put as collateral to interact in these DeFi or open finance protocols.
And how does this reputation work? Is it kind of like your online digital identity, where it kind of combines, you know, all your information that you could sell to advertisers, and you could how does the reputation work?
Yes, it's basically I mean, we don't think about it, but you know, in our society, we build our reputation, and the reputation is basically a validation of events by third parties. It's not formalized. But it's like, if you interact with me over a certain amount of time, you know, you will build your idea of who I am, how I am. So basically, you will be a giver of reputation for me. If somebody else comes to you and asks, what do you think about Dieguito? Well, I like this and that. I don't like this. So basically, we are all like, creators of reputation for others. Institutions are also building reputational profiles, and institutions build around reputational profiles. So basically, what we can do with this technology, that's the basis of this idea, is that every interaction you have, if you learn something and you got a title for, even you can do it not for the full career, you can do it for parts. If you have those traces, if you have traces that are on your control, no, but you have traces of all the things you bought, all the things you sold, if you teach, you went to an event, if you give a talk, you have a certification of that, if you contributed to your community. So all those traces become your reputation, and that is valuable, because building that takes life. So basically, you don't want to burn that life, but if you protect that reputation over time, then you know, that becomes a very valuable asset.
Now, and this leads me to my next question, which is, you know, we've gotten the blockchain technology to the point where anything that's on the actual blockchain, we trust. You know, we trust if it's there, there's consensus. Everyone believes, okay, the blockchain says I have 2 Bitcoin. Everyone trusts I have 2 Bitcoin. But something that blockchain has not fully figured out yet is trusting the inputs to the blockchain. So for instance, you know, right now, you know, we're trying to do oracles. We're, you know, right now, anything that's on the blockchain, we believe, but you know, if we're trying to, like you mentioned, we have to connect the real world with the blockchain world. Making that connection and having that connection be just as trustworthy as the blockchain has still proven to be an issue. Like, for instance, with this reputation, if the reputation is is secured by the blockchain. So when anyone's reputation, I believe. But how is that reputation score getting its input? You know, let's say I go and I buy a car in the real world. How is the blockchain knowing that I bought the car? How is the blockchain knowing that I got a degree?
Well, that's why I was saying this, that, you know, you have a transfer of reputation from other parties, because at the end, what you will have is a hybrid system. You know, as everything starts to be built over the blockchain, that problem is gone. Mm-hmm. But you're right that we are in a transitional process, indeed in the early stages of a transitional process, where most of the economy, most of the interactions happen outside the blockchain. So somebody has to give attestation for that. So it's basically a transfer of reputation that you are doing. So it will be your university or your school that will sign those events. So it's like, you know, the person looking at those reputational traces will see, you know, that relationship and validate that institution gave you that reputation. So at the end, peer-to-peer reputation of people who doesn't have big reputations will be very likely less valuable than the reputation transfer from bigger institutions. That's why I think institutions have a role to play. I mean, decentralization gives you the option to choose to engage with them or not. But it's not that they still have a lot of value they can transfer if they start playing this game, and some of them are starting to play this game. Until you have fully, you know, things that are fully registered on the blockchain. It's the same thing happens with a lot of these DeFi protocols, that they need the price feed. They need to know, for example, the relationship between Bitcoin and the USD, or Ether and the USD, because they make decisions on the protocol level based on that data. And that data, because the volume of transactions exists on centralized exchanges, needs to be brought into there are ways of improving the oracling process of bringing, like, you can create a federation, you can have multiple attestations, you can do a lot of things to improve it, but still you have points of centralization. It's not fully decentralized. But in the future, if we have enough volume on decentralized exchanges within the platforms, then that information will come from within. It's not going to be needed. So then that problem. So we have to see this like in movement. This is it's a movie, not a still picture. No, it's like we are basically seeing the movie develop, and what we are seeing is we have an old infrastructure, financial infrastructure running where all the value is today, or most of the value is today. And we have this new fascinating small financial infrastructure that is starting to develop, and economically it has a fraction, you know, of the full thing. It's like, you know, not even a cent, 1% of the full thing, but it's starting to show that there's value. It's starting to show some differential value proposition, and slowly money is flowing from the traditional infrastructure into this new infrastructure, and until we have a flippening where this new financial infrastructure will become the mainstream financial infrastructure, and the other one will be the alternative. But it's a process.
Well, I mean, this is probably something that you know, you've lived through before. Like you mentioned, you were crucial at the beginning days of the internet in Latin America. Where does this feel like deja vu for you? Where kind of
absolutely.
Like there's this new technology, and everyone's like, no, what? I'm not going to build anything online. What's an internet? What's a computer? So
that helped me a lot to understand it. I mean, I lived this process with a maturity I didn't have on the first one, because it's like, you know, of course, these waves are so disruptive and so difficult to. But having been in the first wave of the internet, or the internet of information, for me, gave me a perspective that helped me a lot in this process, to be very patient, to know that we have to put like block over block and build over time. And that was crucial, I would say, for everything I was doing. I was always telling people in the community, you know what, this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And when I say a marathon, I'm talking like 7-10 years. We are actually, I said this 7 years ago, so we are here. It's finally happening on a certain degree. I think in 3 years more we will have a fully mature ecosystem, and we will see the full potential of this. So I think it's but it's getting closer. I would say we don't need to wait another 7-10 years, but it's getting closer. Yeah.
Well, if we look at DeFi right now, which is very popular, most of it is built on Ethereum, and Ethereum is not keeping up. Let's say the gas prices are very high; it's very congested. So it's doing its job. It is being secure, but it's struggling to keep up with the demand, with the throughput. But you decided to build a smart contract system on Bitcoin. Why did you decide to build that on Bitcoin?
Well, the rationale was basically that the Bitcoin network is a network with the biggest network effect. The Bitcoin asset is the asset with more liquidity. The Bitcoin security infrastructure, the mining, is the one with the biggest hashing rate. Therefore, the economical security of Bitcoin is the highest. And so my thinking was, if we want to build a financial system that will serve those excluded in our society, that they are in a very fragile position because they live day by day, they live week by week. It's not that they have so much room for the system to collapse and wait for a week to see if it comes back. So although I knew that building on Bitcoin was tough, and it has been very tough because Bitcoin is very reactive. Like they don't want innovation at a fast pace. So we have been finding workarounds. That difficulty of integrating with Bitcoin. I was sure that building on Bitcoin was a long-term good approach, and now we have 40% of the hashing power of Bitcoin. So that turns RSK actually into the second safest blockchain in terms of economical security. Wow. Of course, there are other aspects like decentralization, nodes. That's why I'm very careful. It's the safest in terms of economical security, which is one dimension of decentralization, but it's big, and I think it's that was our vision, and that vision is becoming a reality. But still, if we don't, because I think Ethereum is basically paying the consequences of being the first mover. It's like there are certain things that if you do them on chain from the get-go, then you get to the point where Ethereum is, that you have a bottleneck, because basically the word state, that is all the registers of the different variables and account states, gets bloated, and then you need mega servers, so you lose decentralization because the actual servers that can validate the full network need to be very powerful. So I think Ethereum is victim of its own success, if you want. It's like Ethereum is here because it was so successful so fast. Because now we have the technology to avoid those things, that is going to level two solutions, like commit chains, payment channels. There's a new peer-to-peer infrastructure that is being built. That was the one I was mentioning, the RIF. The RSK infrastructure is basically that layer 2 infrastructure on top of the blockchain that enables you to scale in a sustainable way, in a sustainable and more efficient way, because transactions off chain can cost a fraction of transactions on chain. So we are in the moment where all these technologies, these layer 2 technologies are maturing, and some of them can process not only transactions, but also smart contracts. So even you can scale the business logic part as well. And I think Ethereum 2 would very likely incorporate all these things, and it adds sharding. So I think Ethereum will find a way. But our position in RSK is like we maybe move slower, but we are making sure that our ecosystem has the best practices, and instead of going to the blockchain directly, they use the upper layers. They use the third layer in our case, Bitcoin, RSK, and RIF. They use the third layer mostly because that gives them efficiency, and that gives them sustainability. So that enables the system to grow without collapsing the underlying layer. But I think transactions on blockchain will always be expensive. That's
Yeah.
to be honest, that's the nature of it. It's like
So is there a downside? Because like you mentioned, you guys do have that great economic security. Is there a downside though to building kind of smart contracts on the Bitcoin network? Would DeFi be able to succeed on RSK and RAF?
Well, we made another decision because we like what Ethereum was doing a lot. So we made another decision that RSK is a second blockchain, it's a side chain to Bitcoin. So it's not directly on the Bitcoin blockchain, it's on the secondary blockchain. And that secondary blockchain has all the features that Ethereum has. So any application that is running on Ethereum can be ported to RSK without modification. Indeed, a team already moved the Uniswap, and you have RSK swap protocol. Then you have teams that are taking pieces of multiple lending protocols, lending and margin trading, and are building, it's a platform called Sovereign. Then there are some protocols that are built with the same language as Ethereum, but that are unique to RSK, like Money on Chain, that created a dollar backed by Bitcoin. So it's a very interesting model. And also we created an interoperability bridge between Ethereum and RSK. So some projects are starting to port in tokens to RSK to use RSK as an operational platform because, now transactional costs are like 100, 200 times less in RSK. So, but again, if you just start using RSK in full without using this layer 2, solutions, we will get to the same point of Ethereum. It's not that there's no magic in this. No, so what we are doing is working with all these teams that are bringing also Ethereum solutions. So they bring it in a good way that it will be sustainable and will work for many years.
And whereas powering the DeFi on Ethereum is this idea they're able to mint stable coins by staking Ethereum. With you guys, it's a similar idea, but with Bitcoin, right? It's RBTC. Yes. Does it work in a similar way to how minting works?
It's exactly, the protocol itself, the MakerDAO protocol is different than the Money on Chain protocol, but conceptually it's the same. It's like you are taking BTC on RSK, we call it RBTC to make clear that it's on the RSK network. So you take BTC on RSK and you put them on the Money on Chain protocol, and then it needs to be over collateralized. I think one thing that is interesting on the Money on Chain protocol is that you can, the backing of the stable asset is one pool of assets. So at any time I can give back the dollars and I will get Bitcoin on RSK instantly. So you don't need liquidity providers. You don't need things that other protocols need. So the protocol is self-contained. I have the certainty that if I have a dollar on chain, I can go to the protocol and redeem it for Bitcoin at the price that Bitcoin has at that time. So that's it. That's very interesting. But conceptually, it's the same. It's like you put your Bitcoins as collateral. If you are a long-term Bitcoiner, you know that you will earn more Bitcoins because the idea of people putting there is that they want more Bitcoins. So you get more Bitcoins and you enable that others can have an economy based on the dollar or any stable asset.
Well, I think if you guys want to brand it, you should call it HODLing 2.0, where you're essentially you're hodling your Bitcoin, but having it work for you. Diego, you could have that. You could have that one for free, and you could use it. I appreciate you taking the time. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but I really appreciate you speaking to me and really giving me that insight, not only from the lens of someone who's early on in Bitcoin, but also someone who kind of lived this before from the early ages of the internet as well. So Diego, thank you so much for your time and continue to do the great work that you do. And for all our viewers at home for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Jonah.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy.
And I'm Tammy Tezos.
Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some important tips. The Bitcoin halving will always give you two. How do you think we got here?
We have some breaking news this just in. Yield farmers in the cryptocurrency DeFi space have taken things to a new level. Not only have such farmers offered the new world financial system interest rates that are comparably better than traditional banking, their offerings of food have promised to solve world hunger. Sushi, yams, pizza, and yes, even hot dogs have become the new world currencies that give us hope for a brighter tomorrow. More tasty updates to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Hello, my friends. I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Collateralized debt position. A collateralized debt position, otherwise known by crypto degenerates as a CDP, is a smart contract based on the Ethereum blockchain created by MakerDAO in 2014. It's a variation of financial market derivations that can simply be defined as representation of a debt position that is backed by an underlying pool of assets. Users can borrow stable coins against Ethereum tokens as they lock into the smart contract, and this allows one to avoid the volatility of market swings. The collateral is then released once the amount borrowed is paid back.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and I'm glad to be joined by Doug Leonard, CEO of Mainframe. Doug, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Well, let's first, you want to give us a little background to our viewers about who you are and how you got into blockchain?
Yeah, you bet. So I got into blockchain in late 2013 when I discovered Bitcoin, and some friends were talking about it around Christmas time. And I went, checked out the Wikipedia page and was immediately intrigued. And really what caught my attention was some of the hashing algorithms that I was learning about in some of my security classes at university were overlapping with really being leveraged for a monetary system. And so this caught my attention. And so immediately I started getting involved, started speculating on Bitcoin, lost a lot of money right out of the gate, and had to have some come to Jesus moments on whether or not I really believed in the tech and would continue to invest my time and resource there or not, and ended up really just starting as a speculator. But as both my talents for development grew, I started to play more with Ethereum, started working on some dApps, and after graduating, talked to my wife and said, hey, I think blockchain is going to change the world to the same degree that the internet has. And she said, well, if you believe that, why don't you have a job in blockchain? So stopped doing mobile development, which is what I was pursuing professionally at the time, and went and got a job in blockchain.
Mm-hmm. Now, as I do before most interviews, I check out the person online. And so I hit your LinkedIn. And I must say, I loved your LinkedIn description, your description for yourself on LinkedIn. Did you write that?
Yeah. So,
awesome.
Yeah, I mean, people can go check it out. But really, I feel like LinkedIn is kind of this place where a lot of posturing happens. And so I put in this, very comical description about myself as a little nugget for people who actually do the work to read about me.
Well, I tip my hat to you. I was very impressed. But something else that I got from there was that you recently became Mainframe CEO. I believe it was January time. Why did Mainframe? First, let's go. Let's start off easily. What is Mainframe? What do they do, and why did they decide to bring you on board as CEO?
Sure. So I'll answer the question backwards. Right now, we are a lending protocol for people to borrow against their crypto in hopes of multiplying their investment. So right now, there are a lot of variable rate type instruments. You've got your Compound and Aave. And so we aim to be one of the first at scale solutions for fixed rate, fixed term loans against your cryptocurrency. So this is what Mainframe does today, but it is not what Mainframe has always done. We originally started out as a messaging platform for unstoppable chat. And when we delivered this product to our users, nobody really wanted to use it. And so we took a look around and said, okay, well, what do we have here that's valuable that maybe the decentralized community would like? And so we took our decentralized back end and created a environment. We called it Mainframe OS for people to be able to deploy their dApps and actually be fully decentralized. Right now, most dApps are just S3 cloud buckets that are being hosted centrally. And we thought, yeah, this is a really great idea. But we learned yet again that people in this space seem to care about making money, growing their wealth, and the decentralized ethos for most is kind of secondary to the exciting residual impact of growing your wealth. So so Mainframe kind of had these two. Predicting the future is very difficult. I was a part of the Mainframe team from the beginning. I believed in this vision. I really thought it was going to work. And once we released these and put it out there, and people, we weren't getting traction, we had to come back internally, take a look at, okay, why isn't it working? What are people actually using? Where is utility within blockchain? And over 9-10 months ago, we actually started repositioning ourselves to be a DeFi product. So it started with Mainframe OS with the focus, like all the dApps that we had published were actually DeFi focused dApps. And then when I took over as CEO, I took Mainframe OS, I put it on a shelf and said, hey, we'll invest in this in proportion to the return that it's going to give us. And so it's something that maybe we can come back to in the future. But for right now, all the action is in DeFi. We're really excited to be launching a lending protocol so people can leverage themselves and get exposure to different types of opportunities that they otherwise wouldn't have. One thing we saw with Compound is you've got the basic attention token, or BAT. And all of a sudden, Compound launches this liquidity mining campaign, and it gave BAT new value. It gave it additional utility. And so something that these lending protocols do is offer tokens that either aren't fully implemented, which is a lot of tokens in this space. It's like, your pre-mainnet, what do you do with that? Well, if there's sufficient liquidity on the market, well, you can take it and make some more short-term plays while maintaining your exposure long-term to projects you believe in. So it's really a way of giving utility to projects that are early in development or aren't as mature as others in the space.
Well, first off, I do also want to tip my hat to you guys, because a lot of people that a lot of these projects that did get major funding from ICOs like you guys did, either they immediately ran, they served their purpose and then they ran. But I must tip my hat to you guys for delivering on your original promise. And then once you saw it didn't succeed, you kept at it and you pivoted to continue to try to build in this ecosystem. And I think that's very important, because this technology is so young and it does need great developments. Now, what you guys are doing now with the Mainframe lending protocol is you're offering fixed rate lending and borrowing, and we see with DeFi is a lot of variable rate stuff. How are you guys able to guarantee? How are you guys able to set a fixed rate? With the mechanisms that currently power DeFi.
Yeah, very, very good question. So this isn't actually our innovation. So we actually have taken an innovation by Dan Robinson. So he created something called the Yield Protocol. And the Yield Protocol basically works like this. You take up a certain type of collateral or base asset and you lock it up and you mint yourself tokens. This is very similar to the way that MakerDAO works, right? You lock up your Ethereum and you mint this thing called DAI. But rather than locking up, or rather than minting DAI, what we do is we mint this fungible token that is attached to a certain date and a certain base asset and a certain target asset. And so essentially what you do is you sell these tokens at a discount, and the delta between the face value of those tokens and what you sell them for locks in both the earning for the lender and the I guess the premium that the borrower is going to have to pay to that lender. So one quick example: if I take $100 worth of Ethereum and then I print 50 YDAI, then I might sell those to you at, let's say, 97 cents on the dollar. If my maturity date is 3 months out, then so I've sold you these 50 YDAI at 97 cents on the dollar. You actually end up locking in a 13% effective annual return for yourself. And so it's a novel mechanism that is a little bit, I would say, it's not refined to have to be able to go out and sell these. And so part of our job is going to be creating a very intuitive user interface to where it's as easy as just depositing your collateral and then picking what amount of discount you're willing to take on your Y tokens, and then essentially, depending on what amount of discount you're willing to take, will determine how quickly we can fulfill that loan for you. So that's the essential mechanism, and then we've added kind of this novel guarantor pool, this like novel piece of innovation that helps guard against some of the challenges we've seen with MakerDAO and their systematic failure on Black Thursday, and then also being a novel way for certain people to stack it's like dollar cost averaging and the discount. So, we're seeing the rise of, strategies as a service. You've got the SET protocol, and then you've got Wi-Fi or YIFI as sort of this meta DeFi farming protocol. And all these they're strategies, right? They're strategies for how to invest. And so we'll add to this menu of strategies with that guarantor role within our protocol.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that you kind of have to set the date of fulfillment. Let's say when you're actually minting that WTFi, you have to. But wouldn't the changing of value of the underlying asset? So let's say I sell it for 97 cents on the dollar, but as that underlying asset, let's say that ETH changes value over the life of that loan, wouldn't that affect that the end take I'm going to get at the end? If I let's say for argument's sake, Ether is worth $1 in this situation, and I stake my ETH and I mint Y. What do you call it? Y die.
Y die.
What do you call it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Y die with it, and then I sell that Y die, or I lend out a Y die for 97 cents on the dollar. But if Ethereum goes up to $2 during that time period, and then the person who cashes back that Y token, they're getting back $2. Doesn't that change the economics of it? How are you getting that fixed rate if the underlying asset is actually changing in value?
Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding here. So let me see if I can clarify. So the borrowers are the ones who are locking up their Ethereum, minting Y tokens, and then selling them. And so your Ethereum goes into a vault, and similar to MakerDAO. So I did this in purchasing my minivan. So I locked up like $20,000 worth of ETH, and I saw over the next 3 weeks an appreciation of 70% worth of value. We got lucky, right? Mm-hmm. And so my $20,000 worth of ETH suddenly became worth $30,000. But that's sitting in a vault that I own. Now I only lose ownership of that in the event that ETH crashes in price, and I don't keep my collateralization ratio of that vault above the threshold that their protocol requires. So it's the same over here. So the benefit of your base collateral asset appreciating in value actually goes to the borrower. And so in your example that you use, where Ethereum is $1 and you've locked that up and you've sold it at your Y tokens at 97 cents on the dollar, what actually would happen is there is available credit for the borrower to issue additional debt against if they so desire. Otherwise, that also acts as a safety buffer so that they can go to sleep at night and not be worried that this thing is going to come crashing down. Crypto does sometimes come crashing down, but you have a lower probability of that occurring.
But if in the system people still have to worry about if the assets lowering in value and they're going to become under collateralized and have that position liquidated essentially and lose their collateral. So if they have that same downside, why would they want the upside of a fixed rate if they could have that higher, the bigger upside of the variable rate?
So there's actually not a difference in the upside, is assuming that so if we're assuming somebody is parking their $100 of Ethereum in MakerDAO versus $100 of Ethereum in the mainframe lending protocol, the thing you actually have is whenever, and this happened to me with my minivan. So I started my $20,000 locked up in a MakerDAO vault. It started at a 1% interest rate. It was like awesome. This is great. This is like, just barely better than what I could get by going to a bank. Let's do it. And when those 3 weeks of value appreciation happened, where Ethereum grew by 70%, well, guess what? MakerDAO is also you can repurpose it rather than being used as just a stable coin. You can double down and leverage yourself with exposure to Ethereum. And so that's what everyone was doing, which had the impact of driving the variable interest rate that governs the MakerDAO system from 1% up to like 17%. And so it's like what you get with the fixed rate system is you get predictability. Is when you sell that Y token for 97 cents on the dollar, it's set, it's done, and you just show back up, you pay it off whenever, before maturity, and you only lose that 3-cent delta, per DAI in this example. But with the variable rate is whenever somebody, you see how sushi is moving the markets right now. So somebody launches, a meme coin, no disrespect to sushi. I know a lot of people are very, very deep into that rabbit hole. But somebody can launch this, farming scheme, and they can move markets very, very quickly and unpredictably. And so I don't think this is going away very soon. And so something like mainframes fixed rate lending is going to be really valuable for those people who are actually trying to use their assets for more real world type use cases. If you want predictability, if you want to be able to like go and purchase a car, or if you have like a real material expense, or if you're just somebody who is trying to leverage themselves and doesn't want any surprises, then you're going to choose a tool like Mainframe above a tool like MakerDAO, Compound, and Aave, which are all variable rate solutions. So to touch on kind of comparing this, like where the greater benefit is, with our novel innovation around the guarantor pool. So let's take a look at the MakerDAO system. It's, I think, what people are most familiar with. When you lock up your Ethereum, you have a collateralization requirement of 150%. And basically that gives them a 1/3 buffer that if your vault becomes under collateralized as the price of Ethereum is dropping, their system moves not so quickly with, they've got a price feed, and they're using a TWAP as the average for, what the actual price is to help make it manipulation proof. And so you actually have a price feed that is lagging behind the reality of what's happening outside of that system. And so that 150, that extra 1/3 of collateral is there so that hopefully they sell, the full value of your debt before the price crashes and their system becomes under collateralized. So with our guarantor, guarantors in a traditional sense are people who underwrite risk. And so guarantors park their money within our protocol, and they're essentially agreeing to purchase Ethereum or whatever the collateral asset type is that is being used for as collateral, and they agree to buy it at a strike price equal to the point at which vaults become liquidated, and they receive a discount for it. Because of this mechanism and this pre-arrangement of a buyer, we actually don't need as much of a buffer. And so somebody who's looking to like maximize their leverage of like, if you've got $100 worth of ETH, you're only going to be able to get around $67 worth of DAI if you print it all the way up to the maximum amount under the MakerDAO system. Under our system, so that's a 150% collateralization requirement. With the guarantor underwriting this risk and who have agreed to actually purchase this collateral, we can ratchet down that collateralization requirement from 150% somewhere down to 120 to 115%. So the gains in both either safety, because it's a greater buffer, it's a higher capital efficiency, or in terms of increased leverage and exposure that you could have, along with the predictability, make it something that's going to be a really interesting tool for farmers and other use cases that probably we haven't even thought about yet. And I do want to talk, get into that the SushiSwap and Uniswap and other aspects of DeFi, but we can touch about it a little later. I first want to bring up your use case where you're buying a van. When I first heard of DeFi, I mean, we're going back 3 years, 2 years. If you go to any blockchain or crypto conference 2 or 3 years ago, DeFi was not the main stage. DeFi got a side stage, it got a small room, and I remember I was there, and I remember seeing it, and I remember thinking, oh wow, this is so nice, decentralized finance. Everyone can be a bank. And so when I envisioned what it would look like, it was, I'm a business owner, I need a loan. Instead of going to the banks, which have a limited competition and have set of rules and a lot of managerial fees and stuff, and me getting, let's say, a little screwed by their loan, I could go to this decentralized, financial system and get a better loan for myself. And what we've seen so far, at least, the main use cases for DeFi so far, the mainstream, let's say, as however mainstream it could be, it's so small, but for DeFi has not been that. Has been more this yield farming where people are just trying to churn their own assets to try to create value where there really isn't being value added. And that's why I like seeing, hearing your use case where you're saying,
No, you wanted to buy a minivan. You didn't want to, cash out all your Ethereum right now. So you actually went to a decentralized system and got the capital needed to actually buy value in the real world. So that, I think, is the real exciting part of DeFi. And so it seems like your mainframe system with the lending protocol is actually closer to that, where because it's fixed rate, it's almost like a digital bond of sorts. And so, what are the possibilities here? Are we able to streamline the system? Like you mentioned, the biggest problem with the DAO is that delay from an external price point to internal. But that seems to be the issue with blockchain. How are we able to truly connect DeFi with the inputs of the real world? Because then it becomes much easier to do things like you did. And, instead of, like, in your issue, you want to buy a minivan, and you took out that loan, but you still had to pay off that loan. At the end of the day, you still needed that capital. And so essentially, at the end of the day, you end up with the same problem, actually even slightly bigger problem, because you probably sold it for less than the loan worth. So what was the added value in your case with the minivan? What did you gain by actually utilizing the system to take the loan if you had to pay back the loan, either selling that crypto you didn't want to sell originally? What was the gain there?
Yeah, so this is what I like to say, and then I'm actually going to challenge kind of your assumption here about where we see DeFi going and how we see it being utilized in the future. But first, around some comments around that minivan experience. So what I say is basically, like, I printed a minivan out of thin air. So it started with $20,000 worth of Ethereum. And the benefit to me was that I got to maintain exposure to $20,000 worth of Ethereum. So $20,000 worth of Ethereum, I print 10,000 DAI. I then take the DAI, I sell it for USDC. I go from Coinbase into my bank account, right? So then I go to an ATM, I pull out the cash, and I went and bought it, off of Craigslist. And so then those following 3 weeks where we saw the value of Ethereum explode by 70%, that is what I wanted to happen. Because I wanted to protect my exposure, and essentially the $20,000 worth of Ethereum became worth $30,000. And then, just like we talked earlier, where we have like an increase in credit, what I did is I took out $10,000 worth of Ethereum, sold it for DAI, and then paid off the vault. And so it's essentially I began the month and ended the month with $20,000 worth of Ethereum, but I had a minivan that showed up. And so that was the magical part for my wife, is she saw, like, oh, hey, this DeFi thing, this is kind of cool. But like, it was extremely risky. I don't think I actually do not believe like that this is going to be the mainstream use case. So like, mainframe enables more predictable opportunities like this. But when you think about it, I mean, there's so much privilege in having $20,000 worth of Ethereum to begin with. So as I look at, like, for example, my mom, she ain't got $20,000 worth of Ethereum, nor would I really trust her with $20,000 worth of Ethereum. So and in fact, if she did, she would be sending it to me to have me manage it, right? So this sort of thing is, and my mom is actually quite technical. She runs a business. She has these embroidery machines that, like, she uses computers all day, and so, like, this is So this is not a diss on my mom, but really just like this is so niche that what I think that's going to happen, and is going to continue to happen, is that the real use case for DeFi is to serve DeFi, right? Like, one of the criticisms I hear is that, like, oh, it's just a bunch of rich people, passing around money and deciding what's cool. Pick a new emoji each week, and then we pass it around, and it's just a game against ourselves. It's almost as though COVID has made us so bored that we can't sit around and play poker anymore and kind of pass the chips between us, that we have to create these funny, emoji, Ponzi-nomic powered games. It's just poker. We're just passing money around with a group of friends. But really, DeFi only serves people at DeFi. And when I look at mainframe, what are going to be like the big use cases here? Honestly, the big use case is taking existing or early stage tokens that don't have any value today that's purely speculative and adding value to it. And so so for example, I'm involved with several investment groups, and these guys have, tokens that either they're under contract not to sell, or tokens that are just they haven't realized their full potential yet. And there's nothing they can do on them. Like, there's nothing you can do with it. They just sit there. They have a value, but as soon as, so by partnering with certain entities, if you're like a big investment firm, man, you want to be like really buttering up, Mainframe and Compound and Aave, or you better be buying lots of their tokens, because you want to control the governance that's going to list your bags as collateral types, because all of a sudden that becomes a productive asset as soon as it gets listed on Compound or Aave, and now you're earning comp. And so basic attention tokens, most recent utility has been farming comp. And it has a whole nother mission, and that's cool. But like, there's not much you can do with basic attention token outside of farming comp and then sitting on it. But why not sit on it and farm comp? Or why not sit on it, farm comp, and borrow against it to go play your sushi games, your poker Friday night, right? So I think what is Mainframe really going to do? It's going to unlock existing economic potential for token projects that are early stage, that we either partner with, or that or that the people who hold MFT token vote to add with proper safety parameters, so that they can realize new opportunity. So we really are going to be serving DeFi. This stuff is too hard to use for my mom to go and buy a car with. Now, sure, I could go buy a car with it, and I think it would be cool stories for us to share. It's one of my talking points. But in truth, this is just a little bit more sophisticated, nuanced tool that is going to help people farm, realize potential value of their bags that are sitting idly, and we transform those idle bags into productive assets overnight by voting them in. And so I think that's why you look at Cream.finance. Those guys are really pushing the envelope, because overnight they can make your token desirable and be in a different way than like adding utility. And so this whole house of cards is built on speculation. And these are tools of speculators. And I hesitate to use the word gambling, because I really think compared to 2017, 2018, we have projects that do have utility. We have projects that have launched that, basic attention token has an actual browser. Like, people are actually, paying for people's attention. We have, futures markets. Augur, I think, is a good example of utility. We've got, and then we've got these lending protocols that, like, it's very hard to argue with, the billions of dollars in value that are being leveraged every day. And it's so people can have more sophisticated types of exposure to go after opportunities that they see that maybe others don't, or that others do see, and they just want to make their assets more productive.
Well, I must say it's very refreshing to hear someone speaking that's in the DeFi space, speaking as candidly about DeFi. I know, as you are, you're just saying what it is instead of making these grand proclamations that I think many people do, unfortunately, in our industry. So once again, I tip my hat to you for that.
Thank you.
So, I mean, essentially, have we seen kind of the end of hodling, where it's like, why would I hodl? Why would I sit there and hold my crypto if I could actually hold the crypto and make it work for me by yield farming? You're essentially taking things that would just sit there and do nothing because you believe in its future value, and have it sit there and work for you because you believe in its future value, and you also want it to create value right now.
So let's take a look at Mainframe's history. Anyone who goes to CoinMarketCap and zooms out on the all-time on our token, we've got this pattern that I like to call this, like, the big water slide, right? Like, it started high and it only went down, right? So what happened was we we're bad at predicting the future. And everyone who like actually invested in our token and our vision was equally as bad at predicting the future. This is a really hard thing to do. Predicting the future is not easy. You know, we make no apology for not being able to predict the future properly. I mean, who could have predicted what's happening today in 2020? Like, this is insane, the reality that we're walking through, you know, that you know, this virtual conference is happening. We're not meeting in person anymore. Like, predicting the future is a very difficult task. Yet it's not something that we in crypto and the natural speculators that we are shy away from. So we got it wrong. But what I think you're going to see is it's much like the gas tokens we see in Ethereum, where they're trying to smooth out the cost of transactions over time so that you purchase your gas token when demand is low, and then you spend it when demand is high, but the actual cost to you kind of becomes hopefully more constant. And anybody who's been participating in yield farming understands the utility of a gas token. But for like, take our token, we got it wrong, right? And what it does is, I think this is the next phase of sophistication for hodling. And so you used to like you know, invest in these projects or purchase these tokens as a speculation that you believe in the team or the vision or whatever. And knowing that we're really bad at predicting the future, what you can do now is if you saw something that was more shiny, you would have to sell it and then go, you know, I would sell my MFT bags to go after Polkadot. Or I would go, you know, sell something because, oh, it looks like they're further along. Or I like the headshots on their website of their team better. They used a professional photographer, and then you know, these other guys, they just imported those headshots from LinkedIn. Like the types of stuff that you have to judge a project on before mainnet is very limited, and a lot of it just comes down to like website design or team headshots or the history. But like what we end up doing now is with these lending protocols is, if there's sufficient liquidity in the market, then you can actually smooth out the demand curve where I don't have to sell my MFT bags to go and invest in Polkadot. I can maintain my exposure to MFT, and I can go out and grab some Polkadot. So I think that this is only going to amplify the tool set with which we have to actually have strong hands, and hopefully we see less of these huge, you know, sell-offs that you know, there's a lot of finger pointing and blame game going on, you know, and we're kind of seeing one of the artifacts is that we're doing these now fair, as we like to solicit them, launches of protocols. I think, you know, Cream that I was talking about earlier is attempting to do this. There's another one that's, you know, another fair launch of Compound, because apparently theirs was so unfair. Or, you know, Uniswap, you know, them giving it away for free was so unfair, because we know in the future that they're going to do something nefarious. But I think, you know, when I look at it, these tools are going to help us recognize that there's probably a lot more rational thought happening by each group of participants. Those early seeds of like those early angel investors into projects are acting rationally. The retail investors are acting more rationally than we give them credit for. And if we increase the tool set and make it a little bit more sophisticated for them, then what you'll actually end up doing is you'll get these you know, protocol politicians leveraging for their bags to be added to these different protocols, and that allows them to maintain their exposure. I don't think everyone who sold MFT early on necessarily wanted to, but they're looking at like, well, where's the market going? Oh, it's bleeding out, and it just perpetuates the issue. Well, now you can you have a little bit more sophisticated tool here to help smooth out that demand curve, and hopefully be a better funding mechanism for projects.
Mm-hmm. And you know, speaking of projects, you know, a couple of months ago, Mainframe actually acquired Sablier, which does kind of real-time payments, you know, for like an employee getting paid in real time, which is such a cool idea, and I love it, such a great, in my mind, use case of a new technology to enable this kind of new, you know, this new innovation in the world. But how are you guys integrating that into Mainframe? How does that fit into this whole you know, this whole product that you guys are selling?
So this is what I'll say today. we follow a very structured thesis at Mainframe. So we have a kind of I don't know what would be the like politically correct way of saying that, like, people bought into us, really believed in us, and were let down because it didn't work. And likely it is because we have a new group of unsophisticated investors that are able to experience both the up and downside of an investment. And they're Twitter warriors. And so they don't understand that they were taking huge risk. And when they do take a huge risk, they want to whine about it, or they want to they want to point fingers at somebody. And those fingers are never coming back to them to acknowledge that, hey, maybe they also were equally as bad at predicting the future. And so really here, what we end up having is these investors. Just lost my train of thought. It was such a good thought. So we're talking about Sabler, and you were asking me about
how it fits into the whole Mainframe, a protocol product. What was the purchase? What was the purpose of that acquisition? What did they give to you guys? Was it the technology, the team? What do you guys do now with Sabler?
Yeah. So okay. So the short answer. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going into. So we've got these unsophisticated investors that are kind of not used to the losses, and so we come out and with this colored past of ours where we haven't necessarily delivered value. MFT token has very limited utility outside of speculation today, and so we have two priorities. We want to deliver a protocol that is safe, and we want to deliver it in the least amount of time as possible. And so we actually have, every time we have a new feature that we want to add, we just say, hey, we're prioritizing for simplicity, which promotes security, and speed to mainnet. And so in version 0, nothing. The short answer is Sabler is not going to be a part of version 0. And but we continue to maintain the project because we have hopes that we're going to be able to integrate it as a part of either some token utility mechanisms or some governance mechanisms where we can have these time lock voting. There's some clever things you can do with streaming tokens back to yourself, where you essentially take certain tokens off of the market and put it in a certain place, and then allow people to claim them in a linear rate. And so, we have projects that are using Sabler to manage their token vesting schedule, and we pay some of our employees with Sabler and stablecoin and stream it to them over the whole month, and they get to claim it when they want. Now, whenever you have unpredictable gas prices, how many times do you think people are claiming their paychecks? Once, and so it's somewhat of a charade here because we want to use it, and that's how a lot of things start. But what we saw in Sabler was something that was being used, something that had some utility, and a team behind it that could really deliver. And we were rebuilding our team at the time, and so this made sense to go after. I'm trying to build people's confidence in Mainframe and our ability to execute. And I don't think there's a stronger way you can do that than to take someone who has built something useful, that has a reputation in the community, like Paul, and bring them and make them and put them in charge of your development. So, in the short term, nothing, because we're focused on delivering as fast as we can and as safe as we can. And then we've got some interesting ideas that we're toying around with for the new token economic model, which nothing has been published on, and which is I have nothing to say about it now, seeing as that's not how I publish new information. I don't like information asymmetry, so it will be official blog posts, go through all the right channels, but yeah.
Well, I'm excited to see what happens with that. But you did mention a crucial a phrase in there that was very crucial, where because of the gas prices, so people are going to pay once, and that's a big issue facing DeFi right now with Ethereum is just too congested. It cannot scale to support the DeFi use cases that are being used today, which is, it's not being asked even that much, and already it cannot handle all of this throughput. So the question is, what is the solution in your view? What will be the solution? Will Ethereum 2.0 ever come out? Will it be a layer 2 solution? Or will another protocol, like maybe Polkadot or another protocol pop up and DeFi will say, all right, Ethereum, you served your purpose. You were great, or you still are good for these use cases. But hey, if we really want to get serious here, yeah, we're going to have to turn to someone else.
So this is what I see. So in my recent AMA, I had the question, what keeps me up at night? And honestly, gas prices was the thing that keeps me up. Gas prices threaten my protocol in a way that's quite unique. But I think that the market is disagreeing with your concern and my concern about gas prices. As I watch my own behavior participating in sushi, my own behavior in participating in these other farming things, I calculated the other day, I spent over $1,000 in gas fees, last week. And it's just like, I just don't care because my capital is earning me something, 60% APY. I earn that in a day, right? So you see my privilege kind of like oozing out right here. But this is the reality for most people in DeFi of material consequence. So there are people in DeFi that are not of material consequence, and those are people who don't have as much resource. And then you have people of material consequence which have all the cash, right? And so DeFi, like other capitalistic type systems, are going to reward those who have cash, those who have wealth already. Those are the people who are going to be able to acquire enough governance tokens to get their bags parked on, supported, being a part of these new. This is no different than what we see of, protocols that are more heavily VC backed. For some reason, get listed on Coinbase sooner than other projects, right? But it's no secret. They're friends. They've made each other money in the past. You shouldn't expect anything different. And in my mind, my objective is always to learn the rules and play the game. And so this is what's happening. Typically with these types of systems, there becomes a equality divide, income inequality, and the reason why is because the majority of the rewards goes to those at the top, or rather those with the most resource. And so I don't care about $1,000 in gas in a week, because honestly, I just park my money in Yiffy and it makes me $1,000 a week. So it's just like, it's until I am losing money from gas fees and this space is able to convince me to not participate in the next mining frenzy, I'm going to keep doing it. And as long as my balance continues, my stablecoin balance continues to grow, those gas prices ain't coming down. And I'm not going to any other chain because this is what I'm familiar with. This is the consumer behavior. And so, but this is what it does, is it cuts the small guy out. And so if you want to go, and let's say that you want to take out, like opening a vault on MakerDAO right now, extremely expensive. You're probably paying $50 to $100. When I did that for my minivan, I'm probably talking $5. So this is, it just means that the use cases that Ethereum can cater to shifts away from the gaming, the microtransactions, things like Sablier, where you're streaming your money and it's like this constant stream. Well, you've got to claim it, and it's going to cost you $10 to claim it. Can you imagine? We all complain about the bank charging us a $10 fee to cash our check. Then we turn around and we invent this system that costs me $10 to cash my check. It's somewhat ironic, but the value proposition is there, and that's why it continues to exist. What I think is happening with these side chains, the most interesting one is Binance Smart Chain. So Binance Smart Chain, they have all these resources. They have a sustainable business model. Man, like if you want to talk about early utility, BNB was there, right? So really what you have here is you have all this resource sitting over here looking very lucrative. And when I as an opportunist over here, I've got some development skills, and I shouldn't like try and downplay the capabilities of the Cream.finance engineering team, but really I see them as opportunists. Really, they are farming Binance for their yield. So Binance has all these incentives. They want to lure people over with these cheap fees. Well, okay, cool. So they launch on Binance. I bet you that they got a little bit of support from Binance. And it might not be in cash. It might just be engineering support. But certainly there's a marketing. When we talk about marketing, like I spend a lot of money on marketing, and they're getting it for free, right? So because they're rubbing up, and so if I were being an opportunist, I happen to be in a position of influence here. I might consider all of these solutions and just be like, I'll throw my stuff everywhere. It's just copy paste Compound's code, and I'll beat Compound to it. Like I'll do this all day. Like there's people that are going to pay you to come and be on Polkadot or the side chain, and because they have these reserves. And so if you're a good negotiator, all you're doing is yield farming. I mean, that's what the space is good at, is extracting value and putting on a show, like going to the parade and looking like, oh, look at how much value sushi is locked up. Look at how much value is now over on Tron or Binance. And the thing is, we don't really know what the moats are. I mean, we're all discussing it. We're all looking at it. We created this super fluid, super liquid system where it cost me $10 to move tons and tons of money that is instant. One of the one of the reasons I enjoyed using MakerDAO for my minivan loan was I didn't have to ask anyone's permission. They didn't have to look up any of my personal information. I just clicked on a computer. It was 11 o'clock at night, and boom, I had the money. And then the next day I just ran to an ATM and it was there. And okay, so maybe I'm skipping over the 3 to 5 business days that Coinbase took to get it into my bank account. But effectively, I didn't have to interface with other human beings. And as an engineer, oh man, give me that system any day, right? So I look at this and I just think side chains is kind of the meta harvesting that is happening at the protocol level. And you're going to see teams that are in need of resources chasing after the incentives that exist there. Tezos is doing a similar thing. And you're going to see lots of copycats. And we see this in the own world. You get a business in America that's succeeding, you know what you're going to do? So for example, I have some friends in Pakistan. They see clones of American companies all the time because the big money, the VC money is proven product market fit. So it's much lower risk to say, hey, maybe people want an app that they can hail a ride from. And there's a way we can get around this taxi regulation. And then Uber shows up, and guess what they're going to do? They're going to acquire that company because it's cheaper to acquire than to try and bootstrap it themselves as soon as they enter that market. So it's the same thing here. I don't believe we're going to see a lot of, I don't think Compound is going to purchase Cream. If anything, Cream is going to front run Compound, extract some value, and then Compound may eventually show up and kind of sunset Cream because they've got the reputation, they've got the trust, and honestly, if they've got a lot of smart people trying to build on top of their protocol, with those smart people comes more exposure to discovering vulnerabilities. And so if somebody's going to disclose a vulnerability, I bet you Compound has the highest reward versus something like Cream. And so you go and disclose it to Compound and you claim it, and then Compound is able to maintain the safest reputation. And it's not Compound's responsibility to go and hunt down Cream and the 47 other forks. And so in terms of sizable money, you've got to have it. You've got to feel confident that the system you're parking your money in is not going to lose it. And in order to get that money to grow. And so that's why we see with the likes of Compound using formal verification and the likes of Uniswap using formal verification, and the teams that use these types of tools and build for sustainability long term and put that experiential knowledge inside their organization, those are the teams that are going to be able to avoid the large hacks, the large loss of money. But right now, no money has been lost. I mean, outside of your BZX or whatever, like, you know, but like anybody still parking their money there, they understand the risks. They're there because probably there doesn't exist a sufficient alternative for them to do what they're wanting to do with their money. But I bet you if Cream took a look at BZX and figured out what they were doing and built it without the spaghetti code, that they would have some product market fit, because there's a whole lot of money that keeps going back and keeps getting lost. You know, it might get returned, but nonetheless, this is, you know, the next phase is kind of the exploits and 0 days that are going to weed out the copycats, and these fair distributions. You look at sushi right now; they are struggling to get organized. Yeah, they had it all, and Chef Naomi, man, he's sold out, probably because his privilege is he already had it figured out, and this was just the yearly bonus, right? And but if Chef Nomi were someone like this, was actually like if 0x Maki were Chef Nomi, meaning like 0x Maki is this figure that's a little bit younger, doesn't have the position in real life of the same type of employment that the chef does, and so like if we had switched those roles, like 0x Maki would have come in and he would have been the central leadership that honestly runs a more efficient system. You look at Bitcoin versus Ethereum. Ethereum has clear leadership. That's going to allow them to be more nimble. That's going to allow them to really develop along a path. And we're lying to ourselves if we think Bitcoin doesn't have clear leadership. We just don't want to talk about it, because then it looks less decentralized. But when every single core developer is taking their paycheck from the same entity, it begs the question, who's in charge here? And so, but when you've got that clear leadership, you get certain efficiencies that you're able to move quickly for. And these community fair distribution tokens, especially those who are anonymous, they're going to struggle to get over certain total value locked metrics, because VCs and the real rich, the people with real money, they're not parking their money in your protocol until they know who you are, what your intentions are, and make sure that you've got aligned incentives, because they're not dumb. This isn't dumb money. We're all very clever in this space, very rational too.
Well, Doug, it's been really fascinating getting to hear you speak on the subject. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but once again, I just want to let you know, I've been interviewing a lot of people for this DeFi conference, as well as other conferences. And I must say, I do tip my hat to you for speaking candidly about this matter and not pulling any punches, not to cause a reaction, but merely because it's the truth, and that's what you believe and that's what you see. So, Doug, thank you so much for joining us today and speaking your mind. And for all of our viewers here at Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders and their lack of sound economic understanding and compassion for human rights is no longer our only fate. Decentralized finance is on the rise, and it's coming stronger and stronger by the day to help people reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Make sure you're on the right side of history. The clock is ticking. I hope you're ready to reimagine finance after the year 2020.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
Breaking news, this just in. Justin's son has officially announced when he will officially announce that big announcement he announced on Twitter last week. More details to follow as they come in. Back to you.
My friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. DeFi. DeFi is an abbreviation of the phrase decentralized finance. It generally refers to the digital assets and financial smart contracts, protocols, and decentralized applications, or DApps, built on a blockchain that allows for permissionless access to lending and borrowing tools, among other things, from the traditional world of finance. One noteworthy difference is that DeFi allows one to earn significantly higher interest on their savings than that offered by traditional banking services.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm glad to be joined by Joe Laluz, CEO of Bison Trails. Joe, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me, Yona. I'm really glad to be here and excited to talk about all things blockchain.
Well, you came to the right place. We are going to talk blockchain, and a lot of it But before we really get into the meat of things, I want to kind of give the viewers a background on who you are and how you got into blockchain yourself.
Definitely. Like you said, I'm Joe LaLuz. I'm the CEO of Bison Trails. Bison Trails is an infrastructure company that focuses on providing secure, reliable access to blockchains for some of the world's largest custodians, exchanges, app developers, funds, token holders across a whole multitude of different blockchains. I got into the blockchain space. I got into the blockchain space kind of mostly because I'm just a huge nerd. I've been a startup founder for my whole career. So I've started a number of venture-backed tech companies, but have been a technical founder my entire career as well. So I have an engineering background and love software. I got in the blockchain space pretty early, but I would say started working in the blockchain space pretty late, in a sense that a lot of the other nerds around me were really interested in Bitcoin when Bitcoin came out. I would say, to be fully, honest with myself and with folks tuning in, I wasn't convinced that Bitcoin was going to change the world when Bitcoin came out. I was like, this is really, really cool and super nerdy and a weird, new decentralized form of currency. I was interested in it, and I decided I wanted to follow along, but I did, leadership team over there. I was also running a business unit at Etsy focused on seller services, so building products and services to help people scale their businesses. And so in a lot of ways, my career has kind of sort of gravitated around this idea of breaking down barriers and democratizing access to tools to make new technology easier. In particular, with Grand Street, it was all about manufacturing. Manufacturing was really difficult. If you had a new idea, it would be kind of, I don't want to say easy, but easier nowadays to prototype it. You can use sort of open hardware systems, but it was pretty hard to scale. If you wanted to build something and actually sell it to people, it was pretty hard to scale. And so the whole idea was we wanted to build APIs into this manufacturing process. Because of that, I ended up spending a lot of time in China, in Shenzhen, where a lot of electronics manufacturing happens, and got to know some folks over there, which I'll put a pin in it, but it's kind of an important piece of the story of how I ended up doing what I was doing in the blockchain space. But yeah, so really have had a career focus on entrepreneurship, starting new companies. Also been an angel investor in a lot of new tech companies as well. I'm based out of New York on the East Coast, so work with a lot of early stage founders on the East Coast, and plenty of them in Silicon Valley as well, and honestly all over the world nowadays. But yeah, that's sort of been my start.
Well, let's talk about where you are now. You're CEO of Bison Trails, and you touched upon it a little bit, saying that you guys are an infrastructure company.
Yeah.
What does that mean? I mean, isn't blockchain itself the infrastructure?
It is. So that's actually a great question. And it's something that we get asked. I mean, we get asked that pretty often, not because, mostly because the infrastructure in the blockchain space is nuanced and difficult. So Bison Trails, as it manifested, was really my co-founder and I, and you'll probably hear me talk about Aaron, my co-founder, quite a bit, because we've been working together for almost 20 years. We've actually built all the companies that we've built over the last little while. We've actually worked together. We've been co-founders for that entire period, and we worked at Etsy together, et cetera. And when we started building Bison Trails, which quite frankly we didn't know we were building Bison Trails at the time, we were just messing around in the blockchain space. We found ourselves building bits and pieces of infrastructure code to interact with blockchains. So yes, you're right. Blockchain itself is a piece of infrastructure. It's a technology. And a lot of times I'll sort of abstract away from blockchain as a technology and say things like crypto networks or transfer of value networks or crypto asset networks, because some of them don't even use blockchains and people don't even realize it. For instance, a really great example, it would be Libra, which, not to get too sort of fundamental, but blockchains essentially, or transfer value networks or crypto networks, are really a protocol or a set of instructions that a group of people that are decentralized, a group of actors in a network that are decentralized need to follow for correctness in a system. And so you can think of that as infrastructure in a sense that it's the rules you have to follow. However, to be able to follow those rules, you need to be able to do things. And in particular, with crypto networks, it's power, compute, transfer messages, validate messages, produce messages, secure messages. And so in older blockchains that use a consensus mechanism like Bitcoin's called proof of work, a lot of that is done by what folks refer to as miners. So you have these like hardware they have these like computers that are specialized specifically for mining, and they do some of the stuff. They produce blocks and validate blocks, etc. However, you would kind of view those as pieces of infrastructure in the blockchain space, but people don't really talk about it so much. So what we did was we were building different software components that were enabling us to interact with blockchains, and in a lot of ways that is still considered underlying infrastructure. What we found was that it didn't matter which blockchain we were working on or which blockchain we were trying to interact with, whether it was Bitcoin or Ethereum or a whole slew of new networks that Decentralized currently supports on our platform. A lot of the core components to interacting with a blockchain were actually quite similar. And so we kind of looked at each other and we said, wow, we've tried to build a few different products and services in the space. And at one point we were building a wallet. At another point we were building, and these were all sort of experiments. At another point we were building some bots that were working in decentralized exchanges. And we realized that it didn't matter what the end result was that we were trying to build, we still kept repeating these sort of like underlying pieces of secure, reliable access to these chains. And so Decentralized,
who's using that service? Who's using that service? Because the problem is clearly there. A lot of people might be interested in interacting with the blockchain, but it's really tough and confusing and code intensive to interact with the blockchain. So is this like, the average geek in his basement wants to run a node and come to you? Or is this like big enterprise institution that says, hey, we want to do some major work on this blockchain and we're going to come to you because we don't know the first thing about blockchain?
Yeah. So it's actually, that's a really interesting question because it kind of is neither of those. And it's currently a different category of folks. The thing about the sort of geek in their basement that wants to run a node, sure, they can definitely come to us. But the reality is that they may not need the type of mission critical systems that the Decentralized platform supports. So the whole idea around Decentralized was, how do we take what is essentially beta software, so blockchain software that's beta software, and make it as reliable as if you were building on something that was 20 years in industry. And that's a really difficult thing to do. So if I'm a geek builder in my basement, I don't actually care if the node that I'm operating is distributed all around the world and redundant, and I don't care if it's gone down for 6 hours because I might not be even working on it or using it. And if I'm a brand new company that's never done anything in the blockchain space, I don't know, let's just say I'm a bank and I'm a new bank and I'd like to start adding, crypto assets to my retail banking platform. I probably have those needs from a enterprise grade perspective, but I don't really know where to start. So what we've seen in the crypto space, and this is interesting, is that over the last decade or so, there's been quite a few companies that have been built, and they built every single piece of infrastructure from literally zero all the way to the user experience themselves. And this is kind of atypical in the tech space. It's typical in early and nascent markets, but pretty atypical in mature markets. So if you look at the internet, for instance, I'm using the internet very broadly right now, and that's on purpose. Because there is a whole slew of markets and industries and companies that are focused on different pieces of the technology stack. However, companies like, some of the major exchanges, for instance, like Coinbase or something, they didn't have the opportunity to work with service providers and companies that were focused on infrastructure because they didn't exist. And so, that team would have to go and build everything from the ground up and from zero. Which is great because they've been able to do fantastic work. But as you start to expand and add new blockchains and new protocols, that becomes incredibly cumbersome. And this was kind of Aaron and I's realization when we started working on Decentralized, was the world of blockchains is expanding. There isn't just one. There isn't just Bitcoin. There isn't just Ethereum. We're actually seeing a tremendous amount of growth in new protocols, in protocols that interact with each other, in protocols that are these expansive ecosystems. And there needs to be an infrastructure company that makes it easier for new entrepreneurs, builders, product and service providers to interact with all of them, because just doing one is hard enough. And so what we found is that a lot of the folks that use our platform and use our product are folks that are, have some kind of existing product in the space, or they're trying to build a new product and a new protocol, or they'd like to build a product that would support many different protocols. And they come to us, and they have mission critical infrastructure needs. So they have millions and millions of users, or they're planning to have millions and millions of users, and they want to have something that's hyper secure, hyper reliable, and super easy to use.
Now, one of those mission critical. It's a great phrase. I'm going to start using that more. Mission critical. It sounds really legit. One of those other those mission critical assets that you provide to companies is this idea of anti-slashing or taking out the risk of slashing for proof of stake, which is something that honestly you probably would not even know exists unless you run unless you're running a node on a proof of stake network. So why don't you explain to the audience real quick what is slashing and what do you guys do to prevent it?
Absolutely. So first things first about slashing is in line with our mission and our vision to make democratize access to blockchains and make it easier for folks to build and support products and services in the space. We've been building technology that helps move that forward. And we recently announced that we had put out a new piece of software called double signing protection that helps prevent against slashing events. And like you said, that's a kind of a nuanced concept, but if you're actually working and building the proof of stake space, you sort of understand what it is. So the idea behind slashing, and this is kind of goes back to what I was saying before, like a blockchain as a piece of infrastructure is really just a set of rules. So it's a protocol. It's a set of concepts that everyone that's engaging in it needs to follow for correctness. What newer blockchains, in particular blockchains that use proof of stake as a consensus mechanism, and we can talk about proof of stake a little bit more if you'd like, they've implemented means to essentially penalize folks that go against the protocol. And one of the major ways you can go against the rule set is by signing 2 blocks in a same time period. The reason why that's considered bad is it becomes very confusing for everyone else in the network, in the blockchain, to understand what is real and what is true. And so it can slow networks down, it can bring them to a halt, it can make it much harder to produce more blocks, and there's a lot of trickle-down effects. And so what a lot of modern protocol builders and protocol teams have done is they've implemented this idea of slashing. So in the same way that folks that produce blocks, sign blocks, verify blocks in a new proof of stake network get rewarded for doing so, if they act either maliciously or accidentally against the protocol, they get what's called slash, and that is they take the protocol automatically takes a portion of the value that is being staked on the nodes for this network. So this is kind of getting into fundamentals of proof of stake, and it slashes them, essentially gets rid of them. You lose them. So in some protocols that goes into a central treasury that the community governs and will distribute out for other reasons. And in some protocols, it actually just gets burned entirely and doesn't exist anymore, and has kind of economic implications for everyone else that's holding a token. And so different protocols kind of handle that differently. But the whole idea behind slashing is if you mess up or you do something malicious, you get punished for it. It's an economic disincentive. And what we've done is we've written software that helps protect against some of the most common and most egregious ways of messing up. So if you think of it, it's not so much that it's impossible to do, it's just that there are lots of ways to accidentally mess up participating in a protocol. We make it super easy to not mess up. And so that matters a lot if you're engaging and you have customers that are potentially using your exchange or your custody product or your wallet, and they want to make sure that that they're not losing their tokens.
And I always enjoy speaking to people who actually work and code and develop on the different blockchain protocols, because as opposed to speaking to just a pundit, just a trader, someone who just interacts with the front end of a network, I really like speaking to someone who develops, because you understand the intricacies of, hey, there's something that's limiting my ability to program a function here. There's something about this blockchain that's enabling me to code and to add new features to it. So my question to you is this: you're interacting with proof of work, or proof of stake, delegated proof of stake, proof of authority. I mean, there's really tons of ways of running these things. And in your experience on the developer side, what have you found, or which blockchain have you found is not only does it hold you back, but actually enables you and empowers you as a developer to add functionality to it?
That's a tough question, mostly because the pace of innovation in the blockchain space right now, I mean, probably always, most of this time I've been involved, has been insane, like breakneck speed. And protocols, the folks building on top of protocols, building either layer 2s or products and services, is happening incredibly fast. And like I said, I've been a tech founder for a long time. I've worked, mostly in old web systems prior to building in the blockchain space. And in those, the innovation pace there was pretty fast as well. This is, something that I've never seen before. So it's incredible to be around some of the smartest and most interesting people I've ever met and watching them build and innovate and iterate. The reason why the question is hard is because different protocols and different blockchains are kind of in different stages of their life cycles. And so if you take Bitcoin, which is a decade old, it's one of the more mature protocols. However, the pace at which innovation is happening on Bitcoin is, I don't want to say necessarily slower, but people are pretty cautious. It has a lot of value. They want to make sure they don't mess up the protocol, and they want to make sure that products and services being built around it are well thought out, and that often equates moving a little bit slower. Then you have something like Ethereum, which is both a crypto network as well as designed to be a world computer, and it's literally designed for people to innovate on it, which is quite different from some of its predecessors. And so that's quite unique. I would say in today, point in time, if I were to take that evaluation right now, Ethereum has an unrivaled developer community of any blockchain today. What I will say is that it has a 5-year head start on some of its, I'm not going to use the Ethereum killers or competitors, because I think nowadays that people are more focused on how to blockchains interact and interrupt versus compete or kill each other. But some of the newer protocols that are coming out, things like Polkadot, Cosmos, even Tezos.
At Polkadot, with Cosmos, with Ethereum, are these the same type of, hey, we just love crypto guys? Or are these more corporate? And really, do you feel that there's kind of a corporate hand on the steering wheel there?
Yeah, I think two things about myself and about Decentralized. I think that we are probably to a fault transparent and honest with ourselves about what we're engaged in and why. And also, we've been deliberately protocol agnostic since the beginning of the company. Both from a strategy perspective as well as from an ethos perspective. I look at this as we are we're a pure play technology provider. We're focused on making the technology more accessible, easier to use, and better, and a little bit less focused on the sort of politics and hand waving and yelling about who's running what and who's doing what and why. And that kind of bleeds into sort of all of our opinions around everything from whether it's the protocols we engage with, all the way through to how we feel about pure decentralization, and we can talk about that a little bit if you're interested. But yeah,